Let's get started. I think we have a long evening. We've got like 5 USIPs and the district improvement plan. So let's get started on time. The time is 4:02 p.m. In attendance are Director Jurgensen, Director Daniels, Director Art, Director Mel Packham, Director Bankus is joining us remotely from an unknown destination in Hawaii. So she's having fun. She's joining us. She's visiting with some family out there. Director Nelson has a student event, and she will be joining us a little later in the evening, probably after 5 o'clock. She didn't want to miss her child's school event. And then Director Loma is on excused absence. He's got some family get together. With that, we have Superintendent Gall here, several of his executive team. We have several principals. We are the primary focus of today's work session is going to be the priority improvement and turnaround school, listening to the unified school improvement plan in this work session, and for the board to give feedback on these plans, and the schools to present their plans first to us. With that, and then at the end of the meeting, we do have a special board meeting just to consider these plans as non-action item. These have to go to action next week to meet the deadline of October 15th. Is that right, Dr. Kawaki? There he is. I thought you were sitting out there. Okay. October 15th, right? You need to turn it into CD.
16th, yeah.
16th, okay, great. So that's the plan right now. With that, my understanding is the plan is a little bit different than what's on the agenda. Palmer High School is the first one that's on the plate. I will turn it over to you, Superintendent Gall, to set the evening up.
Yeah, we'll get right after it. We did these a couple weeks ago, and now we have 5 more schools, and then we'll finish with the UDIP to be able to talk about the work of the district. This, to us, as I just shared with each one of the school leaders, we're sharing with you in the community the work that we've already engaged in. I want to thank the DAC and each one of the individual SACs for their support, for the work that's been going on. It's funny how quickly we get to October, even when we start in August. So this work has been ongoing. None of these are surprises. We knew where we were at the end of last year, and so much of this work is a continuation of the work. And to remind everyone listening that we are on the move, right? We've proven that the strategies that we have are moving our schools forward. Some schools will take a little bit longer to get to that space, but we're happy to share with you that work today. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian and Krista from Palmer.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall, President Alpaca, board members. Thanks for this opportunity this evening. On behalf of all of the schools speaking tonight, especially the central area, I want to echo what Mr. Gall just said about we are poised. We know what work needs to be done to increase student performance, to improve student capacity, help them along the way while engaging our communities in a more appropriate and more respectful manner to get their buy-in and support. We really do know that work. We hope that tonight you hear that work and you see those action steps as they're presented, and then we welcome your questions throughout the evening. It's my privilege to welcome and introduce Principal Burke from Palmer High School. She comes to us from a neighboring school district, but she's a well-versed math educator, professional development leader, and she has a wealth of IB and instructional knowledge. So although this is her first year as a principal, we're lucky that it's at Palmer High School. So I'll turn it over to her to lead the work this evening, and I'll be your clicker. How about that?
Okay, thank you. Hello, Superintendent Gall, board, and all other esteemed guests. I'm happy to be here to present. Sorry.
Got to speak up.
Okay,
And do you have anybody from Palmer joining you today?
it is just me today.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, you can go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right, so Palmer High School, as you know, is the only IB school in District 11, where we have 3 of the IB programs, the middle years program, which covers starting at North 6th through 10th grades, and then in the 11th and 12th, the diploma program and the career-related program. Okay, so I have to remember you're not clicking here, you're clicking there. It's not clicking.
There we
Oh,
go.
there we go.
Okay.
Oh,
Is it not on, Melissa? Did I mess it up?
battery again, but I'll click until we fix it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you can see here some kids doing some great work in their IB class, but those are the 3 programs that we have. And at the center of all those programs are the learner profile traits and the approaches to teaching and learning. So in our participation on our SPF from 2022 to 2023, while we scored in the 47.8, which would have been improvement, we were lowered by the state to priority improvement because of participation being below 95%. So we have already begun tackling that with our benchmark STAR assessment this fall, and we were able to get in all 3 grade levels above the 95% for STAR, and we've set some incentives to get them to keep taking STAR for the growth in both December and in April.
I just want to highlight for the board, if you check the calculations under test participation rates, you'll see the total records at 943, the valid scores both at 830, at an 88%. We do get credit for parent excusals, and that number was actually pretty small at 25, but in order to meet the 95, you can see that there's dozens of children that were not in attendance for either the date or the makeup date. And so that's what causes the participation trapdoor. To what Principal Burke mentioned, the performance score makes it an improvement school nearing, in the middle of that range for in between performance, improvement and performance. And so we're here because of some other problems that Principal Burke will get to, the challenges that we have with attendance. But that the numbers there, I might have stated earlier that I believe that opting out would impact the rate. The opt-outs don't impact the rate. It's the no-shows that impact the rate.
Yep.
Okay, so here you can see that our proficient percentages are increasing. It's just that our overall scores aren't there yet. And so we are getting students ready to be proficient, but it's not enough quite yet. One of my goals at Palmer is to increase our off-track, decrease our off-track, increase our on-track for graduation by 15% this year, so that we can, I think the overall picture of being on track would include also being more proficient in their academics and their growth. So on this slide, you can see that our students are growing in both reading and in math according to the STAR benchmark tests. However, we're not growing them more than a full school year at those, or more than 1 full grade level. So a lot of our kids come in below grade level, more likely in the 6th grade band in the 9th grade. And so we are trying to not just get them to 7th grade, we need to get them to 10th grade. Which is a trick. So we are going to be working on some systemic intervention systems with targeted tutoring through this year to help with that growth. So this information, we looked at how does the IB impact both the attendance rates and the achievement. And so we pulled some data from last year's juniors. And the reason we chose last year's juniors is because that's who I have both attendance and SAT data from. And so if you look at this, I want to distinguish between somebody who's in the diploma related, or the diploma program and the career related program, versus somebody who's in any IB class. So we counted any student who's taking any IB coursework, whether it be in Lang and Lit or science or social studies or math. And so you can see that the students that are in IB coursework have a higher average in math and the evidence-based reading and writing SAT. They also have a much higher percentage of attendance, average attendance rate. And so my belief is that in IB coursework, it's more exciting, it's more energizing, it's more engaging. And so that's what gets kids to come to school. And so we are participating in a worldwide IB for All project this year, where we are getting mentoring from some folks at the IB organization and working towards making sure that we provide scaffolds that allow for and help with access for all students to access this kind of coursework. So the next bit is about attendance, and it has definitely been on the decline, and we have a lot of students that are chronically absent, highly chronically absent. And so this year we have kind of re-upped our efforts at getting kids not just to the building, but actually to the classrooms, because we have experience with that, and then also getting kids to the building. Those are two kind of different stories of intervention. So making sure that we're vigilant in the hallways and not allowing kids to wander, making sure that they're in a class with a pass. So we have a staff member who is dedicated to just that. That's what she does all day is wander the halls and grab kids and talk to them about their attendance, walk them back to class, etc. And then for the kids who don't make it to the building, we are making efforts to reach out to families to ask, what are the barriers? What's happening? How can we partner with you to get your kiddos to school? So that's how we're attacking attendance. I think right now, if I looked at the Who Knew It data, we're at like an 86% versus where we were last year at the end of the year, which was an 82.5. So we think that those efforts are currently at least helping us move the bar.
And just for clarification, that is higher than the district average as well as higher than the state average for high schools. So the challenge at Palmer is real. We reported to the state last year across the district, 40% of our students is chronically absent. The definition of chronically absent is absent 10 days, 10% or more, which is 18 days if we just called it a 180 school day year. 40% of roughly 22,000 kids means 10,000 kids are missing 18 days or more. So every time we talk about the challenges of how we ensure kids get access to the highest quality instruction, problem number one is getting kids to the building. Missing 18 days or more, even with highest quality instruction, is not likely going to get you to exceed the state test or your own learning objective. So this is real. I appreciate Krista already leaning on it. But if you look at that trend, we went in pre-pandemic to 80% of the kids not having absence issues at Palmer to now only 28% of the kids not having absence issues.
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
Right, and so when we talk about new campuses and consolidated footprints, and when we talk about RFID cards and making sure that we get safe entry and exit, all these things relate to attendance. Right now, we don't know where kids are all the time because we believe that kids should have freedom of maneuver in high school. I just heard Food and Nutrition Services talk to the board president about certain schools not offering enough lunch opportunities. We believe it's cultural for a school to only have one lunch period. But we have data that says that kids aren't eating. We have data here that says kids in a downtown campus, if given complete freedom of maneuver, will choose maneuver over education. So we're going to continue to get tighter on that in ways that are respectful of our children's ability to grow in their own responsibilities. But that cannot be the norm in any school in America.
And that translates exactly to the first slide where 4 years back, the school SPF was 65% or something, and now you are in the 30s. So correlation, lack of attendance, and the students not learning. So
It's hard to learn when you're not there, for sure. So next is our 5 essentials and panorama information. We have started really focusing on the lack of trust and building trust by putting structures in place, by having a communications team to put out more communication. We're excited about the website about to roll over so that we can make sure that communication on the website is accurate and up to date. We've also really worked on our SEL programming and doing some Start Strong initiatives for the beginning of school, where all teachers were asked to work on every day, doing some SEL stuff, really encouraging kids. My firm belief in my heart to my soul is that if kids know you care about them and you believe in them, they will achieve. So those are the things that we're working on related to our 5E and Panorama. I'm excited to see the new Panorama data after the end of this week when it closes to see where we are on that this fall. So that brings us to our MISs. So talked a little bit about kind of both of these. We are really working on our instructional leadership team at Palmer to make sure that it's not just a leadership team, but that it's really focused on instruction through our professional learning communities, making sure that we are aligned to Colorado academic standards, making sure that we have that comprehensive assessment plan in place. And through all of that, I am super hopeful that we will see a major move of the needle. Supports that I get all the time and I'm super grateful for. My lovely direct support here, Brian comes every week and we talk through data, we visit classrooms. We have an area instructional coach, Leslie, and our area data coach, Crystal, and they also come a couple times a month. They actually now both have an office in my building, so put out something to staff for volunteers. Hey, these are the kinds of things that these guys can do for us. What are you interested in? As teams or individuals are struggling, I'm suggesting that we reach out and get some of this support. So feel a lot of that. As a new principal to the district, I do have a mentor, Darren Smith. I'm sure that you all are familiar with Darren as the former principal at Coronado and now area superintendent. We are making sure that our teachers are trained in the IB and making sure, like I said, we're participating in the IB for All project through the IBO this year to really work on how do we get all kids access to that incredible instruction. And then we're collaborating with, Steele is working on their PYP, Primary Years Program Authorization this year. So Ryan and Stephanie from North and I have met. We have gotten our IB coordinators together. They are actually meeting monthly with Alyssa Schlater, the new social studies facilitator who used to be an MYP coordinator, to really build that pathway of the IB continuum in District 11.
And the exciting thing about that, Chris has not given those three schools enough credit. They've already established some IB developmental plans that are directly tied to student and adult outcomes, building capacity, and really focused on Mr. Gull's fourth tier of providing professional development, as it's outlined here through an AMP pathway budget, thanks to Chief Academic Officer Asadio. So we're really excited about what the future holds within this pathway, and we really hope to see those outcomes come to fruition at Palmer starting and then working through North and Steele.
Okay. Are you guys done?
Yes.
Open it up for questions. Okay, board. Any questions or feedback? I'll start off first. What percentage of your students in junior and seniors go through that IB program?
Yeah, so in the full program, in the DP, I think this year we have only about 12%. But taking an IB class or more, we have almost half.
Okay.
But we are working more towards that. And what we're working towards is IB has two levels, standard level and higher level. Standard level, when you think standard, you think everybody. You think that's the rolling standard, and it should be. And so right now we have, unfortunately, in a lot of subjects, we have grade level, standard level, higher level. Well, we don't need grade level, that is standard level. So moving forward, a lot more kids will be accessing that. That opens up flexibility in scheduling so that more kids could open up their full schedule to do the diploma program. In the career-related pathways, we only right now have 3. And so I've tasked my IB coordinator with thinking about what other pathways can we provide. and how can we give different opportunities either through CTE or through other avenues so that they could actually be in the career-related program, which requires their pathway, which is 4 semesters or 2 years of that particular career. So for example, we have one in the medical sciences, and then they have to take 2 IB courses and take the tests. And so if we only have IB in English, that's one, and then they could take another one that interests them. So we think that this IB for All will really bolster the total number of students able to do the full program, but also to take 1 or 2 courses.
When you say 12%, that's concerning to me.
Yes, it's low.
Yeah, it is low, the number of students that, and the rigor and the engagement that you get in the IB program translates into students being in the classroom.
Yes.
And if students are not taking these classes, then they're not engaged. So
Yep.
we got, and hopefully now having Steele as a pathway school, we can get this. It's going to take some time to build those Steele students to north and north to Palmer.
Right.
But the hope is that, and we talked about the certificates of participation here few weeks back, and I'm sure at some point in time it'll come back in front of the board. The long-term vision for Palmer, there is a lot of support out here that we want to build the premier IB institution out here in the Front Range. We need students and the community to engage at that level and participate in it. And having you in there is the first step that you can get student participation out there. Any other feedback, comments on the questions for Ms. Burke?
Hi, Ms. Burke.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious about the capacity of your staff. Do you have a full staff? Do you have a lot of openings? And is the correlation of the students not showing up connected to those relationships? Did that fall as the staff started to, whether it's retirement or choosing a different career or whatever? How does that connect?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think that we still have a couple of vacancies, not a ton. We're short a few teachers and a couple of ESP staff, but not significant. And I do think different people build different relationships, right? And so it is hard when a beloved teacher leaves. But I do think also that the teachers that are on staff really care about kids, really want to be engaged with kids. I think you'd have to be crazy to be in this profession and not. So I don't know that I can directly answer, whether that has, certainly a more engaging teacher gets more kids to come to class. But I'm not sure our biggest attendance issues are that.
Which leads me to another question.
Go ahead.
Okay, just checking. Did the student's life path shift after that major issue we had? Like, I know a lot of high schoolers were taking care of their younger siblings. I know that parents were having a little bit more stability issues because of the situation. And does that correlate to when you make the phone calls, they're telling you this is what's taking place and they have to find surrounding supports for themselves versus looking, and I personally think that they will support their family quicker than they would support themselves with education. So just curious how that factors in.
There have been some. In the downtown area, we have some of our attendance situations where we have students who are in the foster care system and living in group homes that really don't have that parental support, right? We do have some that, you're absolutely right, if parents are working a couple of different jobs and they need someone to take care of the littler ones from noon to 7 while they go to work, then there is some of that. I'm not sure I could pick out one major thing that's competitively beating out the rest.
And the reason I'm asking is because the tight-knit circle of communication among students can affect how other students are seeing that relevancy. And if I know it's a whole open I get all of that too, but I also know that community is huge in connectivity.
Yes.
And if that community started to wane, it will affect their commitment, if you will, to themselves. They will find a different commitment somewhere else to keep them engaged with a life choice and not necessarily with people they don't feel they're connected to. There's lunch and all that stuff on campus and doing all the typical teenage stuff, but it's a lot deeper than just, and I know we don't always talk about that, but over the course of time, those deep-rooted things are starting to make more of an appearance where we could just hide out from it prior. It's almost like there's no way you can do that anymore. And I don't know what that looks like in terms of staff having to support that conversation. That's why I was asking if it's a fully staffed building, because the work is deep and heavy when it comes to humanity. So I was just curious on if there were notes when you're making the calls. Are you seeing more tick marks in this column or, less and whatever, and just trying to figure it out?
Yeah, we are trying to find that.
Yeah.
But we are just at the very beginnings of kind of diving into reaching out to those families. So like I said, I don't really think we could pinpoint one as more than the other currently. But as we reach out more and more, that's exactly what we're looking for.
Well, and I think too, another thing you're not bringing up tonight too, with Director Daniels, one thing I've observed and heard through our conversations is that Principal Burke is working very closely with the counseling department to make individual connections to what you just said. Why are you not coming to school, Brian? What's going on? Do you need something? Is it more than just standard level chemistry class?
Yeah.
So they are working on that, and that's part of their goal this year through that attendance, is to build those relationships, to build back that community so that they have a trusted adult, but they also have a trusted resource to build from.
Right,
Yeah.
and it is about resources, right? Because if you're,
Yes. Correct.
and you need money coming in,
Right.
it will take precedence, even if it
Mhm.
means sacrificing yourself. It just,
Right.
it's just how it works. But staff is okay because I know the work is heavy. So you have people able to focus on it and not feel like they're doing double they probably are doing double the work, don't get me wrong, because of just, but I wanna make sure that, and I know we're working on that whole, who do you need to talk to? We have someone here for you. How do we get to the core of what they're and I personally, they're not stupid, right? They see the fallacy on a lot of things, especially when it comes to adults, and they're internalizing it all the time, right? And it can put you in a place of this isn't working. And it could just be plain out protest, right? I'm protesting this because you guys don't know what you do, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
It's all of those mixtures. So you have enough support to make the calls and not feel like you have to give up your evening with your family to get that done. Do you need support in that area? How do we?
So you've got the support, the staff support. I think it's come up a couple of times. And I think you answered that you are adequately staffed at this time.
To make a call.
Yeah, we have 2 attendance clerks, and one of them half a day every day works on just calls. And then we have a full-time person who's doing the hallway wanders and having those conversations with kids to get at, okay, why aren't you in this class? All right, I talked to you yesterday about that class. This was why you weren't in that class, but why aren't you in this class? Right? I'm really trying to dive into all of that.
Okay, any other questions?
I had 2 short
Go
ones.
ahead, Director Jennings.
Being a new principal and not throwing the old administration under the bus, but just in a point of clarity, the 3 years of dropping, as you stated, as far as the student-to-teacher trust, that 3-year consistent drop, do you have any feedback from students or remaining staff, that are things that you've heard that we could actually work on?
So I met with staff members last April in 10-minute time slots one-on-one to get some of that kind of feedback. I asked, what do you love about Palmer? If you could change one thing, what would it be? What can I do to make your job easier? And in that feedback about the trust in particular, most of the issues from staff to admin were that they felt like collaboration would happen and then the decision that was made wasn't part of that collaboration. Or a decision was made with no information in front, so they felt a lack of transparency and communication. So we put together the communication team to help with that. When I'm not in a meeting, my office door is open. I've had people come by and say, well, I didn't know where this door led. So those kinds of things to rebuild that piece of it. Student to teacher is a little trickier to get to. Teacher to teacher is a lot of, that one's hard to pinpoint, again, without throwing anybody necessarily under the bus. But if you and I are teaching the same subject and kids complain about my teaching style to you, and you maybe instead of saying, oh, well, why don't you talk to her about that, right? Maybe instead you say, yeah, I don't think she's a good teacher either. And so that builds a little bit of, that builds a little bit of lack of trust there, right?
Yeah.
And so situations like that, I think that have happened over the last however many years. Like you said, some of those roots run deep. And then the student to teacher, like I said, that one's a little harder to capture.
You might answer that more by the BFI and the
Yeah.
engaging instruction and,
Yeah.
Well, the clear correlation to Director Daniels' point is the Panorama student engagement score is in the floor. That's directly correlated to attendance. The strategies of how Palmer wants to re-engage students are maturing and coming forward. The idea of the 5 Es and this staff trust with administration, if you go back to the numbers slides for the math scores, like the very first, no, keep going, one more, is it? Yeah, go, the one where it says it's 24% of kids are passing a math. It was one of the first 2 slides.
This one here.
Krista's being too humble. Krista was on the math staff at Thomas Jefferson High School in Fairfax, Virginia, which is always listed as one of the top 5 magnet schools in the country. And she knows math and she knows instruction. And without commenting on previous administration, if they did or they didn't, we hired Krista specifically as one of the strongest instruction leaders that I've known in my time in public education, and then having that IB background to be able to realize Palmer not as a place where a dozen kids get an IB diploma program, but where a community sees the opportunity of an IB experience. I hope we double next year the number of kids in the diploma program. I'm not as worried about the number of kids in the diploma program as I am ensuring every child's opportunity at Palmer is led by what IB delivers to the educational space. And we know that's not for everyone. That's why we don't say all high schools are IB high schools. We know that some families will choose to do that and some families will choose not. But Krista's being humble to not tell you that she knows instruction, and those 5 Es numbers will start to move. We have very strong educators at Palmer who believe very strongly in certain things. They need a leader who can guide them in a aligned and coherent direction that will no longer have us with only 24% of our kids reaching math standards.
You finish your thought and then I'll come back.
Yeah, and then a quick follow-up with the attendance piece and what you've already described doing. Have you considered more restrictive measures to the roaming piece of if it's, I go to elementary school and line up behind your teacher and that teacher walks them down to class in a line, across the street into the, I don't know, just till it gets back under control. Has that been discussed?
So we did discuss,
They are still minors,
correct, yes.
They're still children,
They
they're
are.
just older children.
we have discussed closing campus for freshmen and sophomores. It's a challenge when they have to walk the 2 blocks to Earp's gym. And even when we go to assemblies and we do have the staff lining the road to escort the children, they still seem to get lost at 7-Eleven or McDonald's on the way. So It is a challenge, but, you know, I think teaching them responsibility and rewarding them positively for living up to that responsibility and expectation is the path that we want to take. I can't imagine if the little ducklings would line up behind me and go somewhere, but that would be pretty fun to see.
That would be very fun to see. Okay, good deal.
You're done,
Yeah.
Director Jurgensen. Director Daniels, you had a thought.
This thought just occurred to me, did we have problems with credit from the pandemic, you know, moving into this year? Oh, you did not complete X, Y, and Z, you now have to do these in order to graduate. And they thought maybe they were on track, but in fact, it's not the case, and that just plummeted. I have been working hard already, this is not working. Did we have something in that space as well? Because I noticed that perhaps they were not completing a lot of assignments online. By the time they get back to the building, counselor is saying, okay, look, you may need to do additional time. And they were already like, nope, not doing that. Does that have any connection to it as well?
That is a great question, and I just actually got the dropout data from Dr. Colicky today with the names of the kids from last year that dropped out of Palmer. And so we are going to start digging into that specific information there of why did these kids drop out? Was it they were credit deficient over the last 3 years? Was it they were on the off track from freshman year and we didn't have the systemic intervention to help with that? And so really diving into what does cause that piece of it.
Yeah.
But we, like I said, we just got the names today from Dr. Colicky, so we're gonna dig in.
I'll just anecdotally, if, although we know no two schools are the same, if we thought that the samples of students were fairly consistent across the district, and the demographics do match fairly close to it. Last year, the numbers were 44 for Palmer, 20 for Coronado, 18 for Doherty, and only 3 for Mitchell. So although Mitchell is half the size of Doherty, it's only a third less than the size of Palmer. And so the intentionality, and we'll get to Mitchell when they come here, but the intentionality of what that team has done to track and measure those students in that credit deficiency risk way has led to only 3 dropouts at Mitchell and 44 at Palmer. So we have a new team in place that has this on their radar, and it was a request, as David brought those numbers up to me, for our leaders to explain what we think happened, that we lost that many kids. That's a lot of kids.
Yeah.
44 kids is a lot. What's your student population this year?
1328.
1,300, right?
Well, and some of the names on the list are freshmen, right? So that's even,
More concerning.
Dr. Ott, you haven't.
Sorry, yeah, I have a couple things, but so 44 students dropped out?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, I wrote down percent and then thought that's really horrible, so I wanted to make sure I was correct.
That's why I wanted to compare the size, is that the size does matter. It's only 3 at Mitchell, which is our smallest, but Mitchell isn't that much smaller. That 3 would explain the difference between 3 at the lowest and 44 at the highest as raw number. You would expect them to all have been in the Coronado 20 to 18, not one double as much and then one nearly non-existent, so.
All right, just a couple things. The start strong on your staff on the staff survey, that's last year's information from what I'm understanding. And I appreciate that there were some varied opportunities and that staff got to choose some of their PD. I think that differentiation is really good. You are doing that again this year?
We are.
It sounded like, okay.
Yep.
And how, for it mentions the cycles, so how many cycles have you had the opportunity to offer at this point?
So because we do PLC, 2 blocks of PLC every other Monday, and we do PD in 1 block every other Monday, we are halfway through the first cycle of PD. This year we focused our PD on professional learning community structures and international baccalaureate instruction and engagement with students. And so they had to choose between three things that were almost directive, and they have to do one of each throughout the year. So we are really targeting, yes, they get choice, but we're targeting that choice in where our priorities are to move our kids forward. So we're about halfway through the first cycle. And I've had the opportunity, it's actually been really great. I've had the opportunity to go and sit in, and I've been trying to pick and choose like 20 minutes here and 20 minutes there. So I've been going to 2 each time. And the staff that are leading it are amazing. And the teachers are the staff is very much attentive and taking what they learn back to their classrooms. And then each week when they come back, they have to reflect on how they incorporated something from the last session into their instruction or into something with a relationship with students.
Will you be picking up restorative practices as well from last year for staff who weren't there? Is that included this year then?
Yep.
Okay. I was just curious because, when it mentions,
Well, so that would be with our engagement with kids. I guess that's where I think of the restorative practices coming in, is how we engage with the kids.
That makes perfect sense to me. 2 other things. One, did you find that the DAC committee suggestions were helpful at all as far as adding data and some of their comments? Was that useful to you? Have you adjusted the draft?
We did, so I just got, right as I was walking out to come here, Clara stopped me and said that she had gotten more DAC feedback, but I didn't receive that until it's in my email waiting for me to receive it, actually. And so we did get some feedback, and we did make some edits from the accreditation committee meeting, but it was not a significant amount of feedback, I didn't feel like at that time. And like I said, Clara stopped me on my way out the door to come here and said, hey, is it Maureen? Marion sent me more information today. I'll forward it to you.
Great. I hope that is helpful for you. Last thing, I know you commented on increasing engagement and things, and with the attendance data, and it was mentioned you have an open campus, but they had an open campus 4 years ago. So obviously, it's not just about open campus. To me, it seems that 80% of the kids with no significant issues, down to 28. It's more, obviously, pandemic had its effect, presumably. They were their own people without direction necessarily. So that, I realize there's a culture there too. But I appreciate that you are focusing on engaging them so much more significantly, and I hope that works really well, because that 80% is so much better.
Agreed. Yeah, and one of the things I forgot to mention is we are doing some incentivizing for attendance. And so every kid who earns a 90% or higher attendance average daily rate every quarter gets kind of like a little lottery ticket and a treat. So candy bar and a little ticket. Candy bar and a little ticket. So every quarter we're going to do that, and then we're trying to figure out what's the real carrot, but their little lottery tickets will be entered into a drawing, and so once each semester they're going to get something bigger. For my own children it would have been an Xbox or right, but that's not what kids these days want. So we're still trying to kind of figure out what it is that will be that thing, and then one kid from that pile will receive a big prize at the end of each semester. So we're hoping that helps. We're hoping that all the other things help, but
One other thing that you will have in your toolbox is the fact that the promise of
yes,
college afterwards, I would think that if they are educated on that opportunity, they could take advantage of that opportunity more than the last 3 years, obviously. So
Yeah.
I hope that's something you're communicating as well.
Oh, it is. In fact, we are having a day next week that's focused specifically on post-secondary and college and career readiness. And the D11 Promise is one of our topics for our freshman, sophomore, and junior classes. We've already talked about it with seniors, so that's why I didn't mention them. Counselors actually went into classrooms recently and talked specifically about the D11 Promise with the senior class. Because we figured they needed the information the fastest in order for it to impact them.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see Director Bankus has any questions. So the reason that you ended up in this predicament out here, moving from improvement to priority improvement. Did that get addressed in evaluating an analysis of this data? Was there a culture where the taking of state tests was not emphasized last year? Is that what happened? Why so many students? Or is it correlation to the attendance, them just walking away and not participating? And hopefully getting the attendance will get the students to participate also in that. Are you attending that,
I think
addressing?
I think both of those need to be addressed. I think as a culture across the United States, there has been a de-emphasis on college entrance exams. And with that, as our state test being the PSAT and the SAT, I think people kind of internally interpreted, oh, well, college isn't required, it's not as important as it used to be to me. And so really emphasizing the importance of that. Before the state of Colorado participated in the SAT as the state assessment, they had another one, right? It was called first we did CMAS and then, or CSAP, and then there was TCAP, and then there was CMAS, which included PARC for a couple of years, right? And then it was ACT, now it's SAT. The state assessment isn't going away. And so really talking through the importance of that and the importance of always putting your best foot forward, right? I think is huge. And so I do think there needs to be a rebranding, a reshuffling of the importance of those in our commentary and our narrative. But I do think there's also the compounding of the attendance. So I think both of those things will need to be addressed, and we plan to address both of those.
And I think the anecdotal evidence is over 95% in baseline testing for STAR this year already. And so the administration is actively seeing that participation is why they're in this boat. But even without it, I mean, we should be talking about this because 24% of kids are passing at math, and we went from 80% non-attendance issues to only 28% non-attendance issues. So it's a little disturbing to think that that doesn't put you on the priority improvement list. Like, so if we would have had 5 more kids take the test, we're not evaluating the plan as a school board and a community for Palmer High School. And so, this is a process of which we seek to be open and transparent, and we like the dialogue. It does happen, we do school planning for every one of our schools, but this level of rigor for a principal to have to come in their first year and communicate to the board and be recorded for life on the things that we're saying is really what we should be preparing every one of our school plans for.
And then you stepping into this role, you've been there a couple of months, is there anything that you need at this point in time, anything that the board should be aware of? Like Superintendent Gall said, that you come with experience in this area, IB experience, you've worked in other schools. Is there something that's missing in Palmer that we should be aware of at this time?
So actually, Brian and I were just talking about this the other day. I am really still kind of feeling out all the different programs and the staff and the needs. And so right now, I don't know what I don't know yet. I know some things, but I certainly don't know it all. So he and I were just talking about making sure that as those needs arise, that I'm recording it and thinking about it and bringing it to his attention so that if there are things that really would fill those gaps, that we're asking for them.
Okay, fine, we gotta wrap it up.
So thank you for taking on the tough conversation, because tough conversation is where beauty can come forth. Without it, we won't have brainstorming opportunities. Without it, we will not form anything. So it has to be done. And yes, if you're brand new, but I am saying growth comes forth when you put it all out there and you don't hide out just because. Right. That's even, personal life, right? We can't get anywhere without it. So thank you. And it's not personal as much as it is. We have work to do.
Absolutely.
As a team, if that's what we're gonna be, right? So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. The DAC will, just for the board's knowledge, the DAC will also be there next week to present to the board before we vote on it as an action item. And the board may follow up with additional questions. request that you be present next week before the board, you or one of your staff members, if you can.
We'll have the principals there next week.
Okay, next week. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And to the board, we have still 4 more USIPs and 1 more UDIP. So the way it's going now, we may be here till 10, 11 o'clock at night. So let's keep our comments and questions tight so we can keep this thing moving. And we have Area Superintendent Ms. Callback joining us, and I'll let you introduce, and the Galileo, I think this is Galileo, right? Okay, go ahead. Superintendent Gall, do you need to add anything?
I'm just gonna say, ladies and gentlemen, Sherry Callback and Julia Scott from Galileo.
Thank you. We appreciate the time tonight as well. As I said to the board 2 weeks ago, maybe longer than that, when we were here with a few other schools, when we engaged in creating USIPs with teams this year, we really focused at the systems level. You saw that, I think, in the round of first 4 UIPs that came forward a few weeks ago. I think you'll see it again tonight, because we know the systems that move schools. And so those are where we'll focus our work as our big rocks in the schools that you hear from. And so I'm happy to introduce Ms. Julia Scott, who's joining us first year as our Galileo principal. And she brought with her tonight Karen Van Bemden, who is an assistant principal at Galileo and is happy to support this work as well. And so I'm going to turn it over to Julia to kick us off.
Yeah, sure. Hi.
Hi.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so Galileo. Galileo is just up the street. It is a big, beautiful campus. We do have a garden there, and I know, Julie, I need to email you about that garden. I will. But we have about 338 students right now, and we offer all 4 core classes, math, science, social studies, and ELA. We've got a full encore team this year. We weren't sure that we were going to start with that. We had ended the year thinking we weren't going to have drama, which was a huge loss for our building and our students. And so we were able to find a way to have drama, instrumental music. We were able to talk our instrumental music teacher into taking on some choir so that our students that were in choir could still have the opportunity to sing. We were able to find a GTT teacher to continue with that program. We also have, like I said, the garden. We're gonna start second semester. My 6th grade science teacher is gonna start bringing students out into the garden, because my vision for the school is that we will be able to engage in purposeful, authentic, real world learning experiences out of the classroom. I want my students out of the classroom. So we're gonna start working on that next semester. I'm excited that the work that my team did, because I think that it's known that it was a tumultuous year for Galileo last year, and for them to go from red to orange is a big deal. Their growth, and I say they because that wasn't my data, I'm just carrying it forward, right? We were approaching for our growth. What held us back was our achievement. And so I'm very well aware that that's what we need to work on next, right? Because we can only grow them so far if they're not achieving grade level, meeting at grade level standards, then that's a problem. So we are working on that, but we were so close to improvement, out of priority improvement. And I would say we saw that in our math scores. Our teachers worked very closely using the curriculum, Eureka Squared, last year. And that's where we started to see the gains in the PLCs, deep diving that curriculum, unpacking standards. Obviously, we still have work to do, so I will get into that, but we were really excited for the math scores that we were able to see. So here is what we have as far as STAR goes. And so when we look at STAR, it was interesting because what we see it as is students were kind of stagnant. We were actually a little surprised to see them make that big jump in growth on CMAS, because starting at the beginning of the year, they were in one spot. They didn't move very far mid-year. But if we look at beginning of year to end of year, that's where we see the big growth. So it wasn't in those little teeny chunks. The celebration was from beginning to end. And so we're gonna, we've got some things in place that we're gonna start to do. Here's more of our data picture. We've just been flat and stagnant. We're making, every time, it feels like every time we take a couple steps forward, there's that one step back, right? We can't be there without the achievement. Growth is great, but the achievement is what keeps me up at night. And so we're working on it. We're gonna get there. This data I think is a little sad, right? Because it started to go up and then it's starting to go down. There was stability. I know it was a pandemic, but if we look at what was going on as far as administration went, the team was there, they were the same. We come to 2023, they were functioning with an interim principal last year. Everybody was drinking out of a fire hose. And so the community engagement got lost big time. I'm digging us out of the hole for that. Student engagement in academics, student culture, teacher culture, it did start to go down the drain. And so I'm not surprised by the 2023. I'm actually seeing that as a challenge. We're gonna flip that and change it. I have two big rocks for Galileo. I have an instructional excellence rock and a positive school culture rock. And so under instructional excellence this year, we are focusing on best first instruction. To me, it makes sense to follow what the district priority is because I send my teachers to district training and they have enough to do. They don't need an extra plate to juggle. And we know that if students aren't achieving grade level standards, that's a tier 1 issue. In the classroom. So it makes sense that we are following district priority. So through that first best instruction, we are looking at a new structure for our PLCs. So I came in and I changed systems and structures around that. We have, it's always been 2 days a week, but the protocol that we use looks a little bit different. I have an on-site full-time coach. She's my my instructional specialist. So she's leading those. She also has a team of teachers that she is working with in coaching cycles. So I'm bringing coaching cycles. It's hard to have coaching cycles when you don't have a full-time coach. Because what we were functioning with is our administration was doing evaluation and feedback, but that's different than a coaching and observation cycle for teachers. When I look at our big rock of positive school culture, I started doing work at Galileo in March. I was coming down a couple days a week, meeting with teachers, meeting with students, talking with Sherry, looking at data. We ended the school year with 166 out-of-school suspensions, 102 in-school suspensions. Can't grow kids if they're out of school or in-school suspension. So when I looked at and really dug deep, who are we suspending and why are we suspending them? A lot of it is tier 1 behaviors and just some authentic relationships among adults with students, as well as bringing in families. And so my big rock this year is working on tier 1 behavior management. We're using the D11 matrix. We're talking to teachers about that. We are putting in supports in place to have those conversations with families. I have also hired a full-time engagement specialist. So he coaches on classroom management as well as positive aspects of culture, right? Like we're trying to celebrate. I know we have 166 out of school suspensions, but it's not 166 students, okay? It's a top maybe 10% of our kids. And so we're not focusing on that other 90%. So this person's other job is to focus on the positive things that are happening and to reward students for that. So based on those root causes, I made big changes before I came in August. So they had at Galileo an assistant principal over a grade level, and that assistant principal had to deal with instruction and behavior. Well, if we're not achieving and we are suspending 166 students, that means that each principal, assistant principal, was spending most of their time on discipline and not in classrooms, right? So I worked with my assistant principals, and now they no longer are over a grade level, they are over one of my big rocks. So I have an AP that oversees instruction, below her is my instructional specialist. I have an AP that's over culture, and below her is my engagement specialist. That allows them to focus, one on instruction, because we need instruction, and one on positive culture, because we need positive culture. Do we cross-pollinate? Absolutely. But for the most parts, we're able to stay in our lanes, and we're able to have growth in both areas this quarter thus far. And I think that that has helped to streamline their position and what they do. I hired the coach. She was already my AVID coordinator. And so she just seemed like the right fit to be my coach, and she's doing a fantastic job. I have brought in text for PD for my teachers to study. So we talk about the first chapter in Elmore's work around the instructional core, and the importance of teachers being content nerds, as well as giving students the chance to engage in the content and talk. As far as my culture goes, we're working on design for belonging. Do I think we need a mindset shift at Galileo? Yes. Is there equity work to do? Yes. But I also know that we need to come in at that a little bit slowly. And so I chose this book, Design for Belonging, because really what it's focusing on is not looking at socioeconomic status or race, which I will get into with my school, but it's just looking at what does it mean to be a community? What does it feel like, look like, and sound like to belong? What does it feel like, look like, and sound like to be othered? And it's been pretty eye-opening for my teachers. Our first book study is Friday, and so I'm really excited because they've been talking to me off a little bit about, I didn't really want to read this book, I think you're crazy. After I read the first chapter, I want to keep reading. So I'm bringing that with them. We no longer have an advisory that is homework, home study. As far as positive culture, we are doing morning meeting every day. It's been a stretch. I'm coming from elementary, so we are very warm and fuzzy, and we keep our babies all day. So it's a little different for my secondary teachers to circle up the kids and engage in greeting, sharing, using second steps, some social emotional stuff, and then having a fun activity, and then sending them off with a really warm closing for the day. Students are really loving it, but it's still a work in progress. We're getting there. With that being said, my administrators and I run the first Friday of every month a grade level meeting in that same way so that we can get the grade level together for some camaraderie. And then we just had our first whole school community circle last Friday. Are there things to fix? Absolutely. But it was really great because we had parents in the building, students were celebrated for showing excellence in our 3 golden rules, one of our 3 golden rules and one of our core values. So we're working on positive culture. I can't sit here and tell you that I'm not suspending children because I am. There's some very challenging and unsafe behaviors taking place, and I need to take care of that. But if you walk through Galileo, it's a brighter building. Students are in classrooms. And teachers are teaching, they're not behind their desks. So I think we've made some really great strides as far as these 2 big rocks go here. Under instructional excellence, so I went just back to a very simple structure and protocol for my PLCs. We unpack standards, and I follow a very specific standards unpacking protocol. I have worked with my outside consultants, instructional empowerment, to create this. I've also worked with my area coach, Treg. She's also very brilliant in helping. And so we were trying to knock out all 4 of those things on a Tuesday and then talk about data on a Wednesday. Well, that lasted 2 weeks because we weren't getting as deep as we needed to. So I am now running PLCs on Tuesdays. I am doing the heavy lift of the standards unpacking right now. I'm also bringing in professional development. Yesterday we talked about brain research and the importance of students engaging. We watched Zaretta Hammond talk about it. We looked at the opportunity myth, data around that. And then today, teachers, so on Wednesdays, they work with their instructional coach, and then they get into like the daily lesson plan. How do I create a target based on my standard? I think that what it boils down to is not that my coach and my AP over instruction weren't doing the right things, they were. I just know that, and I think we all know, that it hits different when it comes from the principal than it does the AP. And so it's an accountability and consistency thing, so I'm sitting in PLCs right now. And it's really kind of enjoyable, some of the conversations that we get to. Things really are starting to shift. I got pictures today from PLCs of my teachers using the summary maps that we ask kids to use for their collaboration and thinking. So I think just that reset in our PLCs has been really great, and I'm gonna punt it back to my instructional specialist in November, hopefully. Student behaviors, sorry, I discussed this a little bit. We had a lot of children that were out of class. So I know it's a high school, more of a high school initiative to talk about restorative approaches, but I have a past with restorative approaches, and so we're doing that at my school. It's a work in progress. It's hard to engage in conversations when there's harm that has been done. But our students are doing a really fabulous job at it, sitting together. Ms. Van Bemden has put together, I call it our restorative approaches toolkit, but it's resources for teachers that they have. It starts with a doorway conversation, right? And we tell teachers, just call us. I'll step into class for 5 minutes so you can pull a kid out of class and have that conversation. Because we don't want to create more harm by yelling at kids in class. We don't want to yell at kids. And we want to, create the harm. We want to build the relationship. It's very relationship oriented to say to a kid, hey, step out in the hall, I'll be there in just a minute. Get the kids going, and then they have those conversations. And because I'm sneaky Pete, I know they're having it because I see it on the cameras. Just pull up the camera footage, they're doing it. And it's made a difference for quite a few classrooms. If the doorway conversations aren't working, then we do have systems in place. So my engagement specialist will come in, my counselors will come in and start to support with that next step, right? The doorway conversation is, hey, something's not right, what's going on? Okay, I believe in you, you can do this, let's get back into class. If it's perpetuating, we've got to put something else in place. The parent component is a big piece that we are lacking, and I get it. It's hard to call parents when you have to tell them that their baby may be cussing at you, or you may have yelled at them in class and it wasn't right and we're trying to fix it. But our families have also really embraced these conversations because they call me and they come into my office and they've actually appreciated these conversations that we're having. Some of them wish I would do something different, but it has to start with a conversation. So that's based on the data. We are trying to engage in a more productive fashion. Ms. Van Bemden's also been very intentional that if we do have to suspend a child out of school, that we make sure that there's academics still in place for them to access. She does make sure that we get in touch with teachers to make sure that it's uploaded for them to do. And then she's been very intentional about the re-entry meeting. And making sure that the parents are there, the students there, and that they understand the plan that is going to be put in place to have them come back to be safe. Some of them do result in a safety plan, others just result in an intervention, right? And that could be a check-in morning meeting with me. I have a couple kiddos that come by my office that I check in with. Ms. Van Bemden calls them champions, so that might be an intervention. But we've definitely been more intentional with bringing them back into school. So I brought 3 golden rules to school: take care of self, take care of others, take care of community. My background as an educator is in expeditionary learning outward bound, and so this is what speaks to me. We've got to take care of ourselves, we've got to help to take care of others in a positive way, and we've got to take care of our community. We went to a Bright Spot visit and saw, they weren't bulldogs, I can't remember what they were, but we really liked these core values of achieve, respect, and engage. They're simple. We had a stars, and there were posters. They weren't all spelled correctly, and when I talked to people, what does stars mean? Most people were like, I have no idea, but we use it. And so if we don't know what it is, then it's not good. And so we brought this, and we brought it to I have a culture leadership team and an instructional leadership team. We all got together for a retreat, and we talked through this, and they love it. And so this is what we focus on during our morning meetings. Last month, we set it up during our grade level meeting, take care of self and achieve. So that's what we were looking for. Teachers nominated students that were exemplifying these, and then we had the celebration at the end of the month where families came. My community liaison got free ice cream for them. They were super excited, right? So this month, we are working on take care of others and respect. So obviously we work on all of them all the time, but we're putting a major focus on these this month to give them that nugget to really stand in and show out, right? I hate using the word non-negotiable because it just feels icky. I use we will always. So we will always greet students at the door. Not only is this a relationship builder, because you can kind of figure out how a kiddo's coming in, it's also keeping my hallways safe. Middle school hallways get a little crazy. And the more adults that are visible, I think the better for our students, right? We will always address a social contract. My school used to be a capturing kids' heart school. So a lot of the teachers that are still there have that background and understanding. So we're not all fully trained, but I do understand a social contract and the importance of it. So we spent some time with that. That is a non-negotiable. When we come in, we greet the children at the door. Before we share our learning targets, we just remind ourselves, how are we going to be community members during this 50 minutes? I also have the morning meeting. That's our SEL block. That is when we hit our 30 minutes of SEL. So that is a we will always hit that. And we're always, thank you, we're always going to use restorative practices. It's been a shift. I will say there's some teachers that capture it real well, and there's others that are just like, get out. And it's hard for them to hear, but I send them back. I'm like, I'm so happy they came to the office. It was lovely to see them, but this is a tier 1 behavior. They're going back to class. And we have a universal attention getter, because when we come together as a whole group, I can't yell at them. And I usually use a call and response, but with 340 teenagers, I don't want the call and response. So we just raise our hand. That's used throughout every classroom, anytime we're together in the cafeteria or as a community. We're still working on getting to 100%. But students are aware when an adult puts up their hand and they start to see other students put up their hand, it's time to turn the attention to the adult. I talked a little bit about this. We're following the D11 matrix. I also met with one of the executive principals here in D11. He shadowed me for a couple hours last week and gave me some more ideas and supports and systems to make it feel more school-based with the matrix. And so my culture team and I are gonna talk about that. We've got a second quarter coming up, right? And so let's not make big changes before second quarter. Let's get to it. Because what we're starting to notice, like I said, we're still kicking kids out for tier 1 behaviors. I do get phone calls that so-and-so's chewing gum in the classroom. So we need to make it more systematic for the school. I think using just the D11 one just feels pretty arbitrary and too big, and so we're going to talk about that moving into the next quarter. Same kind of cycle that my engagement specialist has. He is running to support teachers in classrooms, but In the last week, we have worked with my outside consulting company, Instructional Empowerment. We were spending a lot of time on instruction, and I said, I need culture support. We have to, learning targets are great, kids talking are great, but if they don't feel safe mentally, emotionally, and physically, this work's only gonna go so far. And so my coach is helping myself and my culture team with conditions walks, are what we're calling it. And so my engagement specialist and Miss Van Bemden, they will do 10 classrooms a week to every 2 weeks. We have a rubric and we have goals that we're looking at. So right now, we're just looking at a safe, inviting classroom. We have look-fors for that. We shared that rubric with teachers. We're also looking for, I wanna say, social contract in there as well is the second goal. And then there's look-fors for that, and then we share it with teachers. So every week I put out a newsletter to my teachers. It states our Q1 goals, and then we call it, our instructional empowerment calls it a quilt. Because what you see when you go in and you fill out this rubric, it's an Excel, right, with a bunch of different colors of boxes. And so we call it a quilt because the hope is that it's not all one color, that we get a bunch of other colors, green especially in there, right? And so we will share the data from their first conditions walk as well as our rigor walks from this week so that they're seeing the data each week. It's safe because we just say classroom number, there isn't a name with it. However, these are classrooms, we go to all classrooms. My instructional specialist has 10 teachers right now that she's engaging in coaching and feedback cycles around these look and learns rigor walks. And then Ms. Van Bemden and my engagement specialist just started theirs this week because we just got this work going at the end of last week. And so once we get the rest of their quilt put together, we'll be able to really figure out where coaching needs to take place as far as classroom management. We know based on who calls the bat phone for support where we need to go, but there is also some places and spaces that are quiet and we know it's not engaging for children, right? And so just because it's a quiet, compliant classroom, that doesn't mean students are feeling respected and engaged. So we will also get into those classrooms as well. And that is Galileo.
Thank you. It was a comprehensive presentation and stepping into a new role where there was not that leadership stability last year, and that's translated in your 5 essentials data. That's concerning when all those has dipped one level down. I think the systems and structures and the supports that you are putting in place is evident from the presentation that you made. Board, any feedback? Director Jurgensen. I'll go to Director. Okay, go, Director.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, excellent, and the UIP, School Improvement Plan. Just an observation that some work needs to be done to go back in and remove comments and things like that. It looks like we're still looking at a pretty rough draft. And so I will ask the question I asked earlier for this one, and that is, have you incorporated yet some of the feedback from the accreditation committee?
No, but I did get the feedback, and Sherry and I, we meet on Fridays, and so the information, the feedback came. I did take notes during the meeting last Monday.
Okay.
And the feedback came at the end of last week, and so Sherry and I are gonna work on it she comes to see me for a couple hours on Fridays. We just didn't have the opportunity to engage in the feedback last Friday because it was my USIP data meeting. So, but yes, we are gonna add in the feedback, some of the feedback from the DAC meeting.
Okay, that's all I
And we'll
have for
make
you.
sure that what's posted to CDE is a final
Yes.
clean copy. What you're seeing is very much, this is an iterative process, and USIPs are no longer static documents that sit on a shelf for a year. They are updated and reflect very current work in a school.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. And that's not a comment on this one. It's really, it's like even looking at the district one, it's like when we start with some of the statements that we're going to do this, and I look and it's like, that should have been done already, why hasn't it been updated? But that's not an observation on it, it's really just in general.
No, I appreciate that, no.
Yeah, it always feels like we're always back in May when it was written, as far as I can tell. So I appreciate that it's a rough draft, that you're adapting, and that you'll consider that feedback. And I do hope you will see that updated version before we vote on that, its approval. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks.
Jason.
Now, this is okay if you're not using it anymore. Have you paused Avid while you're getting everything under your new leadership and culture?
No, I did not pause Avid, and this was some feedback from DAC that I know last year Avid was was one of the improvement strategies. We still have Avid. I have moved Avid into an Encore so that every child gets access to Avid, because it wasn't as an Encore, they weren't all getting access to it. When I did that, it did cut some of the Avid classes. So my Avid teacher was able, my team, because we don't have a team there anymore, there's just 2 people, they were able to see 3 groups of students per grade level. Now Avid classes are just 2 8th, 2 7th, and 1 6th. I definitely see the value in Avid. I think what had happened in Galileo, it was a best practice that started being implemented in a way that it no longer became a best practice. Because what you will see at Galileo is kids carrying binders, teachers doing binder checks, but the only thing we use the binders for is note taking. And that becomes a slippery slope for us, right? Because if students are just taking notes while someone's lecturing them, then that isn't showing any student work or engagement, right? But my Avid classes look phenomenal, right? You walk through it, we see students talking to each other, doing math, teaching each other math. And so what I've talked to the team about this year is that I want my classes to start looking like Avid classes. Tutorials can take place in all classes. Avid outside of Avid is not just note taking. So we're not getting rid of it. We're trying to give it, for lack of a better word, a facelift, get it back to what it's supposed to be, which is a strategy for best first instruction, not a program.
Yeah, and I have no heartstrings to
Yeah.
Avid. I taught with the school where Avid came in and came out, and
Mhm.
you know, when it's done with fidelity, like
Yes.
anything in education, it works.
Mhm.
When you don't have all the buy-in, you don't have the follow through and the consistency, no matter how shiny an object it is, it's not gonna work.
Right.
So I appreciate you seeing that. So yeah, other than that, I know in years past we struggled with attendance at Galileo. I didn't see that, and maybe I liked your big rocks and
Yeah.
you know, but other than that, just getting kids to school I know has been a struggle.
It has been. We ended the year at an average of 84% attendance. Ms. Van Bemden is working real hard on attendance. My goal this year is 90%. We are working on incentivizing for sure attendance, being to class on time. It's kind of a work in progress. We're having conversations with families. We're having conversations with students. We just haven't figured out that sweet spot to get them to come, right? Like a piece of candy only goes so far, or lunch with the principal only goes so far. We've talked about possibly getting out of the building. Maybe we do a skate city trip or something for the students with high attendance. Or we really loved listening to Principal Burke talk about the lottery. And so we're still working through this attendance piece, but attendance and tardies are definitely something that we are working on. And it's in my UIP that we're talking about attendance, so.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm gonna have to pick up Miss Susie Wise' book, Design by Belonging. I don't know, have you heard of Belonging Through a Culture like with Dignity? It's Floyd Cobb's book.
Okay.
So when you talk about belonging, it's huge. And I know that the demographics, some of your students are contending
Yeah.
with a lot of things. And so do you have what you need? Do you have the staff to do it? You guys are full? No. And you two will have to do the what's going on, where are you kind of thing. And I know that there's I call it an already always listening, that it doesn't matter in junior high. It's not until you get to high school where the credits start to matter. So I know you have to do a complete shift being a first year, but thank you for the work that you're bringing forth for them. Do you know if the parents are truly hearing the buy-in from just what you're trying to do? I mean, I know it's a shift because of coming in for the first year and all that stuff, but
We're having lots of conversations every day. My team and I, we're very aligned, which is so unique for us only being together for 7 weeks, but we jive. We're having lots of parent conversations. I send a weekly parent newsletter. I check to see how many people open it. The first week that it went out in August, it was like 350 people. Now I'm down to like 168. We don't have a SAC, but I do have a parent that has offered to start. So I'm really excited. So I think it's gonna be me constantly sending out information, continuing to invite families in. Even if they're everybody's invited to community circle, even if your child's not nominated, just come see what we do. So I think it's just continuing to have the conversations. I have had people that live in the Springs that I know have said, hey, your name's starting to get out there, because I know Galileo has a narrative, and I'm trying to change that. It's had a narrative for decades, and yeah. So, and I'm trying to change that, and I have had some outside folks that aren't even parents in the community say that they know I'm trying to change it. And so right now it's just I'm trying to be outside every morning if people don't stop in my office for meetings. I'm trying to be visible outside, visibility. Calling people back, inviting them in, starting with this woman with SAC. Marion said that she would come to our Title I night and also start to talk to families. And I know Title I night is the night that we get a lot of families. And so I'm just gonna keep getting out there, trying to get the community involved. I mean, when I talk to parents and tell them, we're not putting our hands on people anymore in my building. That's just not gonna happen. They understand. Some don't though, right? I also have to deal with the conversation of when I call, well, who hit first? Because I tell my kid they can hit back. And I work through that. Like, I'm not gonna tell someone how to parent their kid. But I do wanna make sure that they understand that does not create a safe environment for their child or other children. And that here at school, we have to have a different expectation. And so far, I've had some challenging conversations, but by the end, there's some understanding. And I think our community is starting to come around and it's starting to get better.
yeah, thank you for that, because I know they've been through a lot.
Yes, they have.
And it takes belonging through dignity to have that happen, so thank you.
Yeah, I'll look that book up. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, are you done? Okay. You coming into this new school and you saw the 5 essentials data, teacher buy-in to what you are implementing. How have teachers responded out there to what you are trying to implement? You are trying to bring in restorative approach practices. What's the teacher response to all that?
So, I mean, it was really ugly to think that I had to hire 21 people this summer, but it was also a good thing, right? Because there was buy-in and quite a bit at first, because I have a fistful of teachers that are on alternative licensures. I've got a fistful that are just brand new out of their program, and then the ones that are new that have experience. Because my team knew and we had been working since March and they knew where we wanted to go, we were looking for specific things in our interviews with these people. And so when I look at my goals this quarter, 80% of my teachers will have learning targets that are aligned to standards. Last week we were at 77, this week we're at 72%, which Before, it was, I can't even give you a percent, it was like one teacher. And so it's coming along, the buy-in for the instruction. The hardest part right now is the culture part, the standing at the door, having morning meeting. And there's some that are just flat refusing, and those are conversations that my team and I are having. We call it morning meeting sweep. We sweep the building for morning meeting, and some of them I just sit down and join in. And so conversations are gonna be had. Right now, there's probably a fistful of people not engaging in it. And when I work with Sherry on this, I'm unpacking that it's not that, well, some of them just don't wanna do it. But what I'm unpacking with a lot of them is it's just uncomfortable. They're just really uncomfortable with 25 minutes of 11 through 13-year-olds sharing and doing an activity. And I get that. And so we're working through that. We're having the conversations, some of them harder than others. So the culture part, I would say, the tier 1 behaviors, the stop kicking it to my office if you haven't called a family member, that's the hardest one for them to buy in. The instructional piece, they get it, they know, and they're doing it. They're showing up to PLC, we're in the classrooms. From what I understand this year and in years past, our team's more visible and holding people accountable to the goals under instruction and culture. And you know, I in this work, I don't focus on the ones that don't wanna do it. We still have conversations, but we're definitely rising up the ones that are doing it, having them share why this works. You know, yesterday my AVID teacher played a huge role in brain research and engagement when teachers started to push back and say, I can't do this, they're not doing this, this. And she went, I didn't have to say, I just sat back. She went on, she's like, no, I have these children, they can do it. And so now that's starting to happen, and that tells me there's even more buy-in than what we're just seeing when we walk through the classrooms.
Thanks. For the record, Director Nelson is joining us. Appreciate the feedback that you provided. What you are talking out here, I think a lot of us resonate with what you are saying, and you've got an excellent superintendent out here who went through the same thing. When you are talking about Galileo as a narrative and you are trying to change it, District 11 has a narrative and we are trying to change that too, okay? And to a large extent, we have tried to steer the ship in a direction where we put the focus on students, and we've come a long way in the last year and a half. And you are starting the journey right now, and you've got support systems, starting with the superintendent, who had walked through the same thing. When he came here, I'm sure there were staff out there who were kicking and screaming, and the culture part of it, what you were talking about, was he had to get the buy-in from them to the different approach that he was talking about. And we have outcomes to demonstrate that. So the naysayers who were there in the beginning who said no to it, now they can relate to the outcomes that help improve our students. Students come first in this,
Right.
okay? And it's not the adults, it's the students. We got to first watch out for the students. So lean on him, lean on your staff out there, the support there.
Stick
I
to
think
it.
Thank you.
you are bringing a school system which lacked at Galileo, the system, structure, supports at the grassroots level, the engagement wasn't there. You are putting that into place. It is going to take a little bit of time, but we got to be intentional, but at the same time, urgent, because we are talking about, our students' education here. Any other thoughts before?
Yes.
Or Director Bankus, go ahead.
Yes, is there a need for translators at Galileo, or do you already have them?
I do have 3 women in the front office that are native Spanish speakers, but we are seeing, do we call them newcomers in this district? Mm-hmm. Yes, students that we do not have language supports for.
And so how many translators would support those students? Do you need one? Are you
Yeah,
using
I would
a translator?
I would say at least one. I have a couple students that only speak Arabic, and I do not know that. We all know what Galileo is. I'm sure it's a very interesting journey every day for them since we don't have anybody that can work with them. We do, it is a cousin, one of them has a cousin at school and she does support him. But that's also not a child's job to do either, right? So, yeah, any support, I'll also take some math and science teachers.
Do you translator off the phone to help those students?
Could you repeat that, Director Bankus?
Do your teachers with their phones to translate?
Yes, yes, they are using Google Translate. Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
And we're giving them work in their language so they can access the work too. I just know that the majority of their, 100% of their instruction is in English, so, but yes.
So thank you, Director Nelson. I don't want to put you on the spot. You just walked in. Just to let you know that we finished with the Galileo presentation and feedback. Galileo Principal Ms. Scott, if you have anything to provide as far as Galileo goes, you have the opportunity now, or you can circle back at the end.
I don't have any questions. I apologize for missing. My kids had their track meet, so I was at Gary Berry.
Oh, yeah.
It was fun.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And best wishes for you, and I'm sure some of our board directors will stop by your school.
Great.
I know Director Art is interested in the garden out there, so all of us are.
Our next community circle is October 20th, so you can come, 8:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And the next school is going to be?
Next school is gonna be Twain.
Twain Elementary.
Do you want a bio break or what do you want?
Okay, do you guys
Yeah.
vote? Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
I just took one. If the rest of the board needs it,
If you
please.
want, we can do one more school, that way we have three more.
Gotcha,
that
three
we-
and then three.
Three and go. So it's Twain
All right.
at this time.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah,
if I could get staff members to fill in seats at the table so we can make room for the Twain staff that showed up to have seats. Yeah, okay, however we can do it. They've been standing in the hallway, they're running 45 minutes long, that's another 45 minutes stand after standing all day. That's awesome,
So, board members and Superintendent Gall, thanks for this opportunity. We'd like to welcome not only the guests from Twain behind us, but we'd like to welcome back Mrs. Principal Felicia Boudreau. This is her second year in the principalship role at Twain. Previous to that was 3 years as the AP. But she also brings a wealth of knowledge. And I think one of the biggest things about Mrs. Boudreau and the family at Twain is they respect that community and they embrace it, working together. But they also recognize and realize that the road ahead is one of a challenge, but they're willing to step up to that challenge, and we hope you hear that tonight. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you. I'll be your Vanna White and be the clicker. So just let me know, and we'll see if we have questions as we go, or if you guys want to wait till the end. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Gall. Thank you. And to the board for having Twain here this evening and allowing us as a family to come in front of you and talk to you about all the great things that have been happening, the challenges that we face, and the things that we're doing to move forward. So Mark Twain is a community school, but we know that we've gone through some changes. We had a turnaround status presented to us this year, and we know why, but we know that we also are very close to priority improvement and that our performance has been declining over the last several years. We've changed leadership in the last 2 years. I took over, as Mr. Relic said, a year ago this time, so this is not even quite my full second year, with a focus on math and ELA. Our focus this year is going to be on math, as you can see.
Our SPF is in need of a boost, and these folks behind me, together with me and my assistant principal, Amy Jones, are gonna make that happen. This is our data. Our data story shows you that in CMAS, we've got all of our, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, I apologize. Our CMAS data for third grade, we have 46% in math that requires urgent intervention. So our MIS 1 for our plan is best first instruction in math. This year, some of these folks behind me changed teams and are bringing strengths to the teams that they are currently working with. And we can see very clearly that our STAR and our CMAS data are aligned. Our data story from STAR, the beginning of this year, we are looking at some celebrations, but we know that 10% of our 3 lowest groups is what Mrs. Jones and I have made our priority for this first quarter, to move 10% of our 3 lowest groups. And then by the end of the year, we should have 20% moved out of these lowest performing groups, approaching partially met and did not meet. And we're working with our teams to make that happen. We are expecting them to move up 1 level. So if you can imagine, from did not meet to partially met, or from partially met to approach. This is our DIBELS data. It tells a story. And this story is impressive when you look at the beginning of last year and the growth that was made by this team by the end of the year. We focused on making sure that backward planning was at the forefront. We made sure that we met with our ELG coach. Our ELG coach brought a lot of quality instruction to our school. And we are going to have that coach back out in our building this year. She's going to be coming out. We've got an incredible support team for ELA as well. Meredith, she says Broder, correct? Meredith Broder is our, she's former TLC, but she's our ELA coach, and she's going to be working with us and that coach who was with us last year as well, because if we go to the next slide, you can see this year we've slipped down a little bit, but making that impact again with this same team and the changing of teams and strengths that they bring, we're going to go ahead and bring our ELG coach back in and work with Meredith and our PLC processes. This is where most of our time was spent last year. We know that we had a data drop. We know that we're in turnaround. But this is where our focus was. We needed to make sure that the team trusted each other and trusted their leadership. One of our biggest practices this year has been shared leadership. We have an amazing ILT team this year. We have grade level teams that work together and come to PLCs every Thursday. It's embedded in our practice, and have data conversations. We've set high goals for our instruction. We are determined to make these changes. We know that we maintain these respectful relationships with the use of our social contract, and that is something that, while we started it last year, was fine-tuned by our staff this year to make sure that we can have communication and classrooms that can be trusted, that teachers could go in and talk to each other. And we're going to start talking about what it looks like to get into each other's classrooms and spend time there. Supporting that advancement for the faculty and staff, and trust has been established and continues to grow. Part of the reason we're making the changes that we're making is because our staff is really starting to see that they truly are a team.
Good.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Our students have a lot to say, and it's important that we make sure that we recognize what they have to say. And so I'm going to pull this slide up so I can see it up close. Our students really feel good about being in our building, but we want them to feel better. Our staff took a lot of time with the help of Dr. Kolicki to really look at the overall scores of how our students feel about being in our building. And our staff took ownership of the things that they feel good about, but they know that in order for our students to feel better about being there, we're working on deepening our relationships with our students. So while SEL was a bigger focus last year, this year we've got other focuses, but you can see that putting all of that emphasis into last year, the data shows that our students want to be with us. There's a blank slide?
Nope. What did I do?
I don't know.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
Just apologize, something got accidentally added.
So the district average rate for attendance is 90%. Our average this year so far has been 91%. We want to make sure that we keep our students in the building, and we have got, and I'm just trying to slide up here, I apologize. We have 91% currently because we streamlined that system. Our teachers are the first line of contact with parents and with students. We have a mental health team that steps in and makes those contacts whenever necessary. Our admin, our office staff, would be our third step in that process. But we also have letters going out regularly, non-compliance meetings. We have MTSS meetings where we bring the attendance and behaviors into the conversation, as well as contracts. This year, we're also working on incentives to make sure that our students can make it into the building. And I recently sat down with Dr. Wise because attendance is MIS2 community engagement. Dr. Wise and members of our PTA staff, members of our SAC, who I've not got a chance to speak to yet, are gonna come together with D11 Engage and Student Engagement, Dr. Schulte, to make sure that we start to build, and Jessica, forgive me, I call it the task force because that's how I can remember it. The Twain Task Force, bringing the community members together and have a conversation about what we can do to deepen the roots of the Twain community, to make sure that parents are aware and families are aware that it's a place we want them to be, because we need to make sure that we're providing and fulfilling their needs. Oh yeah, yours is jumping, not mine. So, our plan of action. There are several things here, but I will just bullet the fact that we are creating a supportive environment. We moved from strong to neutral in leadership, and we know that it's important for leadership to be strong, and we've got work to do. But we've dealt with some increased behaviors, and we've had changes in mental health staff. We don't have a counselor currently at this time. We have 2 social workers. In addition to that, we were very, very blessed to have Dr. Schulte in our school last year. As I shared with the board last year, that we were doing trauma-informed practices, the neurosequential model. We spent a lot of time looking at the trauma that the teachers have dealt with, and that helped to build trust when they knew that they were understood. Additionally, it helped them to understand how to work with students in the classroom who were themselves very traumatized by things that have happened in the last few years. And student engagement, as well as our Twain SPED team, comes in and regularly works with our teachers. We've got a great connection with student engagement and with Chris Brandt there now. We've had a lot of great conversations about how we're gonna move forward to take the steps that we need, but to surround, because that's the new protocol, the new process, the new model, is get those wraparound services into families.
I think too, just to re-point out, because I see you have the tool in front of you, the work that Mrs. Boudreau and the staff and the team behind me has done around the PLC protocol, really focusing on Mr. DeFore's 4 questions. What I'm most impressed about it is that we're specifically identifying students, and they have some really cute terms for who got it, who didn't get it, who needs to still get it type thing. But that's the level of conversations that are happening on a weekly basis within ELA and math that's driving not only their instructional practices, but helping support student growth and achievement. And so that work is embedded, and it's a part of their natural and daily work that comes together in that PLC framework every Thursday.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I just want to make sure we highlight that under MIS1.
Absolutely, and I have been asked by my coach, LaDawn, who is from the Impact Team Consultancy, to share this with principals at the principal meeting. I certainly don't feel like we're doing anything necessarily special, but we're very dedicated to this process. We're doing what is supposed to be done. When our teachers come with data, they come in to discuss it. They come in looking for characteristics of students who didn't understand the information they received, so instruction can be tweaked to make sure that we're able to grow our students. This same process begins and ends with 6 weeks, and then we are in the process right now, tomorrow as a matter of fact, meeting for the ELA PLC protocol. And we are gonna have support team in as well to help us really fine tune what is the best assessment tool and what universal tier 1, the best possible instruction looks like as well. So this protocol has come a long way thanks to this team. I think so. I've got amazing supports, and I've got a lot of them. So I had the privilege of spending time at UVA this summer, and the UVA supports that are gonna be coming into my building this month, as well as the impact team, as I spoke to LaDawn, are gonna be having, LaDawn has regular visits. I have Brian into my school every week. I have an area instructional coach, as you can see, data, ELA, math. We work with Phil very regularly. And he's gonna be getting into our, I hope, we offered him as a team meeting, co-thinker, if you will, to come in and talk about how we plan, as well as student engagement. We know the supports that come from educational insights as well. So I got an applicant today, I was so excited. That strategic FTE that Mr. Gall gave me for 0.5 for math tutoring, it'd be great because we want our scores to come up. So we'll be excited that we have someone that I can interview. And then SAC monthly meetings, we're gonna be working more closely with the SAC team. Biggest reason that, and I'll talk about this, but I thought I had some parents who were gonna sit in on the one plan, and I asked for some new parents to kind of, bring new blood, and unfortunately they didn't get to come. So we're gonna make sure that we make them a bigger part of that conversation. And then of course with Dr. Wise's help, we're gonna be making those community partnerships to put a real dent, because it's systemic. You heard it in every plan tonight that's been discussed about how attendance has really had an impact on our schools and our scores. So I'm hoping maybe if we start something at Twain, maybe it'll grassroots its way out to other buildings, because it has to start somewhere, and hopefully we'll be able to make that first step.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for all the staff in being here too. So like what you're talking about, you've got amazing supports. So you've got your team behind you that's providing the help and the supports that you need to move our students forward.
Right.
So is there anything that's missing that explains why where you were last year as a priority improvement school and right now being a turnaround school?
Okay, so first thing, if you don't mind, I want to address that in thinking that if you don't have students in buildings, they don't get instruction. We've heard that. But if you don't have subs in buildings, we're missing opportunities as well. So I'm just gonna say that for the purposes of the exceptional intervention team that I have, if we have someone who's not in a building to provide instruction and a sub hasn't shown up, I have to ask that instructional team, or excuse me, that intervention team to cover a classroom. So now my lowest babies, if you will, the ones who need the most support and the most instructional time and time in front of a teacher, now they can't have that. We have to cancel groups. So I will tell you that I know in interventionists, they have covered a lot of classes in the last 2 years. So I don't know if there's anything the district can do. It's getting better. We're getting a few. But consistently, even the start of this year, I've had to pull interventionists into classrooms and even in shifts sometimes, because we're trying to keep their groups intact. But we've had to pull them out of interventions in order to fulfill that need. So I would say, and I don't know if anybody else, as far as I'm concerned, that's the conversation I've been having with our TLC and our interventionists. We need to impact those lowest kids. So we have to have support. So that's the one thing. I would say not the biggest reason part, but one of the reasons is because when a regular classroom teacher can't be in there, there's a big gap for us. And these are folks that need to be in front of their smallest groups. So I know that's impacting.
Okay, so what you're asking for is the subs.
Correct.
Are consistent, okay.
So staffing inequities across all of the state watch list schools are clear. We drove that at a macro level when we looked at the relationship between CMAS performance and just vacancies in general. And albeit even when Palmer was here, which is on the priority list for a trapdoor reason, the vacancies, they go from Mitchell to Palmer to Doherty and Coronado with the least. There's a clear way at which we staff, which we have to address. Should we have priority staffing? Should we say staffing is open for all schools on the priority list for the first 45 days of hiring? when we know teachers are looking to make moves? Can we find ways to incentivize folks to go join teams that have traditionally had struggles in reaching full employment from what they're budgeted? We have 100 teacher vacancies. This is the second year in a row that we're halfway through the year with 100 teacher vacancies. They are not equally distributed across the city. They trend towards schools that have been lower performing either the year prior or then suddenly become lower performing the year after. The direct connection to access to highest quality instruction for student achievement is clear and cannot be argued. The question that I've asked the board before is, how brave will we be into this year's hiring model to not allow a priority turnaround school or a priority improvement school or a Title I school in the board goals of seeking to get after the kids who have the least, and not say it's okay to be in a space where the teacher doesn't know if they can get their class covered to be able to attend a PD or to do some collaborative planning across the hallway. That puts the child at most risk. And we're talking about whether or not how we can get adults to go to places. We don't accept that in other parts. We want to address that this year as we come into the hiring season. To have this be the last year where we have 3 times the performance west of I-25 and 3 times the vacancy rate east of the downtown corridor.
Something that the board has to consider going through that. You mentioned you don't have a counselor. Any other staffing vacancy that you have? You talked about the sub that is not there, but any other staffing vacancy in your school at this
Yes,
point?
sir. I have a kindergarten position that has a full-time sub right now.
Full-time sub.
Correct. And then we just sent out a letter because with the highly qualified information that we have to share because of the fact that it's required, we want to make sure that parents know that. Parents are aware of that. But she is not a kindergarten trained teacher. Now, we happen to have an amazing kindergarten team who has brought her into all the PLC process, all of their team planning, all of their assessment planning. So I would say she's doing quite well. But that is the bigger vacancy of the two, counselor, kindergarten. And I made that update to the UIP after the DAC saw it as well.
Okay. And that kind of aligns with what Superintendent Gall is saying. What is it that we can do to provide you the supports? If I'm assuming that these positions have been advertised for quite some time and you have no takers in it. So what is it that we can do to encourage our staff to go to that one?
I've done everything on my end that I can do. I've got teachers that send out Facebook notices and say, hey, are you guys looking? I've made multiple phone calls. I happen to have some retired staff that comes in and works regularly. I just don't have anybody that can fill that kindergarten position and be qualified for it. Of all the positions, you can imagine how much that person has to know. So if there's any way to advertise it outside of what I'm capable of, such as I just had it reposted the other day. I reached out to HR to Ann Richards and said, can you bring it back to the top? Because after a while it falls to the bottom, right? So now we want it back up to the top. If there's something I'm missing, don't know about, I would love to hear that because I went to every fair, every job fair that we have had. I'm happy to go wherever I have to go.
Well, it's a struggle. I mean, that's what Superintendent Gall wants to address. For some reason, the schools that have the challenges, priority improvement or turnaround challenges or Title I challenges, getting staff to move into those schools. And those are the strategies that he wants the board to address. We will certainly take a look at it. I'll open it up for the board before I may have some other thought. One other question I had, October count just ended, October 2, the count day. What's your enrollment numbers?
318,
318?
Yes, sir.
That include, do you guys have a preschool?
we do.
How does that compare to where you were last year at this time?
So we were, I think, as high as 326 at one time.
Almost at 3:30.
And we were almost at 330. So it shifted a little bit, but compared to last year, we're still just below. We hit our initial count. We were at 330, right? Okay, just double check out a lot of numbers. But yes, so we're just below that.
Okay, fairly even to
Fairly
where
even.
you were there about last year. Thoughts or questions from the board? Director Jenkins.
I'm reviewing the DAC's recommendations, and it was something that I had already kind of seen in reviewing everything. When you look at your MIS 1 and your MIS 2, they're good action plans, but as DAC mentioned, what do we have that we can add as actually metrics that you can then, monitor? So I know we've, MIS 1 you've got that leads to improved outcomes, but I appreciate the recommendation of the DAC, and as something that I would also mention of saying, what are some actual, measurable things that we can put in that MIS? If it's, PLC is great, but it'll lead to a 4-point jump, or your proficiency is the more concerning piece, not the median growth percentile. So maybe we try to address that, and that's up for you to decide. But I would like to see, as the DAC mentioned, a more evidence-based strategy for you in your MIS 1 and in your 2. Other than that, I didn't see much issues with the attendances, even though you made an MIS 2. So that was the other thought, that I didn't know if you had something else that you wanted to work on.
Can I address that,
Please, yeah.
Director? So one of the things that was in the DAC notes was the fact that they didn't feel like that particular MIS would be effective. That's important for me to hear, because one of the reasons that I got together with Dr. Wise is because if all the things we're currently doing are not gonna boost us up enough, keep our attendance up enough, then we need to do more. I feel like as a school, we're doing everything we can. We've got a dean this year, as a matter of fact. I was granted that position from Mr. Gall. That dean is helping us to make those constant phone calls. So boots on the ground, we're doing everything we can. But I understand why it would appear that that's not gonna change anything, because it's a systemic issue. So
I didn't mean to mention it like how you interpret it as not something that's gonna change it.
No.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address it because we have to have something that's evidence-based. And you were kind of talking about MIS 1 being evidence-based, but MIS 2 is also very evidence-driven. What are we really doing to create the change, and how is it sticking? So that's why the partnership, I think, is so important, because what we're doing is still just not making a dent. So I took that particular comment very seriously, because we're doing everything we can, so we know we've got to reach out to the district to find out what more can be done. So I only wanted to add that as a conversational piece, because evidence-based strategies need to work if you want to use them for that purpose. But if they're not working, you have to own that. And we can only do so much with the attendance contracts and truancy, it needs to be bigger than that. And I think that's why having this conversation and these partnerships are going to make a bigger impact. So even though that wasn't in the DAC paperwork, it happened after the school year began. Very proud of the fact that we realized and we sat down and looked at the attendance data. We own it. We're gonna do everything we can to change it, but we need help.
Yeah, and then final question.
Yeah.
What are your actual school colors?
That's a great question, because we've got a few in here, orange and black. We're the Twain Tigers, so that's a great.
But it's Wednesday.
But it's Wednesday.
But it is
so it's
Wednesday, so
Red
they red for Ed.
Okay.
But that's good, thank you.
The original Twain colors were red and white.
I wasn't there that long ago.
We've moved Twain up on the visioning, the logo and strategic visioning to the spring of this year.
Oh, cool.
Based upon the change in status. As you go, the logo could use a refresh. We have found a lot of team building and what I'll just call coherence that comes from the staff experiencing that revisioning process. And so we moved them up until the spring.
And those logos can attract new families too, so as people
Absolutely.
see cool
And
logos.
if it needs to stay orange and black, or we'll keep it.
We've done a lot. If you have not been at Twain recently, a lot of things have happened. Obviously, we painted the entire interior, each
Yeah, I
classroom.
was at your open house and I talked with a couple of your staff, and the heart's in your staff, and it's a
Yeah.
beautiful building, so you've got a lot going for you, and
Yeah, we've made a
wish you
lot
all
of,
the best.
changes, and now we're doing them internally as well.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Oh, back on those.
Just, can you speak a little bit to a strategy around data? And I noticed you're focusing on the PLCs, which is great, so can you just speak a little bit more about the strategy there.
Absolutely. So while that's kind of broad, I think it's important that you understand that strategy is multifaceted. We have data conversations in each PLC, which is you just spoke to. That's kind of the boots on the ground. All of our data now goes through our ILT. So I think that's probably the biggest part, because you bring these teammates together and they start having conversation about what each other are doing. It creates some transparency, but it also opens up that trust again, where I can have a conversation as a 4th grade teacher with a 3rd grade teacher. So when you say talk about data a little bit, I wanna make sure that I'm answering your question. We take data from one place to another, but we also look at it frequently. So when this,
That's answering.
okay, sorry. I don't wanna talk too long.
No, you're doing great.
Notes, right?
I'm not meaning to cut you off, but just
No,
you're
no,
headed
no.
in the right direction.
Okay, good.
What I was asking.
Thank you.
Are your PLCs embedded or are they all just after school? Can you explain a little bit to what you've done differently for PLCs this year than perhaps last year?
Awesome, thank you. So PLCs have always been embedded. For several years, we had Dr. Ewald, that was Solution Tree. I don't wanna get that name wrong. We also worked with Dr. Manny. So our PLC process now is owned by Twain. We don't have consultants now watching us, videotaping us, giving us feedback, because what we felt like is timely information, timely feedback wasn't happening. So what we did as a team is we sat down, created this protocol, but really looked at what was the purpose behind PLC. PLC, everybody said they got that training, they knew what PLC was, they did it years ago. We all came in with a different understanding of what I was supposed to bring to PLC. Was it my own agenda? Was it I was supposed to fill everything out? We sit now and listen to the teachers. The teachers do the conversations, they discuss the data, they discuss what they're doing, how they're gonna change their instruction. So this now has become, I'm really just a facilitator. My TLC is typing notes in. That way when they come back, it's about them and their instruction. So I think it's very teacher driven, and I just kind of sit back and listen and ask questions. So kind of what you guys are doing tonight, that's how I feel my role is. I assist, I give information, we make suggestions, but each week, that's what it looks like. So data now is the focus, but so is instruction. So when they come with their exit tickets or their end of module assessments, because we just finished math, they are really having the conversations with each other more than anybody else. And that's what it should be. It should be them not only owning the instruction that they gave, but the data that they bring with them. So I think that's really changed. I think PLCs didn't feel grounded in any one way or purpose or protocol. Now it is.
And one of the resources Mrs. Boudreau asked for was all 6 teacher manuals within Eureka, so that she had access to them when she was doing her learning walks to check and verify and support and help the teachers with the accountability of that implementation, but also to support them. So I don't know any other principal that bought all 6 of them this year as a need. I was like, really? Okay, let's do it.
That's awesome.
Turn around.
Yeah.
I gotta ask,
Yep,
you know?
mhm.
All the supplies.
Thank you all for being here. I see that you guys own this and that you are wanting to turn it around for the kids, and just know that we wanna support you. So please let us know how we can in our positions. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Can I say something
Money.
too, Cass,
Yes.
just with that? I just
Could you
wanted
introduce
to-
yourself, ma'am?
Yes,
Introduce.
I'm Amy Jones, I'm the assistant principal. I just wanted to say with that, with what you said, I know that everyone doesn't know, but I wanted to just let you know some of the people that were represented here, because we have kitchen staff, we have ESP, we have before and after school, we have 2 people that aren't even in our building anymore, one comes and subs constantly, one used to work at our school that's here, we have library, I mean, there's someone from every single grade level that's represented here, and I just think that is really amazing. And ELL, I mean, just, I know you all don't know who all these people are, but it's a representation from every single piece of our building, which is
So I'm
pretty
thinking
amazing.
all of these that are sitting in the back, all of you are from Twain?
Yep.
Okay.
And
And then the 2
And me.
behind you too?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay,
you just
looks
jumped
like
on the cross-country track
pretty-
meet like I did.
Pretty soon
I
this,
didn't see you there,
Awesome.
but yeah.
I was
you're
there, I
Yeah,
promise.
I was there too.
Pretty soon after this room is going to be empty. I mean, you know. Well, I mean, it's
We
good.
do have to prepare for tomorrow, Paul. We are dedicated.
Well, you guys can stay if you want. But thank you for all of you being here. Any other comments from the board? I don't think anything else. Were you done, Director?
Just
Okay. You have a dedicated, committed team behind you. And I know that you mentioned some of the things that maybe you don't have, but you have an assistant principal now. You have, I think you mentioned a dean. You have the opportunity from UVA, the area instructional coach coming in. And some of these things were not there for, when we go back and look 2 years back, those were not there for elementary school that size. Usually they were reserved for like, you gotta be like about 450 or 500 to get that assistant principal. I think you were an assistant principal at that school.
This is my 5th year there.
Yeah, and were you full-time at that time?
I was.
Yeah, and some of it maybe came from the title dollars or whatever.
It
is.
did.
Yeah, I remember talking to you about that. So there are supports in place, and Mr. Raleka's out there too. And this is just, I'm saying it in, the humblest possible way. I know that this is not an easy conversation to come and have. That's why you have all these support teams out here too. We've seen this before. We've seen other schools in this situation come here before, and there were turnaround schools that came here, I think last year, and they jumped 2 levels up, and they are now like 2 or 3 levels up, even like they moved right up to performance. So they say it's darkest before dawn. So maybe you are right before dawn at this, but if all of you collectively lean together and put students right at the very middle of it, and you provide that building leadership and that instructional leadership that the team craves for out there, and you have that PLC team, the leadership team that you are talking about, all of it comes together, I see a bright future for you. It starts with you taking that responsibility out there and leading these group of people that are looking at you for that leadership out there.
I said it last year, I'm blessed to be the principal. This was a blessing for me.
Yeah.
I'll leave you with one thing. A friend of mine who happens to be sitting back here shared with me today, because I was saying, this is gonna be tough, but we're gonna make this happen. I didn't know this about buffaloes, but they run into the storm to get through it the fastest. They don't run away. So we might be trained tigers, but when it comes to facing the storm of what we're up against, we're running headlong. I'm soaking wet because we are running headlong into this storm. So you will see the change. And it's not just because of me, because I can't do it on my own.
That's awesome. I mean, we want to celebrate you next year.
You
So
will.
that's,
You'll
the
celebrate
goal.
us.
And let's get there. Superintendent Gall talked about a logo change or something like that. Maybe you're the Twin Buffaloes going forward.
Well, see, we ended on a good note. That's good. We just gotta make sure that, buffalo's a good thing to choose, right? Thank you guys
Thank you.
so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. With that, we will take a break for about 10 minutes and we will join again.
Very exciting.
Let's get started again.
Just another 2 hours. Thank you, President Malpack.
That's hopefully, we'll see.
Thank you, President Malpack, Superintendent Gall, and board members. It's my privilege to introduce and welcome another one of our new but exciting principals that joined the D11 leadership and D11 family. Yeah, wonderful. It's a good opportunity, Director Daniels.
Thank you.
Big shoes to fill, but doing a great job, as they say, Director Daniels. Mrs. Lindeman comes to us from a neighboring district as well. She has a wealth of experience as an educator and assistant principal, many strengths that include instruction, culture, and climate building. But I think one of the most impressive things that I've noticed on our learning walks and being in the building is her personal connection already with the staff and students. She leans into the work, and I hope that you will hear tonight that they know they have a hill or mountain to climb, but they have the right people on board and they have the right action steps in place with their instructional practices. So without further ado, Mrs. Lindeman, I'll be your clicker. It's your show.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Gall and board. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. Thank you for your time and dedication to our schools. I also want to thank my team, Assistant Principal Mr. Dobbins, Assistant Principal Mrs. Parker, and teacher leader and ILT member and ELA teacher Ms. Parr. Thank you for coming and supporting me and being here as cheerleaders. So today I want to present to you that Man Middle School, we're reimagining what our vision will be. We're redesigning some of our processes, and we're realigning what we do so that we're centered on student growth and achievement. And just a cute shout out to our 6th grade orientation day in the gym. They were such cute little Lancer groups as they were learning what it was like to be a 6th grader. So our school, we are a traditional, I've been learning as I'm new, traditional 6 through 8 school, and we've got around low 300 student population right now. We're a diverse school. We have 2 programs at our school. We have a significant support needs program, and then a significant emotional support program as well. And this is our first time that we have qualified for title funding. So we're at about 65% of our student population. That has been a wonderful thing because it has enabled us with a lot of funding that's helped us do some things that I think are really gonna support our students. We're already there, but when I was hired this summer, one of the first things I did, I was still technically working at my neighboring district, but I took a few days off to join the One Plan Symposium, and I walked into meeting some wonderful people in D11 and looking at a lot of data. And I looked at the data and I saw that we had some work to do, but that didn't give me a picture of the faces behind the data. And so that was one of the first things I did. I put a survey out to our staff and asked them, what do you love about our students? And these are some of the quotes, and I still open them up every once in a while and read through some of them. Just talking about the excitement and how students love to defend their point of view, and just that they try to follow other people, but they're still unique, and they just really, when they get together, they make our school such a great place. So it was really heartening for me, and I just wanted to share that with you. I know that sometimes we use adjectives to describe our students, and those adjectives can be high, low, they can be this, that, or the other. But sometimes when we get too stuck on those adjectives, we lose our opportunity to see the individual and growth, the individual and group opportunities for growth. So that's why I wanted to talk a little bit about that survey. So, all right, and so then moving into our data story. So we are rated priority improvement for 2023, and you can see the trend there. We have been, for the last couple of years, priority improvement. We are 6.3% from moving up. That's a number that I'm keeping in my head, the 6.3 to get up to improvement. And our trend is spiking down. We had a little spike prior to COVID, and I think we see that some of that COVID disparity can be evident in certain populations. Our goal is 42%. We're gonna get there. We're working toward it. Our data story, this is some of our CMAS data. In 2023, our students were performing below grade level in math and ELA. If you do look at the numbers closely, over those 3 years though, there is a slight upward trend over math, a 0.9% increase, and then a very slight 0.2% increase in ELA. So we've moved a little bit, but we're not moving fast enough. And regardless, we're still below our state averages, and so that is one of our major improvement strategies that I dedicated to our growth and achievement. Next data story. This is our STAR assessment, and it supports the CMAS data that we have some work to do. We've got students that are reading and doing math below expectations. There's spring and fall up there, and we had high numbers in fall 23, small numbers of kids that were above the 25th percentile. So that's an area that we're looking to address. As you can see up there, our 5 essentials survey from from UChicago indicates that our students are needing and feeling that need for a more supportive environment. And that is a trend over several years now that we need to address. And so we are addressing that in our major improvement strategy. The staffing is an important story up there. For at least 2 years in a row, the school has experienced pretty high vacancies. And this year, 30 positions that we have hired, and those are teaching positions and ESP. One of my number one priorities when I got hired was filling in those holes, and it's hard to staff a school in the summer when that prime hiring season has passed, but we were able to do it. I believe when the school year started, we were at like maybe 1.5 or 1.6 positions open. We right now have a ESP position for a paraprofessional in special education that is posted that we are not getting any hits on, but we're still actively looking, and we're going beyond just the posting online. We're talking to people and trying to recruit and find people to fill that. So one thing I'd like to acknowledge is that even though this staff didn't know me, a lot of them came in and they spent their time on hiring committees. They came into the hiring fairs, which were helpful. We actually found some staffing through those fairs, and it was a really great opportunity to build some relationships and get to know some of the people. Climate and culture are areas of focus, and I'm addressing major improvement strategy number 2 toward that. But I think that we can only go up from there because we've filled a lot of those holes, and our kids are getting pretty consistent instruction from certified teachers, which is really a great thing.
Okay, great job.
Oh,
Really.
thank you. I think
I mean, from 30 to needing 1.5,
yeah,
that's a great job.
yeah. It was a flurry of hiring, that's for sure.
You did it.
I learned the D11 hiring process is really fast, really fast. So,
Said no one ever.
She learned
the process fast.
Learned it fast.
She learned it
HR
fast.
process.
I learned about the hiring process.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Well, and I think too, to that point, to carrying the team's credit, those 30 positions also include some new Title I positions that Mrs. Lindeman referenced. They have a Dean of Culture, a Dean of Instruction. They have an ISS ABS room support, and what does
Yes.
ABS stand for again?
Academic and behavioral support.
Right, so they looked at that title staffing as an opportunity to support the little people and the big people as a resource for the entire system to support academic success and instructional practices.
So that's why he hired you.
So our next story, this is our panorama survey. The kids just completed that again this week, so I'm excited. We're working on some of the makeups. I'm excited to see where we're at. But you can see a 2-year trend where we're losing some ground in some of those areas like self-efficacy, sense of belonging, and engagement. Our attendance rate fairly steady at 89%. Over time, we have though decided at our team that is a priority. We need the kids in school to learn, and so we have made October a focus month for us. We had some incentives on the 2nd, and I was at principal's meeting, so Matt saved a donut for me, but the 100% attendance rooms got donuts, and other students earned some prizes. We've got weekly attendance incentives that we're rolling out this month too. And then in addition to that, I do daily announcements talking about attendance, and we're also doing some messaging, sending that home in my parents' letters about how important that is for our kids to be in school, because we want them there, and that's how they're going to learn. And we are having regular student and teacher meetings and talking about the behavior referrals, and I'll talk a little bit more about that and some of the things we've implemented. But we are having regular meetings with our students to reinforce expectations and procedures and processes, and with our teachers as well. We had a staff meeting today where we reviewed some of our discipline and behavior expectations and then procedures and how that's going to work. And that is a work in process, but we are still continuing to do that. I would very much expect that our behavior referral numbers may peak as we're really trying to align what we're doing, and as our students, some of who may have been used to different types of expectations for a couple of years, are learning that we're going to hold a line, and then I'm hoping that those will and expecting that those will go down. But and we're also talking, we even shared with our staff today that we are working actively as an admin team to talk about already alternatives to suspension and ways that we can meet the needs of the kids. Because quite frankly, suspension is a possible consequence for behavior, but that child's not learning anything. So what are we going to do in response to that? And so those are some active conversations that we're having right now. Our plan of action. And so the two big buckets that Mr. Relic always talks about with me, my two major improvement strategies, we're working on student achievement and growth, and we're also working on our culture and our building, primarily centered around some of the supports and structures we're putting in place to help our students be successful. Of course, we're doing Eureka and text first planning. One of the things I was very fortunate to do with title money this year was create a dean of instruction or instructional coach position, and she started not the year with us unfortunately, but just started recently, and she is working really hard to we've created our schedule, our weekly schedules of our meetings, and she is now sitting in on them and working through protocols. I'm so excited, I just had to bring it. These are our maps, our MAN's academic plans for success, and every teacher in our building received this. The data is there. We've taught them how to go in and get it, but we're trying to bring the data to their fingertips. And then we noticed that we have a couple of things. So we have 30 new positions. We have a lot of alternative licensure. We have a lot of people that have taught for 1 year, 2 year, or this is their first year. They may not even know. They're just trying to figure out how to be a teacher. So when you start digging into data, that's new to them. And so we wanted to put those resources at their fingertips and then start working through that process. And we've got lesson plan templates in here. I'm working with a couple departments, so I wanted to make sure I had all of theirs. We've got hard copies of the quarterly overviews and our standards so that we can start there when we plan. We've got planning protocols. And so this was exciting, but there's, our ELA and our math teachers, they give the STAR assessment, that's their thing. But what about a PE teacher? What about the art teacher? How are you supporting and how are you thinking about kids and their connection to their writing? That's on the teacher rubric, teaching math and ELA. So we wanted to make sure that all the teachers in our building understand this data and that we're all working toward a common goal. When my kids were little, we watched Finding Nemo, and there was the scene when all the fish were in the net, and I don't know if you're a parent, but they were all swimming in a different direction, and it wasn't going well, and they were gonna get eaten up. And then somebody, I think it was Dory, said, let's all swim, and they all changed focus and went to the same direction, and they broke through. And I think that's where we're at. We're trying to all swim in the same direction, and that direction is toward our student growth and achievement. And so we have our instructional coach who's doing that. Our professional learning communities, we are meeting. We have regular data review team meetings, PLC review that are supported by our coach, and then other regular meetings are team meetings that are supported by our Dean of Culture, and another position that I actually wasn't title funding, but it was converted over, and it's a half-time MTSS coordinator who is working at identifying kids early and putting plans in place, behavioral plans to try to support those kids and also support the teachers. And then we're aligning our professional development. And so I've been working with district supports through CNI department, and we sat down and we talked, also shared with our leadership team, with Ms. Parr over there, what are some of the, big things that we need to start addressing right now. And it kind of goes back to basics. How do you plan a lesson? How do you look at the standards? How do you look at the curriculum documents and make sure that you're teaching A, what you're supposed to be, but B, at the level? And we're also working, and I'm really cognizant of this district shift where we need to remember that if a student is reading at this level, we don't start at that level. We start at the grade level and bring them there, because if we always present below grade level material, they'll never catch up. And so we need to kind of change that mind shift too. So we're working with them and rolling out some of that basic, start at the standards, start at the curriculum documents, do good lesson planning, determine what your target is, determine what your success criteria is, so you know if the students have really learned what they need to or not. And then we're gonna roll those out during mini PDs during some of those team meetings. And our instructional coach is also working regularly with some of, I've prioritized some of the people that I want her to spend the greatest amount of time with. As far as my second bucket, the improvement strategy to really develop those engagement systems and strategies and that culture piece, we've implemented weekly SEL time, we call it Lancer time, and we we weren't able to adjust the schedule. We had to do a lot of master schedule building this summer. But we have Lancer time every Monday. And we made a decision that we wanted our teachers to support with that rollout of SEO. We're using Second Step because we don't want there to be this idea that the counselor is the person that handles all of this and my teacher handles all of that. We wanted to bridge that so that teachers are building relationships with students and having an opportunity. You know, there's a time every week where I can get to meet and know that child as a child and a learner and a kind of a cool kid, because then when you come into my math class, we've built that relationship and now I feel safe in learning math. So we're doing those. We have student expectations handbook and planners that we're rolling out to kids. We have worked, and I say we, I give credit to my team, Mr. Dobbins and Mrs. Parker, and really going back through our discipline matrix and making sure that it's progressive. One of the things, one of the first weeks I was there, I went into a fifth period STEM class with eighth graders that was getting a lot of calls for behavior support. And I talked to the students and I said, I want to know, tell me, how do we make the culture here better? And they all turned the sheet over and they wrote a paragraph or two. And their responses were really enlightening to me. They talked about kids get lots and lots of chances, and they aren't going to change their behavior if they receive too many chances. And so I said, I can work with that. That makes sense. And so we wanted to bring back our progressive discipline, and we wanted kids to know if you didn't change that behavior, it's going to get progressively more stern. And then we also need to come in and figure out how to help support that as well. So that we've put that matrix together. I created an academic and behavioral success center, the ABS Center. Hopefully they're working their not their physical abs, but their mental abs, and growing with some more lifting. Able to use title funding for that position, and it's kind of a take on the old ISS room, but we do want there to be some learning that happens other than just the academic learning. My goal, and I will wholeheartedly admit we're not there yet, it's still a work in progress, but my goal is a student is assigned to that room, they come out better academically and behaviorally. So we've addressed the behavior, but now we're gonna also get all that work done that's missing, because sometimes kids get themselves in a spin and they don't know how to get out of it, and the work's too hard, I'm too far behind, I'm just gonna mess around. And so if we get you back to a place where you're feeling a level of success in your class, hopefully then you can go back and be successful with your rest of your team. And it's a reset. And so we are working really hard to bring that into place. Developing our school-wide routines and expectations, and I told you we're reviewing those with teachers, and then early identification plans. We are very fortunate to have 3 counselors this year where they had 1. We have a full-time social worker, we have the Dean of Culture Instruction, the part-time MTSS coordinator, and community liaison. We, first time ever, and Ms. Parr over there is leading the charge, we've developed a leadership class. And we've got kids rostered in that we are working really hard to help them be leaders in the building and advocate for their peers. They are doing surveys, they're trying to put on events and promoting that around the building. I just even love that one comes down and helps read the announcements some days with me. It's just kind of fun to hear other kids. The GT program had been posted, the teacher position had been posted for, I hear, a year or more. I didn't find a GT teacher, but I found a teacher from from North, thanks to Mr. Relic and all the people.
Leisure, yeah.
And Leisure he was willing to do a 0.2 overage, and another teacher who's willing to do an overage. And together we're putting together our GT program. I was in the library today, and Mr. Sevitz was COGAP testing, and he was like, look at some of this data. We have some GT kids that we can start providing services to. And that, I feel, is how you change the culture, because we start acknowledging the kids that are doing the right thing and then finding the right ways to meet them where they are. And one other thing I was really excited about, an SEL thing, we brought in the Dare to Dream folks that I don't even remember who sent me the email, but somebody wonderful in the district sent me an email that I replied to. And this group came out, they brought Otis Amy, he was a 49ers wide receiver, and he spoke to our student body. And I won't fib, I mean, when we put all of them in the auditorium, and they all brought a pen, and that was one thing I heard. Oh my gosh, they're gonna write on each other. They're gonna write on this, that. You know, they're gonna. And they walked in, and they were so engaged, and they were so heartfelt, and they were so excited, and well, you know, just really, it was such a powerful experience. And I spoke with him afterwards, and he even expressed to me about how impressed he was with the behavior of the kids. And he was flying around the country going to other schools, and then he started telling me stories about another school where maybe kids didn't behave as well. And I said, that's right, that's our Lancer pride, and they did it. And so lots of positive preps, you know, or props for them for that. So our central supports, again, Title I was huge. It enabled a lot of funding. I just got hired, and then Mr. Relic said, hey, you want to go out to Virginia? And I remember I went home to my husband, I said, I think I'm flying out of state next week, and it worked. It just happened to work. But that was so valuable, and there happened to be a last minute cancellation. I had met Christy at the one plan and said, hey, you want to fly out to Virginia? She got less notice than I did. And so she went out there with me. And I first of all want to say that it was such a powerful experience for me, because I was learning how to be a leader. I was learning how to look at what we've got, take ownership for it, look at root causes, and then start putting plans together. And then I probably talked Christy's ear off as I said, tell me about this school that I've only been in a couple times. Tell me about the kids, tell me about the teachers. So it was a really great learning experience for me. And you know, one of their quotes that they said over and over again is, every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it does. And I thought about it, and I thought, wow. The discipline matrix said you can have
10 chances.
So you could, to be tardy. And so I thought, well, we gave them a lot of chances, so of course they're out in the halls. And so it really helped me let's think about our processes and make sure, because we're getting the results that, you know, we were looking for. And so we need to be intentional about that. I get to meet with LaDawn Beatty at Impact Coach every week, and she's a sounding board, provides a lot of suggestions, and we go in and out of classes, and then we talk about what we're seeing. This guy over here comes every day and sometimes talks to me 3-4 times a day and is probably ready to block me, but such a support. And the curriculum instruction facilitator is providing PD. We have an area instructional coach coming down to support our teachers, a regional data coach coming down to support. One more thing that I was really excited about. So kind of had to take advantage of an opportunity. We had a STEM position that had been posted for months. From what I could tell, there were no STEM candidates in mind or anywhere. And so I happened to come across an ELA teacher and pitched to him, what do you think about taking over some classes and targeting some of our reading, our students who need some support in reading, and also giving some kids some opportunities to get into some creative writing. And he was excited about it. And so we now have that as an additional position. And we have looked at our data, we have rostered our students over there, and we're working on Language Live, and the regional data coach is working with him to track that data, because it's one thing for me to throw kids with a teacher and say, I think this is a great idea. I do, that's why I did it, but I also need the data to prove that it's doing something. And so we're working to have good data to show that we're making some gains with the students. I am working actively to get a SAC up and going. I did have one meeting this year so far. I did have a parent who sat down and looked at this and gave me some feedback. And then I have a principal mentor as well over at Holmes, who we talk on the phone every week and sometimes a little bit more. So I would say that the support has been tremendous here, and I appreciate that as well. I feel like you may ask me what I need, and I'll just get ahead of it and say.
Where did you get that idea?
Yeah, I got to listen, but you have a tremendous amount of supports and resources here, and I am very thankful for that, and I'm thankful for just all the opportunities to engage with different people who can help. And a lot of them have said, well, let me take that off your plate. Okay, great. So, you know, just a little bit more time to roll out some of the things that we're doing and get some traction is kind of what I wish for. But maybe one more thing, can I add that too?
Yes.
Since I'm on the thank you slide. I think that after having gone through that whirlwind of trying to get the building staff to get people in place, I would love to see, and I'm praying that we're not there next year, but I would love to see maybe some ability to maybe be a little bit more flexible in some of our hiring processes and maybe speed up that process a little bit. We did have people that I'd found, it just took a little while for them to get through the process, so they weren't able to start the year. And you know, those first days are really critical with establishing classroom and so forth. And maybe even the opportunity to do some yearly recruiting because you just don't know when positions may open. Or you may know, for example, right now, I know a teacher who's already told me that they're leaving, you know, they're moving out of the country and they're gonna be gone next year. But I know that now, but I can't really do anything about it. And what if there was this amazing teacher out there that was just looking if we could, you know, snag them early. So that, and then I truly believe that we can only get traction if we can keep the people that we have. So we really need to retain them. And I think that maybe even some district level systems for mentoring and supporting people. I think everybody in the building, in our buildings, are trying to do what they can, but maybe something that's systematic and that we can kind of have that in place and then build from there would be really supportive, because teaching is so hard your first year. And my mentor when I was a teacher back in the 90s said, you gotta be a Marine to do this job. And I didn't realize that wasn't a joke at the time. And it was real, but then your second year is just so much better. So anyway, that's me, and thank you.
Good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation, and you are new at the job, and
Yes.
It looks like you were thrown at the deep end of the pool, so to speak, because of all the hires that you had to make and the travel that you had to do, and looks like you've got good momentum going on at this time. So with that, I do have some thoughts, but I'll turn it up to the board first. Does Director Daniels?
Sure, thank you for the presentation. How many of your staff members are first year?
We have 4 alternative licensure who have never been in a classroom before. We have, we have 2 that are second year with maybe kind of a modified first year. So, and then I don't know that we have anybody who's been there. Most of our staff are within our probationary, they're within their first 3 years. And we have a few that have just got, you know, are just into maybe their 4th year. So we're very, yeah, well, or, I don't know, young.
Well,
Young
not-
in teaching,
Yeah,
yes,
that
yes,
one, not
yes.
it.
Mhm.
Just young in teaching, so you're finding that because it is young,
Mhm.
everybody is coming together and saying, we love your ideas, and maybe not love, maybe that's strong, but like, and we're gonna work with you and just, you know, help you with your first year for it to come together.
I feel very supported.
Yeah.
We have some people who returned from last year, and sometimes there are things that were really challenging for them last year that they still think about and are still worried a little bit about. One really good example, and this was just really helpful for me to hear from a teacher. We were talking about engagement strategies and how do we make a math classroom more engaging. And I think it really came from the heart where the teacher said, we're coming from a time where I felt like we had so many behaviors that I was afraid to let go and let the kids try some things engaging and get with their groups because I was afraid it was gonna go south really fast. So I think they were feeling like they had to keep very strong thumbs on behavior and not really even alter some of the lessons. And so I'm hearing good feedback that we're starting to feel a little bit like we can start doing some of those things and it feels safer. I will say the 8th graders are the most challenging group, and they're the oldest ones in the buildings and they've, some of them have kind of built their own reputation. They built their own pattern of how they're going to be, and they're tough, and I think that's where the number one maybe referrals are coming from, and the teachers are still struggling with how do we manage this kind of thing. And I do think a big component is building relationships, because you can build relationships with the toughest kids and then they will work for you but they have to feel safe.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I'm finding is they feel insecure, they feel inadequate, and then they're showing it in different ways because, hey, if I can be the big bad guy, nobody knows that I'm struggling with reading.
Not to mention, I'm going to a high school in a couple of months, and that everyone is telling me that's a really freaky big deal, and I'm not sure if I can manage that either. So PTSD in another form, like having a first year teacher who's like shocked into it and having to become a Marine kind of thing.
Yes.
Students.
You remember my Marine story.
Yeah, well, I love it because it's the part that you have to go through to learn. And students who are in 8th grade, they're already in the future thinking, whoa, big campus, how am I gonna hold my own kind of thing. So it kind of starts in 8th grade for that. And at the same token, I know that we have been working with MAN for a while just to make sure that it is community solidified and having the participation from the parents and everyone. Do you feel that's coming together as well? And
It's important to me. I think that's an area of growth. Just an example, we promoted our PTSA and our SAC committee at our open house. I sent out reach well notifications, and we had at our open house, Mrs. Parker was manning the table and she was getting the signatures. We had like 16 people sign up. We followed up and called everyone, and then one person showed up. So, and they even, I don't know if they were just afraid to tell me they didn't want to come or not, because and life is busy, I know, and so we're trying to find other ways also to engage our families. I am committed to a weekly newsletter, and I think it's important just anyway so that families know what's going on. But I did talk to some families from last year that said that would have been helpful, so we can engage that way and just kind of be aware of what's happening at the school. So definitely, yeah.
And you guys have the texting system on that level, right? Of what is happening?
Reachwell is we're piloting that, I think is my understanding, and so when a teacher, they can type it in and it'll go to a text for them, but also to their email, if the parents have enabled that. Yeah, so a lot of people would rather get stuff on a text than in an email.
Yeah, because I mean, texting is right there versus, but thank you for, I mean, I have a lot of questions, but I'm gonna yield, but thank you for the work. I appreciate that, and I know the families probably wanna be engaged, it's just the timing, right? With all of the stuff that's happening, and holidays are coming up, budgeting, all those different things.
It's hard, and I mean, I've been a parent too, you work all day, or some work at night, or they're a single parent, and so how do I get to the school for one more thing? So we are talking about other ways that we can engage families, and in short, quick bursts. One idea was, I don't think I'll call it this, but kind of like drive-by donuts, hey, you're dropping them off in the morning, we've got donuts, and oh, by the way, here's a handout on how to get into Power School, and the copy of the minutes from our SAC meeting that maybe you couldn't attend. So some ideas like that, and I think rather than gigantic, events that we just put all of our money into, maybe we spread that out into small bursts over time, and small pieces small chunks that people can get after. So.
Thank you. And if you have more questions, Director Daniels, or any other directors, you can always visit the schools and ask those questions.
Absolutely, we'd love to have you.
Carrie, can you just real briefly touch on the relationship with Stratton? The fact that, they're right across the parking lot, and what you and Kyle are trying to do there.
He came down and visited me, and we had some really good conversations about developing that partnership more. And so I reached out and talked with Ms. Parr and our leadership, and we were brainstorming ideas about inviting Stratton kids to us to see performances that our music has, or just any kind of thing going on, and two, bringing some of our kids to them to see them as role models. So we talked about them being reading partners, potentially even like a student assistant for a period of time, helping a teacher, and they become visible, and oh, by the way, I'm from MAN. And so that's a partnership that we really want to develop as well, or helping us with different things too.
you always have events at Stratton too, and I saw that at Columbia, when Columbia was having their anniversary and you were there, the North School students were there playing out there, and it just develops that pipeline out there. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanna say that I am very impressed by everything that I'm seeing here.
Thank you.
I have no doubt in my mind you're gonna turn this around. So thank you for just stepping up to the plate and wanting to jump in and meet this challenge. The one question I have is maybe more for Mr. Gall's team, the principal mentorship. Can you give me a little bit more background on that and who qualifies to receive a principal mentor?
We've just been working with the area superintendents and the executive principals to create relationships where we see skills and gaps.
Okay.
And so there are individual conversations at executive cabinet to match those experienced and or proven principals, not always in network, not in area, but to say, oh, you're having a culture problem. Well, we just overcame the culture the year before. And so then the idea of mentorship is sometimes it's better to have a friend and a safe space than Mr. Relic is the evaluator, right? And so we certainly seek to lead with coaching and supports and resources to help solve problems, but eventually, sometimes you feel like, I don't know how many times I wanna test a new idea or ask a question to my boss.
Right.
So it's worked out well. I would love to see it grow. We had come to the board when I first got here in an early budget request of adding executive coaching to principals. And some of the feedback had been, well, that's kind of y'all's job already. But, we took that to the side and we created our own way to do it without having to really add budget to it. And I think this is an example of where it's working really well.
Yeah, I was curious how much it was self-initiated or if it was a district thing. But so it sounds like it's kind of our policy or our practice that we're encouraging and it makes sense.
It should be everyone's.
Yeah, I know, we all need a mentor. But yeah, I mean, it's great to think through that Holmes was having behavior issues not long ago and that makes a lot of sense to pair up with a principal that walked through that, so. Again, thank you, and I went to Man, so I'm like, go, you can do it. Yeah.
It's a great school.
Yeah,
I love it.
It really is. Go Lancers. And the purple, love the purple.
Dr. Chickenson.
Yeah, what a difference from the rest of this evening. What you're saying and how you're carrying yourself. I mean, it is a system we build, and we get the results of what we create.
Mhm.
And what you speak about is what's gonna happen. What you work on is what's gonna get better. And, that was layered in a lot of your discussion and your plan tonight and in your documents. And as a teacher who started as an alternative license, I mean, I was like, I can't student teach for free. I gotta go make money, right? Right? I got a house to pay for. You either sink or you swim.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then having a younger group of staff, not younger age-wise, but younger in the profession, I see that as an asset. I mean, you're getting a crop of team members that you're gonna be able to mold and help and usually the newer staff are the ones that go, hey, I need help with this, right? And it's sometimes it's more seasoned ones that just go, I'll struggle through this silent because I don't want people to know that I still have things I gotta work on. So I see that as an asset for you. And to Director Nelson's point, I had to mentor teachers in my hallway as a sixth grade science teacher, and I knew I could talk to my hall. But if you've got a lot of newer staff who are probationary, some of your staff might not have that mentor person in the lunchtime to be able to chat with. So have you thought through having other teachers from outside of Man? You've got the principal mentorship, which is great, but have we thought of having some other teachers come in, maybe a seasoned, effective science teacher or effective math teacher to come in and help mentor the younger Is
I
that
think
something you've looked at?
that's a great idea. We did just we have a seventh grade science teacher, we sent her over to North for the day. And because we don't have any other seventh grade science teachers, she went and shadowed her and spent the day and took notes
Great.
and just talked about how powerful that was. And so after she did that, I thought, why am I not doing that with everybody? And so absolutely.
Or you can, and the budget allows, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. But I think
support that.
we've got
Yeah.
title money and I think that's a valuable use. And so that's something in fact, I had just written notes on it yesterday that I wanna try to get that set up for everybody. So, yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, and then just, for new staff, classroom management and just a handful of engagement strategies. You don't need to have 20 of them. What are the two to four that work for you, right? And you know that, so that'll get them on their way, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You've heard me going back to the recommendations from the accreditation committee, because certainly they dig into these. And they had some positive things to say, but also recommending adding additional data. So have you had that chance to review that? And
I have reviewed it. I did make a couple of recommendations. In all honesty, I wanna spend some more time going back through that now. And I'll say every day I learn something new, and putting this slideshow together was just really really fun for me. But you notice I talked a lot at the end about other things that I didn't have on the slideshow, because sometimes you don't even think about that you're doing them. So definitely, yeah, I wanna spend a little bit more time, and I did talk to Mr. Relic about there are a few things that I wanna still put in that working document.
Yep, it sounds like a good idea, because you have outlined so much, and so addressing some of their concerns, if you will, and fleshing it out, I think would be beneficial, certainly for you. And I understand that you're so new that you can't have addressed all of this, but yeah, that effort is certainly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Director Bankus, anything from you? Okay. Thank you for being here. The feedback that I have for you, and Area Superintendent Relic is well aware of that school. That school has had some leadership issues over the last couple of years. And when you look at the staff turnover, that's directly related to that leadership issue out there. And last year, if there was noise, it was coming from the staff itself about how unsupported, they were not being supported by the building leader. And I had this conversation with you mainly around discipline, that students were, essentially the inmates were running the asylum, so to speak. I think what you bring in there, it's kind of similar to the situation that I talked with the Galileo principal. You are trying to build the culture from the grassroots level at that school. And so you are putting the right systems and structures in place. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we need to move with urgency and intentionality. And I think the direction that you are going in, and all the, all of the strategies that you talked about us, it is giving me hope that Man is headed in the right direction. So keep doing what you are doing, don't steer away from that goal, and I'm sure there is going to be some stormy seas in front of you as you navigate this, but you've got the support here. You've got all the title support that you get, and all the additional support that you get.
I have a great team,
Yeah,
and
great team.
I picked up the idea even from the Galileo presentation, so.
Your team knows about the issues that was there at that school before, so they would be able to help you through that too. So we look forward to hearing great things from the Man community. And keep us informed if you have other events that's coming on, invite us. So we get to come and get motivated by the who you said dream to dare to dream.
Dare to dream.
Yeah.
I don't have any more football celebrities, so but I'll look for some. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all.
And now we'd like to bring up Mitchell High School. The main marauder, George.
We're actually actually represented tonight by several Mitchell staff members. We had a few earlier and then something shifted a bit.
So as they say, we saved the best for last.
Thank you, I agree. All of you know Principal George Smith, but I'm also thrilled tonight to introduce you to Assistant Principal Ray Cockrell and our data specialist, I think I have that wrong.
Yeah, data processor.
Data processor, thank you, Adam King Peters. And we also had Assistant Principal Brian Blanc and Assistant Principal David Latino here earlier. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay, but certainly contributed to the systems approach that you're going to hear from Principal Smith tonight. So I'll turn it over to you, let you get us rolling.
Thank you, Sherry, appreciate it. Thank you for having us board, community members who are maybe listening in. Thank you for spending the time with us tonight and being part of our presentation here. Want to start off by reviewing the mission of Mitchell High School, which is directly aligned to that of D11. We dare to empower the whole student to profoundly impact our world. Our vision is to operate in a culture that builds, maintains, and restores trust, as defined by sincerity, competence, reliability, and care, to offer a first-class school to our community that prepares all students for post-secondary readiness, college, and career. A brief history walk of our school. Mitchell High School in the southeast area of Colorado Springs, District 11, has an approximate enrollment of 840 that was recorded at the time of the submission of the presentation. More accurate numbers are developing as we obviously have entered student count day as of 10/2. Mitchell High School is one of 4 D11 comprehensive high schools. The school serves a higher percentage of historically disadvantaged students, such as students who are English language learners or eligible for free and reduced lunch, than the district and state. As a result of the decision by D11 to reconstitute the school in 2021, Mitchell has experienced significant change in leadership and staffing. Excuse me. In the fall of 2021, District 11 requested that the state board take early action on Mitchell High School. State Review Panel visited and evaluated Mitchell High School between September 18 and 29 of 2021 and issued its report on November 12, 2021 and recommended innovation status. On April 12, 2022, the State Board unanimously approved the Mitchell High School Innovation Plan. Since 2016, Mitchell High School has received the following school performance plan types: 2016 to 2019, priority improvement with low participation. In 2020 to 2021, CDE paused performance plans due to the COVID-19 pandemic. 2022, we earned turnaround low participation status. And in 2023, this year, we increased back up to priority improvement. These historical documents are shared and are accessible on the Mitchell website under the Improvement Resources tab, if you are interested in looking at those. 80% of our Mitchell High School staff are returning for the 2023-24 school year. This number does not reflect long-term subs or retirees that have continued to serve. 40% of Mitchell High School staff are entering year 3 of turnaround service since 2021 reconstitution. Some remain from years prior. As a highlight, staffing has stabilized but is still inequitable. D11 leadership and Mitchell-specific stakeholders have ideas and recommendations about expanded activation of innovation waivers to positively impact staffing shortages, specifically those waivers that delegate authority to Mitchell High School to establish its own hiring and stipend incentive pay procedures, delegate authority to Mitchell High School to establish its own schedule and calendar, and delegate authority to Mitchell High School to hire non-licensed teachers for non-core subject areas. Those are just a few of the waivers. Moving on. I was 2 slides behind, my apologies. This is a slide, I should give it to Sherry and click for me.
Do you want me to click for you? There we go.
Sherry's looking over my shoulder. All right, thank you. This slide is specific to our school performance framework. I like this slide in that dark blue section there. Mitchell moved up moved up into priority improvement in 2023. Key detail here that I'm going to visit a little bit later on in the presentation. Mitchell is 6.5% percentage points from improvement and 17.5 percentage points from performance. So we're on that precipice of really kind of breaking the floodgates open. I think the one thing I do want to highlight here that I haven't mentioned so far is the participation rates in testing. We heard from earlier presentations that can be a Achilles heel, so to speak, in terms of turnaround work, priority improvement work. Ms. Cockrell, who also serves as our assessment coordinator, does a tremendous job leading the team in order to produce those assessment results and increasing that participation. And again, you can see the plan types from 2018 that are on the bottom left of this slide here, 2018 to 2023, and also referred to on slide 3 of the presentation.
So if we just go back a slide, George, so if we just connect that back to the issue we saw at Palmer, again, about the same number of excusals. We had 25 parent excusals at Palmer, we had 35 here at Mitchell. And where each individual student not taking the test will have a greater impact, they easily cleared the 95%. So, and we have done the demographic review. The Mitchell population and the Palmer population are almost exactly the same. That has been a trend that's been happening over the last 5 years. And so when we talk again about how there are challenges for children, how there are maybe lack of community supports, or how there are credit deficiencies and some of the other things that we bring in that kids might not feel that they're engaged and bought in, Mitchell has very clearly addressed this and well exceeded the state's bar. And Palmer now is just seeing that that's a problem. And so no two schools are the same, but when we look from about a 30,000 foot level, the challenges that exist for many of the students in those communities are about the same. We just are a little bit further in front of it on year number what for year 3,
My tenure.
right? And Palmer was not expected to pop on the list. Clearly in the improvement category, but then finding participation jumps up and says, oops, wait a second, now we're in a space. So we will make sure that we spend time between those two schools to talk about how we match attendance challenges with participation rates for testing.
Thank you. All right, to our data story. Key data indicator, you've heard it throughout the night, median growth percentiles, or percentiles, yes, MGP. The median growth percentile for all students on the PSAT assessment, English Language Arts, has increased from 41 to 42 over the 17-18 to 22-23 period, and did decrease from 46 in 2022 to 42 in 2023. Again, as we all know, 2020 and 2021 data is not noted due to the pandemic. Next slide, please. Another MGP data point here. The median growth percentile for all students on the PSAT assessment in math has increased from 39 to 40 over the 17-18 to 22-23 period. The median growth percentile for all students on PSAT assessment in math has increased from 28 to 40 from 22 to 23. That's an increase of 12 between those 2 years. Again, would like to highlight, as you can see, math growth on PSAT SAT is driving accountability data as well as best first instruction practices and interventions within our school. Next slide, please. The median growth percentile for SAT, this is performance data, in English Language Arts has decreased from 41 to 33 over 17-18 to 21-22 period, and has remained the same from 22 to 23. So neutral on that data point over the last 2 years. Next slide. The median growth percentile for SAT assessment in math has increased from 36 to 43 over the 17-18 to 22-23 period, and has decreased from 47 in 22 to 40. To 43 in 2023. So a bit of an outlier there in terms of our math percentiles. Moving into a bit of MGP related to STAR assessment, the median growth percentile for all students on STAR ELA and math decreases from winter to spring during both the 2021 and 2022-23 school years. So that blue indicator is fall to winter, and then you can see fall to spring the whole school year. We do lose a bit of momentum there. So that has been identified.
What would you attribute that to, do you think?
Fatigue, a little bit. Fatigue, a lot of it, actually. There was also, I would say, we're going to get into it here in just a minute. There was some perceptions and feelings, I think, that were resonating in the building that maybe decreased productivity and maybe possible buy-in around that. Those are my opinions. I'm one person out of that whole building, but a lot of it was maybe some test fatigue, just fatigue in general. We know that there is research-supported evidence that we know where the dips come in a school year, and it is in the winter. And so just working through that and finding strategies and ways to, we've identified it clearly. It's about working through that strategically to what I'm referring to this year as sustaining the acceleration. Like I stole that from Mr. Gall and Cotters, so I am listening in those presentations. But but that's kind of my opinion. I think when we open it up, maybe towards the end of the presentation, I would love to hear from maybe Sherry, Mr. King Peters, or Ms. Cockrell to maybe some of their opinions around that as well. Mr. Jorgensen. Moving on to the 5E data. I'm not going to read this as I've been doing some of the other slides because it's a bit lengthy, but this is clearly one area where we are looking to improve. Clearly, these perception data are not one of our bright spots. As you can see, all stakeholder trust indicators fell from 2022 to 2023, and so that is that's been identified. As a result of the data shared here and other data sets, a Mitchell High School One Plan Symposium team comprised of approximately 14 stakeholders met on multiple occasions in the spring and fall of 2023 to develop our two major improvement strategies referred to here as MIS number 1 and MIS number 2. Major improvement strategy number 1 focuses around professional learning communities for collective teacher efficacy. It states, we will fully develop and implement a system for instructional consistency that will result in student growth and achievement, meeting or exceeding state minimum expectations. Major improvement strategy number 2 is around cultivating trust for improved climate and connectedness. We will fully develop and implement a system to cultivate trust among stakeholders, resulting in student growth and achievement, meeting state minimum expectations. In addition, a variety of action items directly aligned to MIS 1 and MIS 2 were identified and agreed upon. I will highlight 6 of those above. Number 1 states MHS ILT created an adopted universal unit quarter and daily lesson plan template that includes research-supported best practice elements to be used by all MHS PLC, professional learning communities. Mitchell High School ILT adopted the D11 PLC rubric to guide our collective efficacy efforts and provide perception data specific to system implementation. The Universal Collective Efficacy rubric will be used to collect PLC data twice quarterly, weeks 4 and 9 specifically, monitor data, and establish short cycle action step commitments. We're going to continue to administer STAR benchmark assessment and analyze data using modified Atlas protocol, which includes a step for goal setting and actionable next steps specific to identified focus skills for ELA and math. Number 5, Mitchell High School core team created an interim trust survey to collect and analyze perception data specific to the 5 essential measures. And we're going to administer and collect student and teacher responses quarterly and analyze that data using the modified Atlas protocol, which includes a step for goal setting and actionable next steps. The Mitchell High School Instructional Leadership Team, referred to as the ILT, led by Assistant Principal Ray Cockrell in partnership with Math Department Chair Sandra Briggs, are developing plans to improve professional learning community efficacy and integrate scalable math strategies across content areas. During the September 18th Superintendent Staff Appreciation Breakfast, Mr. Gall was able to see firsthand the commitment being put forth specific to improving collective teacher efficacy to improve professional learning communities. The Mitchell High School core team, led by Assistant Principal David Latino, are implementing strategies to improve 5 essentials data specific to supportive environment, essential, and developed the interim trust survey, which is directly aligned to both official or aligned to the official 5 essential survey. At the bottom of this slide, you'll find Unified School Improvement Plan, the Unified School Improvement Plan, and other artifacts that support and guide our work. As you can see here on this slide, our performance targets are directly aligned to our major improvement strategies. The 2023-24 annual performance target related to STAR medium growth percentiles, again MGP, from fall to spring for both English language arts and math is a MGP of 53 and 63 for 24-25. In collaboration with the district data strategist, an ambitious goal of 10% increase in both reading and mathematics median growth percentiles was identified as a pathway to increase in student achievement outcomes in addition to growth. As district benchmark tests are aligned to PSAT state assessments, increasing MGPs to 53 in math and evidence-based reading and writing will result in an additional 6 points to the school performance framework for academic growth in both math and evidence-based reading and writing. That will take us very close to improvement and out of priority improvement. In addition, our staff focus is to sustain acceleration, as I mentioned before, specific to fall to spring start MGP in order to avoid the decrease shared on slide 10. That's what you mentioned earlier, Mr. Jorgensen. In terms of 5 essential data, our target is to see a minimum improvement of 40 across all trust measures. Our first quarter interim trust survey went live on September 29th and will close on October 6th.
Are you promoting that survey
Yes,
since it closes in a couple of days?
yes. As a matter of fact, we did bring initial results, so you'll be the first to hear those if you're interested.
Is this the one that goes to the parents?
I can speak to that. This one was not released to the parents because the 5 essential trust indicators are only measured from student perception and teacher perception.
And
So this one, the interim trust survey, does not go to the parents.
Ray, do you have the participation rates, how they compare to last year?
For the trust survey, for the.
Yeah, like people are participating more than last year, hopefully, or
I do
how you looking?
believe so, yeah. For the trust survey right now, we have 38 responses, but it's just opened up.
Oh, okay.
For our PLC collective efficacy rubric, we have 50 responses from our teachers for our first round, out of I think 62, so that was definitely much higher participation.
Okay, awesome.
All right. On this slide here, central supports. In 2022, the District 11 School Board and Superintendent Gall demonstrated support through 3 promises to Mitchell stakeholders. Number 1, the community promised to restore the Mitchell High School United Way partnership in order to provide basic need services to families in need. To the right in that pop-out box, food distributions occur twice monthly on our campus and regularly provide resources to approximately 350 to 400 families. The last 2 food distributions were well over 400. Number 2, as a promise to students, Mitchell High School has partnered with Pikes Peak State College to create the Mitchell Promise Scholarship, a last dollar scholarship that qualifying students can take advantage of in order to obtain an associate's degree at Pikes Peak State College. 34 Mitchell graduates in 2023 qualified for the Mitchell Promise Scholarship. Number 3, a promise to staff. Professionals serving at Mitchell High School qualify for additional innovation incentive pay. Mitchell staff, ESP, and certified have been receiving innovation incentive pay since February of 2023. Certified staff this year will have the ability to earn additional innovation incentive pay based upon the TAP model, which is slowly being rolled out. Mr. Gall and the D11 Board of Education made these promises and kept these promises, and the Mitchell High School school community is very appreciative. I would also like to thank the members of the Mitchell High School Accountability Committee, for the commitment and support of school improvement efforts. I would like to recognize the D11 District Accountability Committee for their efforts and their feedback and input, which helped to ensure a quality improvement plan. Finally, I would like to thank the Marauder student body, staff, parents, guardians, and all community partners who actively support school improvement efforts. It takes a village. Mitchell High School appreciates the partnership with the University of Chicago, Network for College Success, great networking, professional development, and site-level implementation of best practices took place as a result of this partnership. We are excited to share next steps in terms of partnership tonight. And so at this time, I would like to ask Southeast Area Superintendent Sherry Callback to share more at this time.
We have the opportunity and are activating it to add Mitchell to our partnership with the Impact Team. And what that will allow for is on-site support on a very regular basis, multiple times per month, for George and the leadership team at Mitchell within their turnaround efforts and the systems that they're building, for LaDon Beatty and Tanya Carter, and a high school principal that we are working to identify from their team who has served in a very similar situation as where we find Mitchell. Large traditional high school, high FRL rate, high rate of students learning to speak English, and on the turnaround state clock. And so through our partnership with Impact Team, we'll be bringing in additional supports for George and his team to continue to move this work forward. And the nice part about Impact Team is they're local, so they'll be on site supporting the work. In fact, I just sent George some invitations for some pieces that we're going to start involving him in as soon as next week.
All right, thank you, Sherry. Again, I would like to just introduce the admin team. Brian Blanc was here, had to step away. Ray Cockrell is still here. David Latino was here, serves as assistant principal. And I do want to shout out Amanda Wormers, who entered into the athletic and activities director role this year. She is doing a phenomenal job with making our campus a community place. We've hosted a cross-country event there, and Mr. Knoll, the district athletic director, stated that that was the largest community event that he's seen at Mitchell High School in an extremely long time. We are part of the United Partners efforts in terms of the inclusion model for different athletics and activities. Our performing arts is just tremendous, but Ms. Wormer supports all of that, so I did want to give her a shout out. She is not here tonight, but she spends a lot of times covering and supervising athletic and activities. So that's the presentation. Questions that you may have?
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
And maybe it's for you or maybe it's for Dr. Kalki. Remind the board again, where is Mitchell on the state watch list? What I mean is, what year are they in? When do we need to go back to the state board again? Do we need to, I think 2022 is when you said we went before I was there, but was that we need to return back next year? What's the time frame on, that, do you know? Any of you guys? Go ahead.
We have a partner at CDE who works with us at actually Mitchell and Galileo both, Andy Swanson. And so David and I work directly with him to make sure that we stay aligned to the state timelines for Mitchell. Mitchell is in year 5. This is the beginning of year 5. Once Mitchell makes it to improvement, they'll need 2 years at improvement or performance in order to exit completely from the state clock. We'll go back to the innovation plan for updates with the state board, not this school year, but next. And Andy will work with us to make sure that we are well prepared. He joins George and I in our sessions at the school once per quarter and stays very well aware of the work that's going on at Mitchell to move things forward.
So from what you're telling me, 24-25 is when we would have to go back in for the update on innovation status. So you said year 5, just out of curiosity, if next year we don't go to improvement, we are in priority improvement again. That's year 6. What happens in that case?
I don't want to say nothing, it's not quite that simple, but because we've gone for early action and have a state-approved innovation plan, the innovation plan extends the timeline for Mitchell.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Board
Not that we
quest-
want to take advantage of.
No, I don't. We are right at the precipice out there, and we got to turn this around right now before all those extreme measures are going to have to be considered. So, board questions? Go ahead.
I was at the cross-country elementary track meet last week, and I just want to say it was so fun. This is the first year my kids have done any sports, and I had no idea how fun it is to cheer your kids on. But I want to just compliment, you had students there giving high fives. That just was it meant so much. They were there to encourage the little ones, and so just nice touch. Thank you for that little extra of having those high school students there as the families are coming in, just helping guide where to go, how to get to the field, and and high-fiving, and so that was a nice touch. But I'll now go to my questions. How did you say this? If I missed, I apologize. How many vacancies do you have right now?
We have 20 positions posted on the D11 website currently, and that's a mix between ESP and certified, more certified at this point.
I think it was 12 or 13 the last time I checked for certified staff, which last year was about the same. We talked about 16 openings.
And that's a high impact in some core content areas. We have 4 of 8 English teachers and
Right.
no.
As an example, how many people are on Joey's team? 4?
On Colonel Henson?
Yeah.
3.
3, right. And so that's staffed differently.
Yes.
Like the Air Force supplies
Yes.
those positions.
Yes.
And we're 100% staffed in Air Force Junior ROTC, and when you walk into the annex, it feels like a high-functioning classroom and a program. You got this one over here, that one over there, this one covering this and all that, and yet you have core content that we can't get certified teachers in. Yeah. And so again, I'll ask the board, I promise you, if we could get 1 or 2 core content teachers from the 3 other comprehensive high schools who are all in the 90% staffing range, they would be just fine to be able to find that coverage if we could find a way to get them to Mitchell High School. Last year, the obstacle was on the scheduling. We had a volunteer from Doherty High School who wanted to come down and do that, and we couldn't get the way the schedules matched up. This year, we've gone to a common block schedule, which means that we can create partnerships to be able to do that. We have many restrictions outside of the contract in our ability to do that we need the board's help with.
Well, and I heard your list of waiver requests. I don't know when we have that conversation, but I'm willing. Let's do it. Get what you guys need.
And just to piggyback on that, the numbers that you see, it's not a fluke that we went from turnaround to priority improvement. It's driven by the decisions out of an instructional leadership team and the ability to get that to land specifically in the math department. Dr. Sandra Briggs and everybody that works in and around her, she's just the name that I remember all the time, so I don't think she's done it alone, has codified that if you believe in the plan and implement the plan with fidelity, you can move mountains. The numbers there are remarkable. And now the work that you all are doing to spread that into the other departments, there's a plan now. And now we just have to get staff in place to be able to implement that plan. But I just want to make sure that everyone sees it's not a fluke. It's been intentional over time. And the retention we have a lot of staff vacancies, but the retention rate, we stabilized the core people who believe that Mitchell is on that turnaround path. And they are, and they're showing the numbers. I was there the day that Ray was leading, what would you call that?
It was a staff data dive.
Staff data dive. And what was so great about it was the data wasn't just about what students need. Ray, or however you all collected the data, had sent a SurveyMonkey out to their own staff of what they thought the efficacy of their own PLC was. And so there was no denying what their own votes were on their own ability to implement the PLC. And the data was telling. It was 1/3 of the people are in, 1/3 of the people aren't sure, and 1/3 of the people weren't sure what you were even talking about, right? Now, we're gonna get that, and we'll get to half, and then we'll continue to creep into it. But it was, And that was a Monday morning, and so I don't think Ray ought to get a stipend for the whole weekend, because I don't think you had a restful moment that weekend. It was well prepared, it was well delivered, and it was well received. I saw the teachers engaged, and it was great to see that happening at the school, that the community continues to say, well, we don't want to go to Mitchell. Mitchell's still our lowest enrolled school. Our high school numbers were actually very solid on count day. We're within about 25 students of last year's high school population. Mitchell's done pretty well as well, but we still don't see as many choice permits into Mitchell. We just saw less choice permits out.
Was the incoming class, freshman class, this year strong? What does those numbers look like for you?
I have that for you.
Yeah, I took a picture of it, remember that?
I had a feeling somebody might ask that.
While you look, can you just thank those students for being
We
there?
have,
and-
they already received PBIS cards
Good.
and acknowledgements and phone calls home.
Good, I just wanted to circle back.
Absolutely.
To that point, our student council went yesterday to Grant, and Principal Miller and I spoke at the K-12 principals, and he another just reinforcement and echoing of how Mitchell Marauders are demonstrating what we call and refer to as our accept core values, and we reinforce that. And just what you're saying, what Principal Miller said, our students are starting to embody, and I said that today at our Accept Scholar ceremony. We had our fall Accept Scholar ceremony where we acknowledge students for not only accept core values but also GPAs. And they are the students. It is about the students. I heard Dr. Malpacum say it early, putting students at the center, and they are. And I really believe and feel that the students know they are at Mitchell, the guiding coalition of students, because you got to have that as well. They are at the center. They are starting to embody it. They're beginning to demonstrate it and realize it, and it's improving the school. Going to the enrollment numbers, 207 ninth graders, pulled this data today at 10:30 a.m. 207 ninth graders, 221 10th graders, 207 11th graders, and 172 12th graders. And this 12th grade class is the last class we inherited from the last administration.
Right. And so you've been able to keep it about 200 steady going through. And
Right.
so our goal is to make it a 1,000 kid school in the next couple of years. We're a little short on this year, coming in at 210, but I was there on the first day of school, and the incoming freshmen were super excited and super eager, and it felt full. They were louder than, they were 250 worth of voices and 210 bodies.
I do have to say that the board support of the planetarium is huge. We are asking for the 5K option. And in terms of dollars, I don't know what that is, to be quite honest. Our project manager, Valerie Jordan, is leading that charge for us. But I just have to say that the improvements and the energy and the resources being put into Mitchell at this time, I really appreciate, and I feel the change. I don't know who made this push or who decided upon it, but the earmarking of the dollars for the courtyards and having the student voice involved in that, that's another one. Those two courtyards get improved in terms of beautification. That sense of pride that those kids are gonna have there is going to be tremendous. We're using it anyway. On homecoming night, the grill was out there, we were grilling burgers, kids were eating burgers and street corn and stuff in their beautiful garb, and they look great, but they're eating greasy street corn, so that was cool. They're using it, we're gonna use it more, it's gonna be great. So the courtyards, the planetarium, we're looking at reimagining the mini auditoriums, the furniture in the library, the furniture in the cafeteria, redesigned. We have a professional development room that competes greatly with any professional development room at Tesla. So, just keep putting your money where your mouth is, and we'll get it done. So, but thank you.
And that courtyard redesign will be student-led.
Yes.
What timeline is that? Like, when will it be done?
I don't know that we have a completion date yet because we're early in the design phase, but we're working with Jennifer Hoteling to.
I think the capital team just went out in the last couple of weeks after I walked past that courtyard one too many times and said no more.
I was gonna say, I think that's Mr. Gall's.
I was going to say, if nobody wants to take credit for it, I'll take credit.
Feel free to do it, thank you. And lastly too, and it just came to mind, the other project that's ground is gonna be broke this spring when the thaw happens is going to be the new fields in the track. So when we host cross country in the future, those children and our feeder schools are gonna be able to, and hopefully choice enrollments are going to want to run on that track.
That's great.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, so the impact team partnership that you'll now be receiving, you had a previous coaching partnership, so is that not in place anymore? It was Chicago?
Yeah, University of Chicago.
Sure.
We're gonna end that and switch over to UVA for coherence and alignment within the rest of the system.
Okay.
We're all in on the UVA. The Chicago, I think, was helpful in the beginning. I think I'll ask George to comment. I think the specific coaching that George got was very helpful. We're just getting more systems and structures from the UVA relationship that I think are more sustainable. I always use the bus analogy. If George gets hit by a bus, we don't want Mitchell to slide backwards.
Right.
Already the work that Ray's doing says to me that if George gets hit by a bus, we'll have a big ceremony, we'll all be a big thing. You'll get a hallway named after you, but Ray and the rest of the team, is David still here?
No, I don't think so. You can't name a hallway after that.
It'll be okay. So we're gonna offset that cost differential
Okay.
to be able to do that.
So-
We'll have some savings in Chicago to be able to then fund the UVA relationship.
And so, but the impact team is separate from UVA, right? The impact team are those the ladies that a few of us board members met after the breakfast?
Yeah,
Okay,
when
just
we
connect.
had Liz's
Yeah.
opening, yes, they were
Okay.
working on strategic planning,
Yeah.
so it's nice, like they, Sherry was saying, they are local and they help more frequent coaching, and they're also supporting strategic planning work, so it's the overall system, that system of support.
Yeah, well, and I've heard several of our principals that have been through presenting mention the same name
Yes.
and how grateful they are for that support they're getting from.
And we kind of talk about it as one and the same because it's through the UVA relationship that it says you should have this specific type of support for schools in this cohort. Because UVA doesn't, we don't have Cavaliers flying all the way across the country to do that.
It's more cost effective too.
I will say that on that topic though, Mr. Gall brings up a good point because you do have to embed sustainable systems, right? Because George Smith and this admin team is not going to be at Mitchell forever. And Michael, as principal, is to make sure that the system is sustainable for the next principal who's going to be able to take the baton and sprint with it and just again sustain acceleration. But I will say to all community members who are listening to this in terms of do they feel that their tax dollars were well spent in the UC partnership? Absolutely. Do not question that. There are sustainable systems that we took from Chicago Public Schools and that partnership that are, in my belief and opinion, sustainable for years to come.
Thank you for saying that, because I was gonna ask, what is the distinct difference between the two programs, if at all possible to discuss or mention?
A couple things that come to mind that when I refer to sustainable elements in the system that we are operating within at Mitchell, bag reports. The gentleman behind me, Adam King Peters, runs those, DNF lists. My apologies. Bag reports, behavior, attendance, and grades. Those are research-supported key indicators for on-track, off-track indicators that if you review those in short cycle and make quick adaptations and interventions and supports, you can get kids back on track. You decrease dropout rates, increase graduation rates, so on and so forth. And so that's a sustainable system where we created our independent bag report prior to D11 adopting one, just saying. And And we use that with fidelity on our data rhythm calendar and our cycles to get that short cycle data to make sure that we are monitoring our students closely. That's one. We have our core teams and our success teams, so we're practicing one of the 5 pillars of turnaround that is adopted across the country and by the state of Colorado, one being distributive leadership. And so the U Chicago mentorship and partnership really has helped to embed a culture of distributive leadership where the principal, we hear it and it's cliche, can't do it alone, but truly at Mitchell High School, it is a team lift. And so those are just a couple of examples that come to mind.
That's fantastic. And do we need to bring the gentleman behind you in on
Please.
some of?
Would you like to say anything, Adam, on the work that you do specific to the U Chicago? Sure. Mr. King Peters, yeah, feel free to come up. Mr. King Peters has actually traveled to Chicago on multiple occasions and is a through and through marauder. So yes, I'll let him kind of speak to some of what he does.
Thank you. The bag reports of behavior, attendance, and grades, those have been huge. A lot of support with administrators to make sure our grades are updated every Monday. And then I make sure that those bag reports are sent out to our advisory teachers on Tuesday, so they're ready to give to students on Wednesday. So stuff that's updated Monday, we're having conversations with the students. Hey, tell me about what's going on with attendance in this class, as opposed to attendance in this class. And so now we got more adults that are caring about these students and they're responding.
That's great.
Are you done, Director Lyons?
One more.
Okay.
Maybe one more comment. Okay, I'm gonna go to the comment. So I wanted to acknowledge the athletic director who happens to be over the band, because you guys came and performed at the Harrison Clinic and I was like, oh my gosh, they're here. That is a huge, huge moment to see within a year, you guys, Mitchell Marauders, participating in that clinic and how beautiful it was. So I just wanted to acknowledge that work and let him know, Mr. Alex
Dominguez,
thank you. And just coming in a year and working with the team and getting them ready for that clinic, it was amazing to watch. So I wanted to just acknowledge that. And when it comes to the bag reports, you're seeing the students respond to getting that information and owning it and having an opportunity to say, okay, I can turn this thing around. That's what we're looking for, right? So I appreciate that as well, because I'm excited for your field. I'm excited for, I love your bathrooms, by the way. Those are awesome. Thank you for renovating that. And from what I'm hearing from a lot of community members, having that visual appearance is making a huge difference. And I know that we've been pushed back a lot on the facility upgrades and improvement, but it is making an impact from the comments on seeing that happen after so many years of trying to get people to understand we have to do this thing. Yeah, and I know the lead time on things are really long, but thank you for doing it.
It's happening. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Nelson, to finish your thoughts.
I had another one. Could you speak a little bit more about the trust survey? And I did just want to clarify, was it given to staff and students or just staff? And I didn't quite follow.
No worries.
And then I have another one after that.
No worries. Hey, we waited this long.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Y'all gotta start putting us to the front. You know?
Yeah, like, sorry.
Anyhow, no, interim trust survey. I was upset when that came back. Sherry was like, don't quit, you know, like I was like.
Do you mean the 5E?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
I was just upset. I'm like, really? Like what happened? So got out of my feelings, like, okay, well, what are we gonna do about it, right? So that was one data point, and Mr. Gall even said this. He goes, it's one data point. If 2 come back bad, now we got a problem. Well, SPF went up, perception went down. Okay, so we're kind of at this impasse of where's the disconnect? So I'm asking that question, where's the disconnect? Well, we're gonna create a tool to find what the disconnect is. So this data here, if I may, Ms. Cockrell, this is Mr. Latino. This is his baby, and so the questions that you would see in this, and it's not even closed. Like I said, it closes on 10/6. if you go through this, it was given to students and teachers, certified staff. Because that's where the official data is collected. And so right now we have very rough and raw data that speaks to student trust, student to teacher trust, teacher to teacher trust, teacher to parent trust, and teacher to principal trust, me. And we had to make it very clear. When you are doing this survey, you're talking about Mr. Smith. You're not talking about the admin team, you're talking about Mr. Smith, because there was some gray in there. So we had to make it very black and white. We're very hopeful and the promise that the interim trust survey is going to direct us into making action items, because there not only are there strongly agree, disagree, agree, and strongly agree in here, we opened up narrative responses. What could the principal do to improve trust? What is the principal doing that has earned your trust? And on and on and on. And so that's who it was delivered to. It's so we can make these short cycle adaptations in preparation for the official survey to be released by the district.
So are these questions, it sounds like they maybe are a little bit different questions than what is in the original 5E survey, or they're the same
Exactly
questions?
the same.
You're just asking them again and providing more detail, who it's about and being able to
You're
provide.
picking up on something very key. We felt as though some of the language in the survey was not, they weren't familiar. The individuals who were taking the survey were not familiar with it. They were getting it one time, maybe not familiar with it, and so just not really putting effort into the responses. The interim surveys, they're going to get it at least 3 times before the official, and then one more time in that fourth quarter.
Okay. So then I'll just make the assumption that your plan is to take this interim survey and then be able to address how we saw the shift in the 5E. That's what you're working towards.
Absolutely. Because if there's a big sore thumb in there that says, you did this and we're unhappy about it, I apologize, let's work on fixing it. Or whatever the case may be.
Thank you.
You have anything?
Just one thing. I spoke to your math teachers at the open house who were awesome, and we were talking about HR hiring timeframes. And I said, if you find folks and they get hung up in HR land, email me. And what do?
They did. Or she did.
And so I'm just circling back on that. I heard that we were addressing it as immediate as possible. Are those staff settled in? Are they?
We are fully staffed in math, and math is our, that's our kind of our prized possession right now, if you will.
Well, so you're fully staffed, you might as well go for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's kind of a internal joke, but we're Mitchell the math school. So right now,
Well, you're building an airplane there, so you better get the math right.
I like it.
So we just, but with all joking aside, any support, continued support, and I know HR is working hard, and I know that they're understaffed as well. So, but any support that we can get in terms of staffing, that Mr. Gall was speaking to, for we're 50% staffed at ELA, and that's one of our primary half of our primary indicators for SPF. So we're short 4 teachers there.
So are you like double the class size to compensate for that?
No,
or are
because
you-
we have long-term subs who have stepped up,
Okay.
but in terms of highly qualified, that's not there. But really, really appreciate long-term subs and teachers coming out of retirement to support.
So there's a couple of issues there. One, we've been talking a lot about staffing. We'll come to the board in 2 weeks from tonight with a recommendation on the PeopleSoft review. We have started to change our conversation. It's not what HR isn't doing. It's that HR is doing the best that they can with the systems that they have.
Right.
And so right now, the game is squeaky wheel gets the grease. If George emails me, or if in this case it gets to Jason and it gets to me, I call over to Phoebe, and then they go over to the stack and they go in the middle of the stack, they pull it out, they prioritize it, and they move it. Nobody goes home early in HR, nobody plays solitaire on their computer in HR. HR is moving as fast as they can, it's just the system that we have is very manually intensive. In other, I'll just call them sectors, not even other districts, when you put an application in, immediately references are notified that your application is in there and you're now on the reference list. It's automated, it just happens. That's not what happens. That's not how our system works. And that's not because a person in HR doesn't want to do it. It's very manually intensive. So one will come with that. And we have been talking a lot about staffing. The other thing I would like the board to consider is one of the things as our lobbyist brings forward. We are not the only district struggling with human resources and hiring. It's time for us to address the para restriction on retirees. We have retirees who are giving at almost a free space because we think that double dipping isn't in the best interest of children. I budget for the position. I don't really care who works there. If they're pulling para and getting full-time pay, good for them for being on their 35th year of caring about kids. Why do we hold people? We are restricted on the number of 140-day contracts. HR spends more time managing a 140-day contract that starts on January 1st, and how do I game it on second semester and then on first semester, than just saying, if you're retired and you want to come back, we've got a space for you, right? That's the thing we can bring to the lobbyists that says, just put the waiver back in place that they had for COVID until we get to a space where Colorado is the highest producing certified teacher state in higher education. But right now, everybody's short on teachers, and we have retirees that can't get there. Or let us subcontract out teaching. The George Smith and Ray School of Education Teacher Supply Company. They'll put, well, no really, they can put retirees on 1099s and pay them whatever they want to pay them. So why do we want to lose the opportunity to bring people back into the system? Para is supposed to be what you get for doing a really good job, not what restricts you from doing more of a good job. The board has asked this question of their own service. If I'm going to be stipend, is this against me for my retirement? It doesn't make any sense. Retirement should not be, you're done and we don't want you anymore. We would love to have all those folks back at full salary and give them the opportunity to continue to impact kids. My 99th rant for the night.
Want and need. Which you bring up a good point out there. Even our ESP employees talk about para, and I'll be the first one to admit that I'm not the most qualified one to talk about what are the constraints of para and double dipping and all those things that you're talking about. So it is a topic that the board should probably get educated on. Maybe soon after the elections, the new board should consider bringing a para expert in so they can better understand the ins and outs and what are the challenges with it.
We learned this lesson in the military where if you retired in active duty and then you wanted to take a civilian job on base, you had to forego your Social Security and or your retirement depending upon what age you were. And so everybody just left and went to the private sector. And then we couldn't hire people. And then when we went to war, everybody said, oh, wait a second, why aren't we keeping that talent? And then we got rid of that rule. Now that even the wars have died down, nobody's going to reinstate that rule. It doesn't make any sense. Why not keep the talent in the system? And why not reward the people for the time that they put in? I'm not saying don't get your para when you retire. We could come up with some other ways. Maybe there's different relationships to what we have to pay in a para for that. But there's got to be a way where we're not telling retirees that they have to make significantly less than they did the day before just because they're pulling retirement.
And I'll also add one thing to the hiring piece for the powers that be to discuss. Ms. Nelson's asked about when are we going to activate these waivers. One of the waivers that I mentioned in the presentation is that we can hire non-licensed staff for non-core areas. That's very specific that the state of Colorado said, let's do that for Mitchell. I'm having a hard time staffing construction. I'm having a hard time staffing other CTE areas where we're in the innovation plan. It says we are going to allow for alternative pathways on that campus. Mr. Gall, he says it, but it's true. There is an airplane sitting in the old automotive shop in there being built. And so we can bring more programs like that to Mitchell, alternative pathways. preparation for post-secondary readiness, college, or career, right? But those folks get stuck when they're coming out of a construction job where they're making close to 6 figures and we're starting them off at 50,000, which is great. But we've got to do something different for those folks that want to come to Mitchell to work in that construction room that's being lights off for the last semester. We got to get them through.
Director Wright, you have anything?
Historical. We have a plan for that.
Good. Director Wright, you have?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
First question would be about attendance. It's not mentioned directly here. Do you have any goals? Well, how is it now? What's the plan?
Today, we're at 79.3% average daily attendance right now.
79.3. So do you have a plan on how to address that?
Can you give context like compared to last year? Is that better, the same?
And we ended the year and it went into the state report at 79.9 in May.
Okay.
And we're already close to reaching that again, and we're not even out of first quarter. The plan is what the plan has been. Make sure that our books are clean in terms of the students who are truly in our system and holding the students accountable, engaging them, re-engaging them, and making connections with the community, namely the parents and the guardians of those students in order to educate specifically around how attendance is a key indicator of on track, right? And again, that goes back to the U Chicago work that I was mentioning earlier. We have dedicated the assistant principal of attendance and discipline that is allocated out of title funds. That's part of the plan. We are fully staffed with 2 deans. One of those deans is a title funded dean. And we are fully staffed in the attendance office so we can make daily phone calls, outreach, home visits. That is all part of the plan, not explicitly stated because we feel we are on the right track.
Okay.
On the right track, haven't reached the goal. The goal is 92%. Got a long ways to go.
Yeah, and if you've been working on that, I guess that sounds like something you might want to address in here as well. And what else you might need to do, or what the problem is that isn't being addressed to get over the 80% mark even. And so I can't see, if there's nothing presented in your plan, then we don't know how you're gonna get to 90, much less the 80.
That's a valid point. Also, we chose our major improvement strategies 1 and 2 specific to those indicators, not attendance. We felt that focusing on those 2 indicators are going to get us to the SPF levels that we need to quicker. Not to say attendance isn't important, clearly it is, but valid point, I'm not arguing with you, it's just the highlighted are in my S1 and 2.
Okay. So something we see in many of the school plans is just restating, like, we're gonna work on PLCs. It's like, we've been working on PLCs. And so it's something, when I read through your plan, what struck me was the root causes, and I'm gonna go back there real quick, 11 and 12 were the page numbers. And, we do not yet have this system. The first one was for instructional consistency. And the next one was, we do not have a fully developed or implemented system to cultivate trust. We do not have a fully developed or implemented system to recruit, retain, and sustain highly qualified staff. And I feel like, why not? When are we gonna get there? And so I hope sincerely that this year makes the difference. I have to say the 5E data is incredibly discouraging. We see it start to move down last year, and this year it's tanked. So I hope those trust surveys, you find some great actionable items. I hope you're getting support and leadership training for that, because we were talking about 24, 25 being upon us. That's just next year, and we've had time. Something's not working. So I hope that we can see some serious movement this year. Just as the person who's been here the longest was here with that huge changeover, we haven't improved the way we need to. It's in the trends. It has to happen. So I hope this is your year. That's what I gotta say. Thanks.
Well, I'd like to open that up. So for the folks that have been here, so what is missing at Mitchell? So we have board members who have voted and approved these USIPs for year over year. So what are the things, Director Ott, that you're not seeing that you want to see in the plan at Mitchell?
Well, I mean, some of the thoughts that Director Ott has, I've been 4 years on the board, and every year I've seen you come back. Director Ott has been 6 years on the board, and I think all the 6 years, Mitchell has probably been a priority improvement or turnaround in the time that you've served on the board. So you're probably the best qualified to answer that. What is it that 6 years that we have seen in the USIPs and something is not working or missing out there? Is there any feedback that we can get in that area? The time is ticking at this time, so.
Generally, I trust that we have experts in the room to make these things happen. I can say this is one of the shortest plans I've seen at 22 pages. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, maybe you're just ultra focused here. I don't know. I don't think it's great that we have such new staff. I think Director Nelson, you asked a question, I think it was you who asked the question earlier about how much experience the staff has. Who asked that?
I think it was for man.
Right, but that question might be valuable for Mitchell too. How many people do we have already on alternative licensure and who are in their first year, second year, third? It's fantastic to hear about the math program. I don't know that I'm interested in hearing about more waivers at this point because it's like we have done so many and that need hasn't been apparent at schools that are succeeding, like Coronado, and I realize you have slightly different populations there, but we were at breakfast with folks at Coronado today, and a comment was made that, you know, we can get along. We talked to the teachers, as sounds like you might be doing somewhat, and collaborating and brainstorming and building that culture where people want to work together and solve the problems. And Darren Smith left Coronado with that strength. And so that's one thought. So much of it comes down to culture. And the relationship before was described as difficult. You were allowed to hire according to what you thought people were gonna step in and be able to succeed. And I mean, I just would have liked to have seen us come a whole lot further. And that's not necessarily just you, George, and it's not Sherry, and it's not Dr. Thomas, and it's not Mr. Gall necessarily, it's not necessarily the board, but we do need to find it. There's no magic bullet. I've got that figured out after 6 years, but yeah, I hope that, again, I'll say I hope it's your year. The Mitchell Promise hopefully set 34 kids up for success in the next 2 years at college. Hopefully having that is a great incentive, and again, like with Palmer, I hope you're communicating that to every student. That should be something that helps turn it around. When I go into your school, yes, the courtyards, I'm like, this is embarrassing.
Right, but that's been embarrassing for 6 years.
Right, so it's high time
I'm
to
just
get
challenging
something
the
about it.
board of, instead of opining on what you don't like, we would like, and I have the same feedback for the DAC, stop opining and start joining.
Yeah.
We have members of the board who voted against the Mitchell Promise who are now saying that they don't think Mitchell's on the right path.
Okay.
That's a concern for me. There are members of the board who are commenting on the decrepit state of the building, of whom have never thought to say, prioritize capital funds to improve the building. We're doing that work now. I would like a little bit of grace for the work that this team has done after 1 year under this new board and this administration's leadership to be able to have that traction and not leave the table without the vote of confidence from the board.
Okay, and I'm gonna push back on that because there's only one board member who voted against the Mitchell Promise, and that was me, for the record, and the reason I voted against it was not because I didn't believe in it, but because the mill levy override oversight committee itself said they didn't believe the funds should come from the mill levy override. So I just wanna clarify that. We have addressed with capital some of the issues at Mitchell, and we should continue absolutely to do that. I've supported all of those votes, so don't please come after me with that. I do think we have great opportunities. I hope that you are giving students as many additional activities as you can to help build some of that engagement. I know that you have done some community building. When I walk into the school, where I was going to go with my earlier statement, I think that more could be done still to engage those students. I know we have the great ROTC program. I think we should be absolutely super proud of that. When I was in there last, one thing I didn't see, and it might have been because we're still getting off the ground this school year, what are the clubs? What are the opportunities for students to engage outside of their curriculum? You have a fantastic arts program with theater, and so if anybody wants to see a great play, Mitchell is the place to do it. And that has been the case for every year I've been on this board. So yes, great opportunities. We need that additional success. And I'm happy to be a cheerleader for Mitchell anytime. I know you're trying, but new board, new superintendent or not, we need to see the change.
No, and I have a couple of points to make. Don't disagree with anything you're saying, and clearly I know the responsibility at this point after doing it for two and a quarter years. So that's never scared me. I never ran from it, nor will I. I think I have one of the best attendance rates at that school. So, but what I would also say, because you mentioned Darren Smith, so if I may, Coronado also took a step back after the pandemic as well, and then had to crawl back out. I inherited what was already maybe decrepit, non-functioning, dysfunctional maybe to a degree. Then we go into COVID. I raise my hand and go, I'll come and help you. And then I come back after COVID. Yes, we slipped down into turnaround, but so did Coronado and Darren Smith and all of the glory that he had over at Coronado. And I like Darren Smith. I highly respect him. But I think when we're trying to compare apples to apples, we got to be a bit careful. Coronado had a dip back in SPF as well. If you go back onto the records, and then because the momentum that they had, they were able to crawl back out fairly quickly and go back up to performance. Mitchell is not apples to apples; it's apples to oranges. But I appreciate the criticism. As I said, I'm not scared of it. I wake up every day dressed like this because I try to model, and but I do need others to follow. I need a full staff. I've never had that as a principal, but I don't get offended by anything you say. So, thank you.
I appreciate that.
I don't get offended by it. I'm a competitor, and I'll continue to fight for these children and the community.
All right, thank you, George.
So the feedback that just gleaning everything that's coming from the board, I'll be the first one to admit I was on the board 2-3 years back when the transition happened and Mitchell went, all the staff were laid off, and that process was not handled in a proper manner. And that had an impact on that community and how the community responded back in coming back to the school. So it was building from scratch out there for you, okay, coming and changing that culture. So that was a difficult task to do, but you've been in that system for a couple of years. And Superintendent Gall, to go back to what you said about what is it that we can do differently at Mitchell. One thought comes to me, there is still a perception in that community that good things are not happening at Mitchell. Okay, even though you are in there and we are building airplanes out there and there is a thing. But the perception out there, and if you look at your data, it probably reflects that many of the students, probably more than who come into your school, more of them choice out of that school and go to Doherty or Palmer. I doubt they go to Coronado, but they probably choice into surrounding school districts or go to Wasena Clinic campus. So what is it that we can do to change that perception? The marketing might be a way to go about that, like what we did in the Northeast sector. Maybe we need to aggressively start marketing your schools. So that the incoming freshman class, when you're talking about 200, 210, these are enthusiastic students that are coming in, but maybe we can get 250 or 260 in there. We just need to somehow go there, whether that falls, the onus, the burden falls on you, the district level, with the supports that is there, we just need to go out there and engage with the community to get more students in there, because that's a concern for me. And then with attendance data that you talked about, 79.3, we got to increase that somehow. That what is it that we can do to increase the data out there? The state clock that we are talking about, before you know it, we are going to be right up there with it. And we just need to do something there to make this the year of Mitchell. Let's figure out a way to make, if you need supports, this is the year that we need to proactively.
Yes, George needs a fully staffed building.
I heard you.
So we have vacancy money that will come forward.
Yep.
Let's have the board come forward and say, we'll pay 20% more for 20 teachers who are top 20 in their category by medium growth to spend 20 months at Mitchell.
Okay.
And burn anybody who stands in the way of it. Don't ask. It's an innovation school. We don't have to ask. When we brought this up last year, everybody walked us back. We went with TAP, it's tiny, it's small, it's not significant enough.
So the incentive that we provide right now is not.
Well, clearly it's not if we're still, in the dozens of staff positions short.
I would also say, Julie, you said that we activated a lot of waivers already. You don't care to hear any more. The 3 that I brought forth, which were out of a total of maybe 8 that I rattled off, there's approximately 8 in the innovation plan. I rattled off 3. Those are significant. So Dr. Malpacum, you say, well, what do you need? What support you need? I'd said them in the presentation.
We heard you.
Yeah. But they haven't been activated.
Yeah, we heard you. We are working within a system that has some constraints that ties our hands up. So we got to figure out a way.
I understand all that clearly, but I'm also being held accountable for the restraints.
Right.
So I'm in a catch-22.
Yep.
Right? And so I want to be very passionate about this right now. I don't run from any accountability. I never have in this job. But when my hands are tied, but I'm being held accountable, that's a catch-22. That's not fair. That's inequitable. The state of Colorado said we have waivers, but one board member tonight says don't want to hear anymore.
Are you talking about the non-licensed teacher for non-core classes?
Yes.
That's
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about incentive pay that is menial right now. I'm talking about alternative scheduling that we have flexibility for, that the district now models after, that I brought into the district from a neighboring district. Now the all comprehensive follow that. Daily I get asked, can I have your formative observation tool? We have the most observation, do we not, Tanya, in the system to date? But I'm being told that no more waivers, no more this and that. If we want this to be the year of Mitchell, then let's make it happen. It's not me.
Can I also add?
Director Daniels, can I
just
yeah,
asked if.
I know, but let me acknowledge you before you can jump into the conversation. Okay, Director Daniels. Okay, instead of having crosstalk, I was engaging with them, so just acknowledge yourself, and then I will acknowledge you, and then you can jump in the conversation, so that we don't have several board members talking at the same time. Do you have a comment, Director Daniels?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I also want to acknowledge historically, that has always been an area that has been assaulted from the outside in. Most of what we're contending with in public education is not an inward out as much as we've had for decades specific populations that have been without for a long time. I've been in this community for 20 years. Southeast has always been neglected. It's not a modern just today scenario. And from city council down, there has been an effort to consider that side of town for commerce, for housing, for all of the supports that's needed societally and in the schools. So it is a heavy lift. It always has been a heavy lift because most of what we're dealing with, that's an area where people can afford rent, and more times than not is low income, and they're managing 2 and 3 jobs and having a different place to go. There's no health care, barely any grocery stores, so it's a large process when there is not partnership and always saying that it's your own fault. It's not pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, and it's been that way for decades. And it's also trending in other states. Everyone can see in specific parts of town, it looks a certain way and everyone has their perception. So I am saying thank you for coming in and wanting to assist the team to get it where it needs to be. And that pretty much is how systematically, more times than not, that area is hard work. It's hard work and it takes a lot of support. So I just want to acknowledge that most of what we're contending with is historical. It's not a today issue. And yet we still have a little bit of a challenge addressing that equity piece of it because of just what it takes to lift it. So it takes a lot of heart to hold the space and still give us a chance at fighting for it. And I know that you're not intentionally doing anything. I appreciate Director I bringing forth, the conversation, because we do have to have tough conversations. I appreciate the way you handle it, but as a holistic approach, oh my goodness, that's a lot of work. And low income has always been.
There's barriers that are within our control and outside of our control. And I think the ones as a team, as a community, as a district and a community, let's identify what's in our control and let's knock those barriers down.
Right.
Yeah. Director Nelson. So let's, we are at 8:30, we still have the UDIP to go through, and then we'll have to go back to the special meeting too. So what Superintendent Gall specifically requested and what, Principal Smith is also looking for is, what is it that we constructively can provide input into changing what's happening at Mitchell? If we have from that level feedback to provide, I think they are all ears at this time.
I just wanted to double check that you received the DAC feedback and like the comments specifically about having specific percentage targets, and just I would ask that you consider that in updating your plan that way. And then I have a question for you, Dr. K. I know that with the 5E, we talk about when you see like 3 of the categories, you're gonna see improvement. But do you ever see this where a system is now being maybe held more accountable? And so you see sort of that
a buck in the system.
Yeah, where people are like, I don't like this. This isn't as comfortable as what I've been operating in before. And so does that ever play out? I've been sitting here wondering if there's some of that happening. Is that a thing?
Yes, absolutely. So we actually checked with 5E with a couple contacts there, and they said that's a very common trend, actually. More common than not.
Yeah.
Actually, when you really start pushing on a system, and holding all pieces accountable, you'll see it dip.
It's actually a sign. The research is very clear. What Dr. Colicky, what 5Es, the University of Chicago, what they were gonna do is give us the data of how long, like looking at trends for how long you stay in that area. But it is very, I honestly would be worried. It's a very rare leader that can make the type of changes that have to happen in turnaround. And now we're talking high school turnaround. That is the most difficult turnaround situation you can possibly have. And then you add with this particular situation, I heard, I wasn't here the whole time with George, but two and a half years within that principalship, and a year and a half of that has been COVID. That is unprecedented. Like we don't have we don't have data on that connected to turnaround. We're seeing that it's playing out, and so it oftentimes is if you don't see because it is again a very rare leader that's able to keep those that efficacy and that data high while you're making the extreme changes that you have to make. So I think I think it is so good that we're having this conversation. It is so good, the questions, each one. But I personally, from my experience from working as an area superintendent in another district with turnaround different levels of schools, as an area superintendent supporting leaders to get out of turnaround, that this is consistent with that. I would also say the major improvement strategies chosen here are exactly, I wouldn't want piles and piles and pages in this improvement plan because they can't actually deliver on it. So the two areas that he's chosen to focus on are very important. He needs to get instruction down, he needs to get those systems down, and he has to cultivate that culture of trust now. He needs to maintain the staff, he needs help support there. But if I saw other major improvement strategies based on the data, I would have major concerns. Now, it doesn't mean like the implementation, when we're going through, when we're looking at the check-ins on this plan, that's where we want to make adjustments. What's not working? That's where we want to get really specific with the actions, which I think Director Ott and others will get at some of the things that might be popping up related to attendance or those things. But in the classrooms that I saw, at more towards the beginning of the school year, but when we did around this staff, they were all in classrooms. Like I didn't walk around with them and I wasn't upset at all by that. They had their schedules sticking to it with their observation and feedback cycles. And we saw tremendously strong engagement in classrooms where they'd been developing teachers, where teachers have been there over years. And we saw less engagement in the classrooms where instruction wasn't strong. And so it is important to acknowledge that. Sorry for speaking so long to it, but I want you to know that this is not out of all of the schools that we're looking at with turnaround. High school is the most difficult place. We should probably follow up on that research. It's really important for us all because it is not a blame or shame of former board members, former superintendents, but it is something we all have to rally around, all of us.
I think going back to that, when you were talking about high school being the most difficult, part of it, the allocation of the SPF, that post-secondary and workforce readiness has a role in that. So you got to take advantage of that, especially with the Mitchell Promise right now in place, and try to take advantage of that and help accrue some points up there to pull that up. And I'll come to you, Jason.
She was first.
Okay.
All right, first, thank you for the reassurances, Tamara, and to that question that Director Nelson had and Dr. Kollick answered about things getting worse and some of that pushback. I do remember that we were hearing about that at North with Chris Kilroy, and when he commented about indeed building, the trust challenges. I don't know that they were significant, but that there was some pushback about his changes. And then next thing you know, North was just coming flying high with some of their successes. So I appreciate that, just that additional information. That does put things in good perspective. One board member, not board members, is objecting to the potential for more waivers, and that's me. So please don't share that with my colleagues, they don't deserve that. I am frustrated that things have not progressed more quickly, please understand that. Absolutely, I wanna look at your waivers truly, and we'll consider them thoughtfully. I'm not gonna dismiss them out of hand. It's just a frustration that it's like, why more? Why haven't we seen success with the ones you've been given? And I understand you are shorthanded over there, and that is an incredible raw deal for our kids and for your additional staff, so I recognize that. So I look forward to seeing them. If you think they're gonna make a difference, that's great. We'll see what we think. There was one more thought. Oh, I hope that they have been derived through collaboration with not just your building leadership team, but going back to, from what I recall, the original intent of the innovation plan was also the community build aspect. And that's something I will want to see, is that these are supported with community.
Sure.
All right, so just a heads up on that, so.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And
I
from what
appreciate
I
it.
understand, you have an active SAC with Delia Busby. Busby is engaged in it. She sends a lot of emails back and forth, and you've got a engaged community out there in that aspect. Dr. Jurgens.
Yeah, I remember approving the innovation plan and seeing the waivers and being excited to go, this gives you the flexibility that you need, and then to hear that we're not taking advantage of it now 2 years in. And I realize we gave you the innovation plan, the waivers, and then COVID happened. But now that you're coming to it and saying yes, and one of those waivers is being able to work outside of this. So I'll probably be featured on Days of Our Lives in D11 again. But there's ways for you to have stipends and incentives with those waivers to either voluntarily or involuntarily get some staff your way. And unfortunately, involuntary is based on seniority, so you don't get the senior ones, but there's ways for us to help you that I think you should explore with your executive admin team, and I would support it.
Absolutely, and to that point, Mr. Jorgensen, in terms of the master agreement that you're referencing, one of the waivers that we're looking to bring forth, we are actually working with Joe Schott and CSEA in terms of the community support, that aspect of community, working with them too, so that we don't have to fight that restriction, because we know that barrier is already there. So we've already attempted to partner and collaborate with them so that when we bring ideas forth, we don't have to fight that piece of it.
Glad to hear.
Okay, Director Bankus, if you are with us, you have any thoughts before I summarize this?
No, I've gotten my questions answered, thank you.
Okay, thank you. George, I know that this was some challenging, difficult conversations right here out there. But I want you to understand that this is not in any way, shape, or form questioning what you are doing or the leadership that you bring to that school out there. Board members are genuinely concerned because of the state clock that is there, and we don't want to be going in front of the state a year from now where other alternatives would be considered, and it could be out of our hand. I think you are doing great things out there. You entered into it, like what you said about, in a difficult situation, challenging situation, and you are growing that system there. And it's board that now has to have the conversation, and Superintendent Gall has introduced that. How do we support what you are asking for? And if the board at that time figure out a way to make sure that your needs are being met with that comes the expectations that outcomes are going to follow that. Okay, over and over again, we've said that right now, the culture of the district is high expectations and no excuses. We are out of the pandemic, it is what it is, that happened, all of the schools had to go with it, all of the school districts had to go with it. We can't just fall back on that any longer. So we just have to set the expectations high for that community, and the feedback that you provided us is well received, okay? And now it's up to the board to act on it and figure out a way to provide you the supports that you are asking for. That falls on us. And if we don't act on it, then it's shame on us, okay? We need to summarize that,
I know
okay?
it. And we were working on equity, and we know that that would have been a component to lift up what you were trying to do. So I'm saying that in order to have the full roundedness, we have to talk about that. Because we know those students have a high need. We know that Mitchell wasn't getting Title I funds. We know that there were needs, and we know that we had to address it. But when things get broken up and set back, we're now playing catch up again. So I just want to take responsibility for it and just say, I see that there's always been a need. That community has always had a need for years. So it is time to have that tough conversation, which is why I appreciate Director Ott bringing it forward, because we've been knowing this for a long time. And for whatever reason, we're back to it again, and we're gonna have to figure it out. Superintendent Gall said a couple of weeks ago, I'm gonna need the board to come up and help me with those students bracket week. We knew that. And I know you needed the help, but how do you get it if everybody doesn't wanna work together? I just wanted to acknowledge it and not leave it like hanging in the balance of what we all know is taking place in every state in this country. Bottom line.
Okay. Thank you. And we are addressing educational equity, that is providing the supports and resources. You have the wraparound supports that we provide, and the Mitchell Promise is another one that started at Mitchell first before it expanded now to the other high schools that are there. So we can be all talk as we have been in the past, or we can back our talk with actions, and we have been backing our talk with actions at this time. So with that, thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you
to the
for
board.
your team to be here. You are much appreciated for the
And
work
I
that you do.
just want to remind everyone that we're not a turnaround school anymore, we're a priority improvement school.
Yes, that's right.
I believe when we went through the CMAS results, Mitchell was either the first or tied for the first in math growth of the high schools.
Yes.
Can you clarify that data point for me?
Yeah.
As we come into the next piece. And so while there are still challenges, we just saw that 24% of the kids are not, or only 24% of the kids are meeting math expectations at Palmer. And nobody did this to that principal.
Yep.
Right? Now, I get it,
That was
that's
the
their
school
first
that
year,
went
I got it,
back in.
and you all have a slightly different lived experience. We, as an administrative team, have tremendous confidence in the leadership team at Mitchell High School. We are constantly talking about the growth and the things that we see. We are all there an extreme amount of times. I know George, we go in, we don't even stop in George's office when we go in. We invite the board to come visit Mitchell High School. Spend time, walk our classrooms, visit with our students, hear them and the supports that they're getting to help inform how to be sure that we don't have to be met by the state clock.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'll end on this note. You said that you wake up dressed like that. I think you go to bed dressed like that.
Tonight anyway. I appreciate everybody, I really do, and I look forward to this year and the results next year.
Thank you for your hard work, all of you.
I like your time.
Are you going to be leading the DAC conversation?
It like
The USIP,
so
UDIP
awesome. My sister didn't make my I don't know why. So I was high-fiving them. I was like, I'm so sorry, my children will high-five you. But they were just so excited.
Is it you, Dr. Kalaki? I didn't hear what she said.
Oh, Mike's gonna start us.
Oh, Mike is good, but we are just taking a minute break. Is that what? Okay. This is good. Like I said, we are going to be here till 10 o'clock. Okay, whenever we are ready,
Okay,
the
is
last
Sandra
thing
ready?
on the agenda.
Talking to us or somebody else?
Show us where she is,
Oh.
the 85-degree temperature we're all
We're freezing in here.
It is, I'm cold all of a sudden. Oh, thank you for acknowledging that. Well, winters are coming. It's time for bedding down.
Yes.
Okay.
President Alpaca, board members and community members, I'm happy to
Those
round
are
out.
the servers who go to work and then come and serve. As opposed to the servers who serve before they go to work.
You gonna tell her to mute? Before I start.
Sandra, we can hear you. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
We decided to do the UDIP last to kind of wrap up all the USIPs. And so I think you'll see a lot of similarities in the way this is structured. Many of the slides that you're going to see are existing from last year because our major improvement strategies as a whole have not changed. But the areas that I do want you to pay particular attention to is a real effort to build out Major Improvement Strategy 2, which is why Jess Wise is joining us in the circle of trust here as our new D11 Engage, and really having reimagined what partnership with District 11 means. And how do we take that partnership not to just creating savings and discounts for staff and for families, but to bringing outside partners in that are going to positively impact the culture, the climate, and the outcomes for our schools. And so I think you'll see that. And secondly, you'll also see a commitment to Major Improvement Strategy 3 on really doubling down on observation and feedback. This is the fourth large system of which I've been a senior leader in. And it is the first that I have seen that has made the commitment that says it's not just the curriculum, it's not just the standards, it's how it is we give observation and feedback for our team to be coached and elevated to the space that we get to where here, which is the number one way to increase student achievement is access to high quality instruction. We just had that conversation through 9 schools over several weeks. And the clarity between the quality of the leader, the quality of that leader's ILT, the quality and the access to highly qualified staff is clearly corollary to student achievement. We didn't hear anybody say, I'm fully staffed with the most experienced and highly qualified people, and I just don't know why I'm sitting here on priority improvement or turnaround. So this has been the driver of what we use as our foundation. It is our if-then statement. Highest quality instruction will drive student achievement, and everything is attached to that. Enrollment, we could come up with gimmicks and we can enroll more kids. Parents won't stay if the experience doesn't realize higher quality learning for their students.
That's right.
This idea of elevating, this is where we're just doubling down. It is on observation and feedback. Every leader is working with their area superintendent on coaching cycles. Yes, we will meet all of our CDE random requirements of informal observation and formal observation. On top of that, we think about it, all new to teaching teachers should probably be visited on Mondays and Fridays, because we know those are the times when the stresses of students and classroom management are greatest. That's not required by the state. These are the things that we're building into our major improvement strategies as a district to be sure that our already high qualified, our already highly committed teachers are getting access to the resources and feedback to become the highest qualified educators, not only in the city, but in the state. The professional learning, subject matter expertise, the work, if anybody has joined our K-12 meetings and our breakouts and the PD that we conducted this summer, is second to none. This stuff is so good that if Tamara doesn't want to work here anymore, she can wrap her plan up, put a bow on it, and go sell it as a consultant to districts all across the country. I've not seen a district get after standards as quickly as we have with the limited resources that we've done. She's brought in a very nice balanced portfolio approach of how do we use the teacher leaders that we have in the system and how do we augment them with nationally recognized experts. That's good for our team in multiple ways. It removes the load from us having to only solve our own problems, and it increases the capacity of our team to get exposure to nationally recognized research that has had return on investment. And this idea of collaborative planning, you heard everybody say PLCs. It was ironic that when we came out of our symposium last year, that of course the major theme was we need better PLCs. And then David said to me, this is the third year in a row they said better PLCs. So now we've gone beyond just the words. We're asking for the plans. You heard schools talk about embedded PLCs. You talked to other schools talk about data rooms. Go into the data room at Swigert. Walk in there and see the names of hundreds of students on the wall and teachers walking in there and doing a PLC with live data on the wall. It will change the way you think about data forever. I get it, there is always going to be a reason why a kid did or didn't. But when you look at a strand, either by a learning objective or a standard, or by a classroom, or by a time in the day, you'll see a trend that then drives the school to a different decision than waiting until CMAS, right? This is the way we think about our commitments. We were all in last year. The team really restructured K-12. We had this quintessential moment where we realized that we have supporting and supported parts of the organization. We need everybody to be supporting the needs of the teacher in the classroom and the principal in the building. So that was a big shift for us, and I'll give public acknowledgement first to Tamara for the great restructure that she's done in bringing professional learning over to the CAO. How can we not have professional learning for our teachers without being the direct guidance of our chief academic officer? And secondly, to David, who also sits at the table, for on the fly, completely restructuring Ed Insights to match the network area superintendent model, and to notice that the root cause of most of the challenges is not because his team doesn't understand the data, it's because the people that he's sitting with don't speak the same language. And so instead of having data experts and analysts, he now has data coaches who are coaching in the buildings the way to understand what the data says and what it means we should be doing differently. David's building a dashboard, we won't get into all that detail here, that literally when we were reviewing it this week, we cold called a principal and said, I'm looking at your data, what's going on in this classroom? And the principal said, that classroom didn't meet 50% of the learning objective, so we're gonna have a reteach. We just had that conversation in our PLC today. Real-time data not telling us what we didn't do, informing us what we need to do. That's the difference that education has missed. Data has been a rear-view mirror, particularly at CMAS, which is a year old. And when it's a year old and everyone, even with only 15% teacher turnover external and about 20% turnover total churn within the system, it's so hard to correct something that happened a year ago. The new interim assessments with this new data dashboard will be driving real-time action based upon data, which ensures that if you didn't get single-digit addition, you're not going on to double-digit addition. Because as soon as you go to double-digit addition and didn't get single-digit, it's so much harder to catch the kid up. So, the other thing that I really want to highlight here is that after the K-12, this idea of direct-to-teacher PD, a two-pronged strategy. Every place I've been in America is centered on the instructional leader at the school being the lever of change. It is, but it can't be dependent on that single point of failure. So we've developed our ability to get direct-to-teacher PD. We still have work to differentiate that. It's very difficult to find the exact sweet spot if you're talking about 1,800 certified teachers. There will be continued movement to continue to differentiate that. But I want to be clear, when you're a school where only 24% of the kids are meeting the learning objective, probably 75% of your PD is going to be directed by the district and your principal. I get it that you're interested in this, but you need to be able to tell me how this is going to inform that. So we're going to be tight before we get loose. And so we will take that feedback, and we have graduated release. We have schools that have been performance for several years that are already getting freedoms from some of those spaces. But when we have high schools in the teens and the low 20% for performance, we are going to stand strong and ask for the board's support that we need to be tight before we get loose. We have a new teacher promise. We were very clear on our hiring strategies this year. We front-loaded the system to go from second to last to first in the county for new to teaching pay. we have to deliver on supports for those teachers. We are breaking the cycle of how hard it is to be a new teacher by ensuring that we get those resources. I'm about 3/4 of the way through in visiting every one of those new to teaching teachers in the district, and the feedback from them has been phenomenal. They love the supports that they're getting from their principals. They love the supports that they're getting from central office. They feel welcome. They know that we're a district on the move, and they're excited to be here. Our goal, other than the who moved or who had a life-changing event that forced them across the country, we'd love to be able to know that we can keep at least 80% of every new cohort of teachers that we hire. We have to stop the bleed of constantly just churning through. We've doubled our alternative certification. We think it's a huge opportunity for this district. We're thinking about going next year and saying we become an alternative certification center. Instead of having to have those teachers go through BOCES or Aspire, why don't we do that ourselves? There's no better way to solve a standards problem than to train your own. So we want to become the destination district for anybody who wants alternative licensure, because we are still 100 teachers short, and the higher ed population pipeline is dry and getting drier. So we have to continue to innovate. And effective instruction, it all builds to BFI. We are still all in on best first instruction. Every diagram that we draw, you can go look at my office right now, at the root of it is best first instruction. And it's such an interesting conversation space, because I never met an educator who didn't believe in rigorous planning, rigorous academic experience to the standard, and engagement with the students. We all know that the instructional core will get us there. But when we say best first instruction, people say, don't tell me what to do. We just want people to be planned, rigorous, and engaged. We have tools to help you get there. If you can do that on your own and show that you're doing it, you don't have to adapt Mr. Relic or the other area superintendent's tools. But if you don't know what you need to do to get there, we have the tools to do it. That's a good balance point for us going forward. I'm gonna pass over.
Yeah, I'll just say to this one, it's always important for us to go back to the mission. It remains our North Star as a district to empower the whole student to profoundly impact the world, and in service of the board priorities. And last year, we went very deep into student success connected to future vision with planning. And we started more work in staff investment. And as our superintendent just said, we're working even more and putting more into community engagement. This next slide is, it just shows how all of these pieces are nested. This is when you have an aligned system. So you see at the base is really our board priorities, our Board of Education charge. And then what we're talking about tonight, our strategic plan as a district. And also our academic master plan, which I know we'll get into more throughout the course of board meetings. And then that funnels up to connected school USIPs or one plans, which we've heard from tonight. And all of those things are rowing in the same direction, meeting at the same point to the actions that we're taking as a collective district. So that alignment is crucial to be able to make the kind of gains that we've started to make and that we will continue to make. This isn't a theory of action specifically talking in instruction, but we've said if we provide every school with focused transformative support and meaningful accountability, so support and accountability, that each and every school and leader will have partners in building coherence and teaching and delivering on their plans, so that every one of our students experiences rigorous learning, opportunities that lead to success and college career and life.
You fell behind one, so David jumped in.
I'm tired, I'm sorry.
I was just sitting there.
Okay, all right, so with that, we'll move into our district major improvement strategies.
We figured you guys would be sleepy by this point, so we're just like bouncing around. And it's keeping us awake too, so.
But I think it actually talks about the strength of how the relationships have developed over the year. I will admit in the first year, it was difficult for us to figure out where were the roles and where were the lanes. And as we built this over the last couple of weeks to reflect the work that we're committed to, it was just seamless in how it was gonna flow. And so I like the fact that you brought that up, but it just is natural now. David picked up the clicker for Tamara and, I mean, that is in itself movement in the right direction.
So just very quickly, we did a deep dive on the data a few weeks ago. Those slides are linked in this slide if you want to go back to those. But I mean, we can't forget the fact that we nearly knocked down the number of schools on priority improvement and turnaround by half. I remember having early conversations around this when we were looking at STAR data and we're looking at things, and we were saying like, man, it looks like we could be down to 9. And people are like, 9? Are you sure? I don't think that's going to happen. 9? And now it's normal. And now it's actually like, oh, now we're shooting for even higher. So it's become the norm to ride that momentum, and it's really exciting to be a part of. So that data is in there. We won't rehash it now for the sake of time, but just when you look at the district's performance framework, you can see our participation was very strong. That's a good thing. The takeaway there is where we're leaving points on the table is in post-secondary workforce readiness. That was a lot of does not meet, and a lot in both middle school growth was very strong, but middle school performance was very weak, and we struggled in high school performance. I would say that is a laser focus this year moving out of this data. Again, this is the most distal, slow to react data that we have, but it is driving our decision making and really focusing on ways to engage with that post-secondary workforce readiness. A lot of the work that Scott Mendelsberg is doing, a lot of the work that the opportunity campuses are doing, and really partnering there. So even the most non-responsive data is soliciting a response from this team. So when we look at then our improvement strategies, these look very familiar because they are the same ones from last year because we're committed to continuing that work. MIS 1 being BFI and coherence. I would say just sitting and watching and then being able to implement our data coaches into that model has been a really great experience to see the coherence across all the different lanes of work. MIS 2, growing healthy community engagement. Very excited to have Dr. Wise on board, and I had the opportunity to work with her in her previous capacity, and she came and spoke to DAC and just the expertise she brings with deep roots to this community and understanding the different trends across there. And then MIS 3, observation, coaching, and feedback, that we were just speaking to this in a task force that we just set up for innovation cycles. We have a disconnect, right? We're riding the momentum of getting just about half our schools off the turnaround list. And we see that where we invest, to your point, Jason, where we invest, things change. So we saw that in math. We saw amazing growth in math. So we're tying those two things together. What we work on and what we focus on, we see results in. Now we have to tie that back to measures of student learning, the whole RANDA system, and the whole teacher evaluation system. There's still a disconnect that matters, right? That those three things are tied in sequence. And so we're really going to be working on that in the task force. I'll work with Tanya and myself and some other folks in the district. So when we look at major improvement strategy 1 for BFI, I will hand it back to CAO.
Okay, great. So again, our focus areas remain the same. I'll just go back to the language really quickly. That language that we will, that all leaders and educators will understand, implement, and become accountable to a cohesive D11 Tier 1 instructional model. That's the overall goal within this major improvement strategy. And with that, we've been focusing on 2 main areas: coherence in our instructional systems to make that happen, and then coherence in content-specific professional learning. So of those 2 focus areas in systems, you can see this diagram narrowing it down further. our cascading professional learning model or learning model, our one plan continuous improvement cycles, and that system of accountability and support with our area network models. Our content-specific professional learning, our focus in mathematics, our focus in literacy, and our focus in high school with competencies, and now this year in bringing on the block model. I'm going to highlight, so for each of those focus areas, so you can see here the cascading professional learning. I'm not going to read the slide to you, but I'll just highlight some things that have been changes for moving into this part this year. So with professional learning, last year we focused deeply in mathematics. Again, we talked about the bump. This year, we have an overall focus in literacy, specifically in planning for learning and text-first planning. So we have modules throughout the year that our leaders are engaging in, a cohort of teachers for direct to teacher, and then the cascading that's occurring throughout. While maintaining and supporting the work in mathematics with direct to teacher PD in mathematics as well. And we started off the beginning of the school year with that launch. So if you remember with the calendar committee and the addition of more professional learning days, we had all educators in mathematics differentiated by grade level work to plan using scope and sequence resources for the beginning of the school year and their first modules of study across the system, all the way up through 8th grade. And then for high school, we started block planning and did planning for learning with all subject areas across the system and how to plan in a block schedule. And then we started our text-first planning in literacy, specifically with our middle school English language arts teachers, and got really strong results in feedback overall. In addition to that, we started the year with our first ever leadership symposium where we went back into our one plans, did the launch for our priorities in literacy and mathematics to start out the year. That's the main things I want to touch on for cascading professional learning. The next slide you can see just shows how that works with our K-12 meetings, our TLC meetings, and our department chair meetings leading into staff. Okay, so this next one, our one plan continuous improvement cycles. I'll highlight that for this side, this talks about how how our division and our department chairs are aligning their plans, their strategic plans. So I'll give an example of that. Our academics leadership team, each of the departments have completed action plans that are aligned to those four focus areas, very specific to the work that they do. And we just had at our meeting a review of 4 of those departments' actions plans with feedback. And next week we will finish the review of those next 3. And put in the same exact continuous improvement cycle as our schools go through. Let's see, I also wanted to call out the data reporting. We started the year with feedback, working with Dr. Kolicki's Ed Insights to have a very defined assessment list of the assessments that we use in D11. And as was just mentioned, the creation of a data dashboard that really puts in our more frequent mathematics assessments, starting with that. Okay. then moving into systems of accountability and support. With systems of accountability and support, we again, we ended the school year last year with a revised One Plan symposium, building off the great work that had happened previously. And everybody left that symposium with going through the process, with focusing on the strategic planning process. They left with their first draft of their plans complete through action steps, which wasn't the case in the previous year. And again, we were able to start the year, look at the data that happened, that came back from CMAS, and then make adjustments at the leadership symposium. We have already started our One Plan check-ins, and we've made improvements to One Plan check-ins that are occurring throughout the system. So 4 times a year for our schools that are our priority schools, and 3 times for all additional schools. And within that, we've revised the process based on what worked and what didn't work, but we made it consistent so everybody uses the same One Plan check-in tool, and everybody has the benefit of going through the same process with area superintendents, with trained AICs, and then for our priority schools, continued support with consultants that are supporting that strategic planning process.
I'll just touch briefly, just as a reset, all these fit within our K-12 regional area superintendent's model. A couple of changes from last year, the enrollment and facilities reps highlighting themselves in a regional way. You heard Tamara talk a lot about the coaching that's happening, both math and literacy, and I highlighted what David's team has done in actually bringing data coaches to it. And then even at the tier 3 level, which we consider not the day-to-day management, Brandon's team and taking capital budgets team and aligning them, so we're building individual capital plans for each one of the schools. The regionalization of the regionalization isn't the key. The key was the distributing of the resource through the regional model, because it allows for the touch point to be more regular and closer to the problem. I think it will help drive many of the inequities that have existed in our district for a long time, because now when we have equal and specific resources assigned to areas, it ensures that each school gets access to those resources and services.
Great.
Next
Yeah,
slide.
I don't think we can underestimate the addition of aligning those content facilitators to the area model. I think that's been very helpful. Yeah.
Director, I had a question.
Yeah, just the AIC, it's not in the rest of the document, so if you could just state what that is in tier 1 area soup.
The area instructional coach, so it's a coach that
You did
is
just say that, all right.
yes,
But I wasn't-
assigned specifically to each area superintendent.
Thank you.
They were resourced from the Empower coaches from the year that I got here. That was the first move we made when we regionalized the system, as we took the Empower coaches and realigned them under the area superintendents. That was last year. The highlight of that slide, if you go back a slide,
Oh, sure.
the changes are highlighted in yellow, things that we've done additional to this year.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had 2 K-12 meetings with actions after that, deeply diving into literacy, and with those clear next steps and action steps, and working on and providing look-fors and things to go into when schools are doing walkthroughs. And with that, I'll just quickly read off to you. That evidence of that work of that school leaders, the charge that they were given for their homework to do next was, alongside a teacher or a teacher team in professional learning communities, Number one, read and analyze an upcoming text for its qualitative complexities. 2, host a text talk alongside the teacher and teacher team. 3, adapt, create essential and focused questions to support students in driving towards the key understandings. And 4, observe the teacher implementing the planned lessons, listening for how the teacher uses questions to drive students towards the essential and/or focused questions. So that's what they're leaving to go work and do as a school leader to support the work and the learning, and very specifically what we're meeting in Literacy Tier 1 instruction in D11 for our instructional model. I would also say and I missed this, sorry, but for the, when we're talking about this support and accountability, that we also have added this year additional supports with UVA fully coming on board and the impact team for our priority schools, and then also our work with instructional empowerment. We just came off of yesterday a community of practice meeting that's directly after our K-12 meeting, where we were talking more about the change processes that are happening in that cycle of change, Cotter's model, and then also greater student engagement with student teaming and how that's connecting to the content work that we're doing. With that, we will move into major improvement strategy 2, and I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Has everyone met Jessica?
Hi.
No, Jessica, she's been around, so.
I've been around since May, but I'm obviously the newest part of this team. So echoing a sentiment that Mr. Gall expressed earlier on, I've been very appreciative of how much this team has quickly integrated me and been really receptive to my ideas with what we're hoping to do with major improvement strategy 2 for the district. So thank you for letting me be here today.
You finally get to talk around 9:30. You were here since 4 o'clock, so.
You know, I can thrive as a night owl. So what I'm going to be presenting to you today with Major Improvement Strategy 2 is a layered approach to community engagement strategy. It's kind of the way that we've designed it. Rethinking about engagement at the district level as something that has a place in each sector, each department that we're working in, not something that should be limited to one sector. It needs to be more integrally embedded into all of our work. So we've broken that down into a few levels. And I'll just speak broadly before we get into this step 1. When I say layered, I mean, the first step, of course, is what many of our schools are talking about tonight. Building trust, creating inclusive cultures so that we're bringing our families to the table. Right? The D11 Engage office leads the way in that work of building trust and creating inclusive cultures so that our families have a place in the school. That's the first step that has to happen before we can improve systems for two-way communication. Before you can have two-way communication, there has to be trust. And we have to improve that two-way communication before we are able to really truly create engagement with best first instruction, with our curricular practices, with getting families to log in, register, and engage with Power School, right? It's a systems approach to get them there. So starting at the more general level with just community engagement, our broader community, that does include families, but thinking about community more generally. So what are we doing to collaborate with community stakeholders? We're leading the way in D11 Engage this year with a more intentional and strategic approach to designing community partnerships, meaning working with area superintendents, building leaders, and community partners to think about what are the resources we need in our buildings to support what our schools are trying to do on their improvement plans, and how do we pursue those relationships in effective and impactful ways. The second thing is working on strategic community engagement sessions to learn more from our community
what we can do better in our schools. Some of you board members were invited to the community cafes at Harrison, so we're experimenting with leading some of those sessions by area in our district to do what we're calling the community cafe and what that will look like. So that's something we'll be working on this year. And then finally, working with district leaders and building leaders to just create from this feedback these more dynamic partnerships between families, schools, and the communities, and making it a collaborative effort with design strategy. So then from the community layer, we jump down into direct family engagement. Right? So once you're bringing in families, you're building trust with them, how do you maintain that trust with families? And an essential element that we're committed to working on this year is improving our two-way communication with those families to maintain that trust. I want to say we're looking at this by redefining the way and defining a District 11 way of how we understand family engagement. Family engagement is a very large term. Oftentimes we silo it into one kind of engagement. Oftentimes we think about sex as family engagement. It's only one version of family engagement, right? When we send surveys out to schools saying, tell us about your family engagement, everyone sends back a back to school night, a potluck. Those are very valuable engagement practices, but they're hardly the only model. Instead, what we are working on developing and releasing for the district is tools to help our schools create a spectrum of high impact practices. To have a robust engagement strategy, schools need to be doing more of the bigger, let's say slightly easier to develop practices that welcome families into schools, like the back to school nights, paired with a series of other practices, like positive phone calls home, goal setting with families, right? Changing your parent-teacher conference strategies. So how do we think about engagement more robustly? And that's what the district is going to be working on some resources for and helping schools with. And then the D11 Engage team will lead strategy sessions with schools who have identified this as a major improvement strategy. So Principal Boudreau, for example, talked about the work I'm doing with her at Twain. So that's just one example. As far as actual direct two-way communication with families, the district this fall is going to be doing an RFP on our two-way communication platform. So we'll be looking at our systems. Part of that will involve analyzing the Reach Well pilot that I know we've been talking about and figuring out the best plan to implement this spring going forward to improve these systems.
I'm just gonna jump in because we know, we've heard from the DAC, we've heard from schools, everybody's got their favorite tool. No two tools are the same. A lot of our parents come to us and say, I have kids in 3 different schools, I have 3 different ways that I'm being communicated with. We need to do this through an RFP to make sure that we get all the appropriate information. It's Reach Well that is no longer gonna be supported next year. Reach is no longer being supported. And then there's a challenge, Reach Well is the one that we're tapped out on free usages. And so schools are like, we need money to go from the free share to the bigger one, whichever one it is. There will be noise in the system when we do this. Because even the people who bring it to me, they really don't want the district to standardize two-way communications. They want the district to adopt the two-way communication tool that they like, right? But we want to make sure that we bring in a two-way communication tool that is coherently aligned and integrates with PowerSchool, with Blackboard, and the other tools that we have already committed to. We don't want bridges, we don't want gaps, we don't want to create security risks and privacy information vulnerabilities because somebody likes one thing. So we're going to do that process this fall, use either mid-year data or end of year, or mid-year money or end of year money to then make that purchase to go forward. It's a missing piece in our toolkit to really go after community engagement. So I just want to give Jess a little bit of top cover that we've been talking about that at Executive Cabinet, and we've been working with John and we've been working with Deborah to get that stuff written so we can get it out into the community.
multilingual
I
part
was
of
gonna
this?
say a high priority, CLD will be brought in on this and accessible to all families. And prioritizing multilingual communication is at the top of the list.
It's missing.
How much would this cost?
We will, I think when it goes through the RFP process, it'll come through.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Is that something that you are ready to answer at this time?
No, I'm not gonna, without having seen any company give us what they have. There's a variety of ways to solve this. We can even try and do some of this stuff internally. What we need is we need to deliver a standardized system for families to understand how they're gonna be communicated with, and not make the family have to have multiple mediums to address what is our own individual desires at a school. I know it's gonna be noisy.
Okay.
I know it's gonna be noisy. It needs to be standardized for this larger major improvement strategy. People will get over it. If I hand everybody a brand new iPhone and you own an Android, you'll get over it if I pay for your iPhone, right? I mean, that's just the difference. Yeah, I've been surprised before, Director Daniels. you're right.
Yeah, I'm just like.
We are excited about that opportunity. It's been a point of feedback since I got here last year, and now having Jess on the team to really help build this out is giving us a lot more of that direct feedback. We've known it at the technology and the communications level, but this position and the reinventing of the Engage office has given us what I'll just call tentacles into the space to know how to navigate this. Go ahead, back to you, Jess.
Yeah. So I'll move forward to another level, right? So just continuing out this layered and leveled approach. Once we're able to build sustained, reliable, and trusting two-way communications with families, we can do what we are really seeking to do, which is incorporate family feedback and expertise into strategies to increase student outcomes and achievement, right? But we can't get that feedback unless we're trusted and we have a platform that's trusted. So building on the trust of those platforms, implementing them to take steps forward to move it to bringing family expertise and feedback into our classrooms where appropriate and where helpful, and having families share strategies with us on increasing engagement practices as well across their schools. As you noted, Director Jorgensen, a huge part of all of this work is prioritizing multilingual and multicultural communication. I am very excited about this RFP process because I do believe that it is forcing us to sit down and analyze the gaps and the holes as a district and figure out the best way to move forward. And I think it's a real opportunity for us that we don't want to miss, particularly when it comes to this issue and making sure communication is inclusive of all families. And then finally, and Dr. Kolicki can speak a little bit more to this, then that final layer, right? If we want our families to engage at the academic level, at the achievement level, it's one thing to get them to log on to PowerSchool, but to engage with PowerSchool is a very different question. And you're not going to start by engaging with PowerSchool because that's just not fun or interesting for a lot of people, right? They have to be bought in much earlier in the system to be prepared, to be educated, to have the literacy, the ability, the access to PowerSchool and really engaging there. So what we can do this year right now is identify solutions to make parent enrollment and sign-on easy and accessible. Because we hear that and we know that it's not right now. And the other thing we can do is we can ensure 100% delivery of information to families. We can promise that it's getting there. The working on the engagement is what all the other work before this is moving towards, right? But right now we can ensure more access and more delivery to families. And then Dr. Kolicki, I think you can speak to this. Your team is going to work on putting more of the reports actively on PowerSchool so that it's a more trusting place and resource for all of our families. I don't know if there's anything you want to share about.
Yeah, so you can see the list of possible things. This does not exclude hard copies going out to families at, say, conferences and things of that nature. But this will be a spot where families can log in and get this information very easily. And right now, we're at about 48% enrollment, kind of, so it's about a 10% increase from where we were last year. It was in the mid to high 30s last year at this time. So we're on the right trajectory, but we're still pretty short of the, I think the 80%, is that what it was?
Yeah, we had said 80% last year. The highlight here is in the bolded sentence, 100% delivery of information. What we want to commit to parents is that if you want me to mail you home a report card, I'm gonna mail you home a report card. If Power School parent portal thing is not your thing, I'm not gonna tell you that, well, the information was there. We want to engage with our parents as part of our parent partnership to understand how parents want to digest information. Yes, it is more cost effective for us to have everybody pull the information out of Power School, but the information is more important than the cost. Having parents engaged and understand where their students are in their academic journey is the goal. Yes, hopefully we can get more and more people into that digital space, but you can still get hard copy bank statements, you just have to tell your bank. Some banks will charge you more for it, and then they'll say every month, do you want to get rid of this? Do you want to go paperless? We can get there, but what we don't want to do is hold the information hostage, because the information is too important for parents to say, I couldn't figure out how to get into Power School, my kid told me everything was just fine, and now you're telling me they're not going to graduate. Like, that's a breakdown we can't have happen.
I think at the end of this month, we have those parent-teacher conferences coming up. Is it possible when parents come there, before they go and meet with the teacher, we put like a laptop or computer out there that they've got to log into Power School or register on Power School before they can go and meet the teacher? Put some kind of, so.
We'll take that.
Have somebody sit up there right at the front of the school and say, hey, first, before you go into the school, you got to learn.
And I think there will be technology available because the
Well, I guess some of the,
parent survey will be available.
Yeah, I like the idea of kiosks for sign up, so we'll work on that with the technology team and particularly look at our schools with least sign up and maybe target that. I don't think I could commit to all the schools being able to do that, but I think we can run a pilot on that. I think it's a good opportunity. The world is getting more complicated, that technology isn't as easy as it used to be, even though we want it to be. Even if I log onto my computer outside of here, I get a Duo notification. So to log onto my computer, I have to have my cell phone with me. And so a lot of times it's like, well, I'm using my computer because I don't have my cell phone. And so, we need to make that simpler for parents. But we'll take that as a great recommendation for the end of this first quarter.
I know that some schools do have that. When I walked into just about every school, I've always been told to go register, get that, make sure it's squared away. So I don't know what percentage that is, but there are some that do it.
You're in the 47, thanks, man. I made it.
I'm
Are we all there yet?
Trying.
We won't ask. Keep going.
I just have one final thought, metaphor, is that I think, and this goes to my background, our system right now for family engagement is set up in part much like an Athenian democracy, in that we have some very truly excellent practices, right? Our SAC and DAC structure has received accolades from the CDE recently for the ways in which we have opportunities for incorporating true family feedback into our system. However, like an Athenian democracy, we have families that live a whole week's way away by horse to access that system. And so they're just never going to be there and they're never going to vote. And so I'm taking us back to a place where we're going back to thinking about how do we improve the access for that system so that we can get more families in here and make it more successful and operate the way it needs to operate.
Awesome. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you for that metaphor.
Yeah.
So that gets us to major improvement strategy 3, observation, coaching, and feedback, which, as Superintendent Gall said, is a major focus for us moving forward and building out our systems in D11. And so this next slide just shows really when we had our first ever leadership symposium at the beginning of the school year to start off. the school year, we held tight to every school and making these commitments to having in place in their buildings. Because we know the research is clear, if you have these systems in place, it is very supportive of solid instruction. So they are collaborative planning, assessment practices, including data review cycles, and observation and feedback. So every school putting in place consistent weekly observation and feedback cycles. And then you see that blown out on the side there, that means the support that we're giving in Major Improvement Strategy 2 in content with literacy and mathematics, and specifically in planning for learning, that is tied to job-embedded observation, feedback, coaching cycles. That is the fastest way to make improvement, is when you have that alignment between what you're planning, what you're teaching, and feedback on what you're teaching. And we also had a charge with instructional leadership team building and focus there. As part of the cascading professional development, so you saw the slide that showed the cascade with TLCs, those teaching and learning coaches not only getting the content PD for how to, but also the coaching PD on top of that as a member of that instructional leadership team. The instructional leadership team also getting support for those schools that are participating with IE, instructional empowerment, building up their teams, and then also UVA and the impact team. And the area network model of support with math, literacy, data coaches, and AICs. And the commitment and the promise that we've made to our new educators with the frequency of observations that we're working to provide. The next slide are the areas of the actions that are in there, and this is connected to revamping and building on the great work that Tanya Nash has done with our evaluation system. So I won't read through each of those, but resources in professional learning that work to continually get better with having more of an emphasis on coaching cycles, collaboration in changing the model. She specifically talked about the steering committee and using data to make decisions with the partnership with Ed Insights. Is there anything specific you want to add with that slide, Tanya?
I just want to tie back to the impact for student academic outcome is ensuring that we have high quality functioning classrooms, and that means great educational leaders in each one of them. So from this, I'm like so excited about this embracing of putting all of these supports to give feedback for all of our teachers through non-evaluative process, so that really safe ability for all the things that Tamara has just talked about. And specifically out of my office is how do we support the principals and our assistant principals who are new to their roles. They need coaching and support too about how do they go into classrooms to see what does that look like and sound like, and does it meet the quality of what curriculum and instruction is saying, this is what it looks like here in D11. So from my office, we have spent a lot of time just investing we have 35 brand new to their role administrators in our system. That's a huge number. Quite a few of them are brand new to ever being a building administrator. And so my facilitator has spent time doing norming and calibration sessions with them, going out and saying, okay, what are we seeing? What are you hearing? What does that quality look like? And norming it against our, he doesn't like the word RANDA system.
I didn't.
But the quality standards in Colorado align to best first instruction. All of the system is built from our standards to BFI classes is and what that looks like, to then from our evaluation, we're actually seeing those things in action in classrooms. So that's been huge, and of course the focus of making sure our principals and assistant principals learning and getting the supports for that as well. So really how are you observing? It is a different type of observation when an evaluator goes in. It feels different for a teacher, but do they have great practices and skills at the factual evidence? What are we seeing? And then how to have those conversations in ways that allow teachers to grow. And then it's late, Dr. Kolick mentioned some work that we're doing around really ensuring that our measures of student learning through our system or through our work is really pushing on that alignment to grade level, content appropriate quality standards that are defined through through CDE and the work of curriculum and instruction. That are we really measuring those outcomes as teachers to know that we are holding ourselves to rigorous classroom instruction with rigorous expectation around student outcomes, and that data is then we're held accountable for it through our system. Thank you, Tom.
And if I can just speak really quickly to that task force work from our office, I think this is just indicative too of what Mike was talking about with kind of blurring the lines of who's in what lane in some ways. Because we're starting to run an evaluation of high quality measures of student learning and get in contact with those principals that are just knocking it out of the park year after year after year. They do understand that starting at that evaluative level does play through the whole system. And so these are the Dr. Fries and the Christina Butchers of the world. But what we're going to do is talk to each one of them and just see how do you speak about MSLs to your teachers in a really high functioning, healthy way. And Christina Butcher will have her own ways, and Darian Latimer will have his own ways, but there's going to be commonalities, but there's going to be uniquenesses too. So we're doing that, and then we're going to tie that to academic outcomes, so quantitative measures. So that's kind of exciting in a geeky kind of way. So
what was MSL, the acronym?
I'm sorry, measures of student learning.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So jumping into the last thing here targets for our major improvement strategies, so our goals. We can summarize the academic strategies in pretty much 3 ways. And I do want to point out that these are aligned very closely to the work that we did, and the board did with setting your own goals. So a lot of these will look familiar, and that's simply to be completely aligned so that we're all we're all speaking the same language. But in some cases, they go deeper. So grow the top, improve the middle, shrink the bottom is basically the idea. So in the way that we've always been talking about data over the last several data cycles, you can see across all of our large assessments, so that's CMAS, both ELA and math, PSAT and SAT, and grow the top, so increase by 5 percentage points the number of students moving from below grade level expectations into basically growing the top, the green level, so that we're growing by 5 percentage points those that are meeting expectations. Improving the middle is increasing the number of students that are moving from below grade level into approaching, and then shrinking the bottom is where we shrink that number that are not meeting. And so I want to point out that these are really targeted towards performance levels. So I want to celebrate growth, and growth is a wonderful thing, and it's a great. I want to give kudos to our system of the state to give up to 60% credit to growing students. But as we see over and over and over again, we can meet in growth and be in red on performance, and we're not moving that needle. So all these goals are designed to address that specific issue so that we can celebrate growth, but we're really focusing on academic performance so that we're moving our students into meeting grade level expectations.
Is this by the end of this school year, these slide 30? Okay.
Yeah, so by the next cycle that we talk about CMAS, we want to see this. So think about the successes that we saw this year. We wouldn't have met those goals. So these are aspirational. But I think what we saw is what we see with enrollment, right? We set high targets, and we had the bottom line projections, and almost all of our schools we're pushing up against those targets. In some cases met them, some cases just came kind of short, but it gave us that upper limit to be shooting for. And so that's the goal here. These are very aspirational. They are attainable. Definitely at the school level, at individual school levels, these are attainable. At the district level, it'll be a challenge to attain these. But it gives us a real target point to keep pushing towards. So the same idea in PSAT, grades 9 and 10, and then grade 11 by the same amounts. However, among subgroups, we're going to be looking at 8 percentage point growth, growing the top and improving the middle by 8 percentage points based on our subgroups. That'll be the case for CMAS too. It was not in the bullet point. It will be 5% in general across all student population, and then 8% by subgroups. When we look at some other target setting, we have our school performance rating. So just follow the same trend that we saw this year. It's kind of it's two science guys, right? It's a half-life question here. We're just going to keep shrinking that population by half each year until we're completely in performance. So I think we have a very, very good shot at doing this again, or getting very close to repeating this performance, because so many of our schools that were in improvement and on priority improvement were so very, very close to the next one. We're actually doing PD with schools to look at their, and the SPF is not the end all be all. I don't want to say that, but sometimes when they can see that their subgroup, their ELL subgroup, they were 2 scale score points away from being in the next color up. Right. That becomes managed. That becomes something, oh, we can do that. How many students? That's like 12 students. That's like 5 students, whatever it might be. So disaggregating it to that level is actually has really generated some great conversation.
And the area SUPs have developed a model that they've worked with each one of their schools to do that diagnostic. And so they've sat down with their schools. Where's the target? Where were you close? Where are you going to get that biggest bang for the buck, while still ensuring that we hold ourselves accountable to achievement? We'll use growth. I love when the scores work in our favor, but we're not going to rest until every one of our kids can meet grade level standard and above.
Yeah. While you're at this, I think that second number, I just checked it, the first bullet point, half of the 9 schools currently in improvement, we only have 8 schools in improvement. Okay?
Okay.
Just letting you know that.
Great.
You can check that thing, but I'm looking at that one pager. I checked that we only have 8. We have 9 schools in priority improvement or turnaround, but only 8 schools in improvement.
Okay. I'll double check that. Also attendance being so important, it got put in twice, so you'll see this exact same target on the second page. And that was my mistake, so we'll clean that up as well. But all schools below 92%, we're going to increase that rate by 1 percentage point until 92%. And we're really pushing to 95. You heard that number thrown out a couple times. That's really where the research says is a real tipping point.
So we won't get into it yet, but David and I had started the conversation. We keep talking about incentivizing attendance, and so we're redefining the question, which is, what is the cost of a missed day? And so David and Greg, now that Greg X is on his team, we have some pretty startling numbers that show it's about $9 a day. Yeah. And so again, if 40% of our kids,
first year teacher,
if 40% of our kids are chronically absent, which means they're missing at least 18 days a year, because that's 10%. That's a lot of money that's lost on attendance. And so when we think about attendance, obviously it impacts our achievement for students. We saw that very clearly. But the question is can we solve that differently? So we're already paying for a child, and when they're not here, are there other ways to incentivize families to ensure that we can get kids back to school? I thought the Palmer data was really telling to see how the pandemic has changed, particularly a teenager's perspective on school. In 2019, let's just say the previous administration of Palmer was fine, right? Nobody was firing them. They stayed, they retired, right? So it wasn't like every year they were like, oh my God, the Palmer leader's terrible, right? So in 2019, 80% of those kids didn't have an absentee problem. And in 2022, 23, only 28% of those kids weren't in nearing chronically absent or worse. What has changed in those kids' lives? For those teenagers, America, the world proved to them that you actually don't have to come to school because they didn't go to school for a year and a half. And they don't understand what the cost of that really is. Because remember, we were all that age. When you're that age, you're worried about this morning, this afternoon, tonight, tomorrow. It's very difficult. This shift back towards, we had an entire society that was geared towards you are going to school, you're going to play a sport or be in a club, and you're going to college. It took us generations to build the expectation that every child goes to college. That was the expectation. And all of that crumbled at those kids' feet. And we're trying to figure out how to build that back up again. But that's what we have to think about differently in attendance. We're not going to reset these kids back to 2019. They're living a different world. Many of them actually continued their learning without going to school. Across America, the numbers from COVID have shown somewhere between 8 and 10% of kids have not gone back to traditional school settings. They found that homeschooling or other versions of virtual opportunities for them better suited their own personal needs. We have to be adaptive to that space.
Yeah, that was one of my kids actually. Now he's down doing his BMW training. So his income potential is greater than mine at this point, which is okay. But anyway, so when I get my Beamer, I have somebody to work on it. Anyway, I'm sorry. Digression. The 9 came because I added Bijou. I added an AEC. So. Okay, so so attendance, and then student and teacher perception of safety. So that might seem a little, that could fit in the other safety one, but we do know, and we know from research and also from our own data that perceptions of safety in the building is a major factor and variable in good attendance. And that goes across for both students and teachers. And so it's creating that environment that's safe, welcoming. It's just fun to see money going to investing in bathrooms, right? I mean, that's data that matters. That came out of middle school feedback from students. We went through that because they said these bathrooms are just not acceptable. And that was affecting attendance, which was affecting climate and culture. It works all the way up the chain.
And we'll bring a plan to the board to do the same thing for high schools. We'll bring that as a mid-year budget adjustment. We talked about that today at Executive Cabinet.
Oh, that was I thought this has been a long
It
meeting.
has been long. That was just this morning.
That was this morning.
But we did our first student sounding board, and the students came in and said, high school bathrooms are a disaster. And so, yes, we have a modernization plan, but we're also going to either use our team or put someone on subcontract that when a door handle breaks and the stall doesn't close, we report it and we fix it. We just owe our kids the safety of the need to go to the bathroom in private and not be threatened. We have a big plan coming forward on that. I'm not going to come up with a slogan for that.
Then post-secondary workforce readiness dropout has been a conversation. This does reflect your board goals. And Mike points out that we lose just about a middle school to dropout. And that again, the conversation around how that's measured. I think the real takeaway is that we have enough information in that number to act on. That we need to create scenarios and situations and climates that catch those dropouts early. And we know what we should be looking for on that. So we want to be a 1 percentage point decrease in the dropout rate, and then a 2 percentage point on the other end of the graduation rate, in the 4-year graduation rate. Safe schools being climate and culture of our schools. This is straight out of the board goal. So we want to see 10 scale score points. That's a 29% change on the 5E for feelings of safety. That's going to transcend across multiple lanes of that climate and culture. Because if we can get movement in that and safety, that means that a supportive environment will see gains in supportive environment broadly. And that often then translates, at least if not in 1 year, in 2 years, that translates in trust. So teacher-student trust and teacher-leader trust. So then, for that reason, the second bullet of a year-over-year increase of that nature, we should start to see that we get into an organized for improvement. So a rating of green at least in those three areas by 2027. Attendance again.
Let him finish it, Lauren. This is the last slide.
Attendance, very important, so we talked about that. And then 5E, we want to have parents reporting that teachers interact with them in a positive manner on a regular basis. We want to increase that by 20%. That is on the rise. We did improve that metric from the first year that we did the parent survey. And then that we reach at least a 65% response rate. We have room to grow there from last year. This will open up the week of parent conferences, the Tuesday. I think it's the 24th, I believe, is that date. So we're all set to go, and that will be open for 3 weeks, and it will be over parent conferences. Was there a question?
Are you guys done?
No,
Okay.
there we go.
Okay, 5 minutes after 10 o'clock, so how many questions do we have? Dr. Nelson, you had some questions?
Actually, it was good that you stopped me because I figured it out on that one. So if somebody else wants to go first.
Okay, anybody have questions? It's well put together. This is a development of the plan that you guys had last year, so the only thing that I have is that all the things that you are saying makes sense to me. We just have to make sure that the building leaders are going there and actually doing it. And the area superintendents are ensuring that that is happening, the fidelity of it. Director Daniels, you had a question?
I was just curious if, I know we're gonna submit this to CDE, but is this also part of things that are going to change for the executive team? Like, are we gonna have to do some different things to have this implemented? The two-way system is one observation. Obviously, that's gonna shift it. And just curious about how it's gonna look in practicality. How much will the executive team have to change things?
I would say that the biggest lift, I would say that I feel confident that we're over the hump on content matter expertise, standards-based PD, best first instruction. I think we've been working on that for a year or two before I arrived and Tamara joined the team. I feel like the teams understand that language. There are still rooms for improvement in individual classrooms and buildings to make sure that there is implementation with fidelity. I'm super excited about major improvement strategy 2. Although we certainly talked about it last year, it was very dependent upon the strength of the individual building leader or really their access to a community liaison in their building. Having a centralized plan for decentralized execution and implementation, I think, is going to go a really long way. The real area of focus is going to centrally is on getting to this observation, coaching, and feedback. We talk a lot about it, and we're visiting classrooms, but we have to be sure that it's happening in a coherent and aligned way, because a teacher cannot get the same observation with 2 different pieces of feedback. If I say happy and Tanya says glad, that can be confusing for the teacher. We have to standardize in the evaluative way, inter-rate or reliability, but we have to be on that same page. Especially as an educator gets placed under stress, sometimes more visits is less helpful. And so we have to create a system where when we sense that there is stress, we elevate that observation and feedback to the strongest individual coach that can be provided for that space, and then be regular in that space. The irony behind this is, it's exactly what we asked to have happen in the classroom. We teach to the standard, and the expectation is that all our children are going to get everything that we teach them the first time. And some percentage of them get it. Some percentage of them don't get it, and they need a little bit of a nudge that might just simply come from a table mate, which could be peer-to-peer or teachers supporting teachers when we go to coaching. And every once in a while, we get a kid in the classroom who, no matter how many times that one teacher tries it, just is not getting it. Somebody's saying apple and the other kid keeps going Asian pear, just isn't there. That's when we have to know how we're gonna handle that. We're building that out. I'm confident that this is the team that's gonna be able to do it. The executive changes that have happened have been over the last couple of years. I won't call them massive realignments, but I will say significant realignments to get the people responsible for the work aligned to the people who are building the vision for the work. Moving professional development under the CAO is going to pay off in the out years. Bringing area superintendents instead of executive directors of school leadership into regional models with K-12 continuum has already paid off. Harnessing the power of the K-12 meeting and shifting it to not be on the day of board meetings is already paying off in gold bullion. Because our team is there at 7 a.m. in the morning, and it is very intensive 5 hours to be with school leaders to work on whatever is the subject we're working on. To think that you're going from that to still being here at 10:20 on the same day was a disaster waiting to happen. So we made that shift as well.
And that's on Tuesday, no?
Yeah, we do K-12 meetings with our principals on Tuesdays.
Go ahead, finish it.
No, but those are the executive changes. I would say 90% of those that have needed to happen have happened.
Okay. Something funny, Director Daniels?
Just raise your hand.
Sounds good.
Just.
Anybody else? Director Juggins.
We get the emails with all the different professional learning offerings. There's a lot on there. Are those above and beyond what that building team is working on in the BFI that staff can go grab, or can they go, pick something off of that list and go, oh, I've got my PD done and I don't have to go do this?
You're talking about the ones Director Jorgensen specifically on the district PD?
Yeah,
I think he's talking about those emails that come out from your team.
Yeah.
That are like,
which would include the ones for the district days. I would say, so the district PD offerings, another change that we've made is that we do have required PD in our priority areas. And so it's very while you might see a long list of offerings, it's spread across different types of teachers, right? So for a high school who are compartmentalized and content specialized,
right.
they have specific offerings. But we said that literacy teachers had professional learning, our math teachers have professional learning, and so we are tying professional learning directly in support of our major improvement strategy 1, and within that very specific content focused PD.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't know where, there are lots of offerings there, and then I always wondered who picks what courses are offered there as well. Is that something that you go through with Linda and?
Oh yeah, we do. We started back when we had the move. We started a committee and group that she led to pull together just what were we offering, while at the same time saying we would be prioritizing only professional learning that is tied to priorities, but we would offer others.
I think Tanya can offer a couple of things here too.
You're talking about the email that Director Sanders sends out?
Yes, with the flowers or the pencils.
A lot of what's on there are other pieces that people can access in order to meet some licensure requirements. Like for example, the CLCD, I'm gonna get the letters wrong, the CLDE, pieces that people have to have in order to renew licenses that are now inside cycles, the letters training that's now inside cycle, or the READ Act requirements that people have to have for licensure. So when you look at that list, some of it is outside resources that people can go through in order to complete some of those requirements for licensure.
And those would be off cycle from our district supported
Actual
professional
support
learning.
PDs.
Yeah, it's hard to say that on our specific district professional development days, and she and her team, they did a lot of work to make it very clear. Yeah, it is so much better aligned. We also connected to negotiations last year. If you remember, we had professional development task force charge. And so we've started that work. So we'll get feedback from the task force and we'll continue to adjust. As Superintendent Gall was talking about earlier, we in D11 to really meet coherence in having a tier 1 instructional model, we have to have a basis and a foundation built across the system. And so that does mean that we have to have some professional learning that has similarities to it. That has standardization, but it doesn't mean we can't differentiate within that. So one of the things we've been getting feedback from principals, and then also we started teacher forums again this year. I've had a few of those, but one of the things we've heard is differentiate. So like it is good. You will never always fully have everything within the content in mathematics, even if you've been teaching it for 20, there's always something new to learn. And so, but how can we capitalize on those great teachers, but also differentiate for their learning within the same frame of planning for learning in mathematics, right? So those are next steps we'll take throughout the year. And also too, another thing, professional learning calendar. We made changes to the calendar that have helped with adding more pre-D days, but there's a big gap right now that we were just talking at the K-12 meeting with principals between the September 22nd district day and then the next one is until January. So there's no other district days. And as we're going through the scope and sequence of learning and planning for mathematics, that means we don't have another opportunity to come together. So what's the next chunk of learning that we're going to get better in mathematics? So, you know, we are working on collaboratively on the calendar committee to try to address some of those things.
Are you done, Director Jorgensen?
Yeah.
Okay, Director Nelson.
So just real quick feedback on Power School as we're trying to get more parents enrolled. Can we think about parents that aren't in the education world don't understand when they look at a CMAS score, when it says 700 points, what does that mean? Like it needs to explain out of how many points. And then if it has a percentile, it says a percent column. It doesn't say this is the percentile of compared to their peers. Like we're putting this information out there, but we're not thinking in terms of people that aren't in the education world and how they can understand it and interpret it. And also I would recommend maybe we look at like assigning somebody to put on a parent hat that doesn't know the education verbiage and have them go in and like, you wanna use my kid's Power School, like that's fine, to make sure that it's understandable. And also what you can access on your app on your phone, as of right now I can't figure out how to get to the CMAS scores on my phone. I can get to it through the computer, and maybe that's just a limit, but just some feedback to you all that there could be some work there. It's great that we're wanting to get more parents on there, but we have some work to do on our end to make it a better interface. So the other comment I have is I know like the board just pretty much is now deciding that literacy is going to be one of our SMART goals, and we have been doubling down on math, and I don't want us to distract from that, but I did feel that we would speak about literacy in the UDIP, but it was more in like vague terms, like we're gonna improve math and literacy. There wasn't maybe a specific on how are we focusing on literacy. And like I said, I realize we just brought that to you all, so I don't even expect that you would have it in there, but can you?
It's in the plan itself. I mean, like the K-12 planning sessions now have shifted to text-first planning. So, you know, again, we do invite the board to every one of those Tuesday morning, once a month meetings.
Can you send us the details?
It's at Tesla, I think.
Give me the time and the place.
Put you on the reoccurring.
That would be great.
invite.
Yeah.
And we can share the scope and sequence for the year. I don't know if it belongs at this level. We can make sure the language in the UDIP is specific to, the PD this year is targeted more to be more inclusive of literacy than last year where we were laser focused on math. So we've made that bridge in how we're bringing our professional development along.
Okay, that's great. When I was reading through the UDIP, it didn't jump out at me, so.
Yeah, it doesn't jump out. I tried to highlight it as a change, so we are focusing still on literacy and math, because we're not getting rid of math, but we started with mathematics with the new curricular resources last year with Leaders on Down. And so it was already in the works, Director Nelson, we were on your same page, like,
I'm like, I hope I wasn't over here.
We
You
started
guys have been over
planning
here.
that in the spring.
Good.
For the focus in literacy.
Great.
So, I mean, I can share this with you, but this is at the One Plan Symposium. We gave all leaders the literacy text first planning trajectory. We have it built out. We had sessions 1 through 7 of here's exactly what the trajectory you'll go through, and then how it'll cascade down.
Okay. And that could also be on me where I didn't realize text first planning meant literacy. So
Yeah,
that
it's
could be a disconnect.
we should say text first literacy planning.
Okay.
That's what we should say.
Okay.
Because, but so that's
Thank you.
that's helpful. That's another.
It's the two-way communication
Yeah.
strategy, text first
Yeah.
instead of call.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And
No,
so we've started that, and it and it is important. We start with text first and then connect it to standard, because we need to ensure that kids are getting access and that we're supporting an access to grade level complex text. And we're using our current resources. So in the training, just the one that Mike was talking about, we used resources from Wonders in elementary, text from Wonders, and then in 6th through the secondary, we used StudySync resources. So, and that's what I was reading off when I was reading off, like, what's the homework that the leaders have to do to complete that. That was the literacy homework that they will go back and complete.
okay, got it. So one other request would be, we're doing so much with dyslexia, can we speak to that somehow in here? The work that we're already doing and how that is going to help literacy. And so just, I don't know how you would roll it in, but I would just recommend we
Maybe
include
more of a
something.
method though.
Or if it's a subgroup, I don't know, but like, we are already doing a lot of that work and it's gonna help with literacy, let's talk about it in our UDIP.
I'm sure we can weave it into the verbiage of the strategies that we have in MIS
I
one.
think we can, and we also have separate documents too. So the reason I'm pausing is like,
does it make sense here?
Yeah. But
Okay,
I get
that's
I
fine.
get what you're saying, because
Yeah.
it's also, it's the public facing piece of that, and I totally understand that.
You can think about that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
And I saw that in the DAC feedback as well.
Yeah,
You mentioned that as well,
no,
but,
I appreciate that, so I
okay, the
appreciate
other
that.
thing, when you were reading us, like the look-fors of coaching on, can you email that to us? I just would like to read through those again.
The look for documents that we have to support, like going into
The
classrooms.
evaluations, yeah.
So the like learning walks and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you were reading
Yes.
us some, like, here are the things that when you go into a classroom, you were reading off some different.
Yeah.
I couldn't even tell you what slide it was off
I
of.
think what I was reading was that next step homework, but I talked about the look fors, and I
okay.
can share with you the look fors that we have right now.
Yeah,
and
that'd be great.
how we're rolling out with professional learning.
Or I'll just go back and watch the recording of the video, and because I just didn't catch all of it.
Okay.
It was good information.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and if you need to, if you look back at it and it still doesn't make sense,
Okay.
like we.
Sounds good.
we can set it.
I love what you're doing with the family engagement. It's so exciting. Just great work there. One little piece of feedback on it's page 37 of 54 of the UDIP. I would just maybe and maybe this is too nitpicky, but I would just maybe look at that sentence where it says district and school leadership will collaborate with community and business leaders to develop strategies that engage families in their child's academic growth. When I first read that, I thought, why are we going to business leaders to figure out how to engage with families? Shouldn't we go to families? So I think it's just maybe a tweaking of the verbiage, and I know what you're trying to get at now that you did this presentation. It makes total sense. But when I read that, I was like, it didn't click. But I love all that you're looking at doing there. It's so very exciting.
So, that is all I have.
Oh, just again, in that, what you're working on in the Engage office of working with schools and how to coach them, to me, that has been kind of a missing link. That if I'm gonna volunteer in my school, I'm gonna go straight to my school. I did, as a mom, I wouldn't necessarily know about the D11 Engage office to go through that. But you have so much insight in how to bring families in. So I'm really glad that you're reaching into the schools to support them that way too. And maybe that was always happening, but just it's good we're highlighting it here.
It's shifted a little bit. We've shifted the strategy towards we want schools to be really good at teaching and learning. We have the power to help teach schools how to do some of these other things. Every family and community engagement is going to be slightly different, but we can build a toolkit with the experts that we have that then we help deploy to the space. The challenge that exists in stress systems is you continue to evaluate the part of the system that is under the most stress. We just felt that with George. We can point a lot of fingers at Mitchell instead of what happened that we lost the United Way partnership during the reconstitution. Like, those are the things we have to make sure that we invest in. I can't ask George to go around and door knock into every business and community nonprofit in the area. We have to bring them to Mitchell as a part of that process. And having Jess come in to take what was a robust D11 Engage, but didn't quite have that school connection into it, gives us a real accelerant here this year. This is a very exciting part of our UDIP.
Yeah.
And we're super pleased with its development so far.
Yes, so thank you.
Yeah, and I'll say I'm a language person, so I'm happy with language tweaks. And I received that feedback from the DAC as well. So yeah, we'll be incorporating that. And then exactly as Mr. Gall said, I think every time I've met with a principal, my philosophy has been, I don't believe that you should have the capacity to look outside your building while you're focused inside your building. And so how do I help you with that? And then finally, to your Power School piece, I appreciate the shift in mindset. That's exactly what we're trying to do. Instead of forcing families to engage us where we are, how can we flip the script to engage families where they are by changing some of those internal systems? So
thank you.
And that's where that community get together that was there at, was it Harrison? Yeah, something like that. Might be able to get all those community partners in one location and then engage with schools to find what we can do in that regard. Any other comments? Yeah, Director.
Yeah, thank you. Come back to my little highlighted note here. There was a note of the gaps in academic success in a couple of places, saying lack of differentiation to meet diverse learning needs. The district lacks strategies to reduce the disproportionality for race, zip code, and the free and reduced lunch status of those who occupy the highest and lowest achievement categories. Can you say specifically what strategies we're going to have that might address this problem? Because as we look at those disparities, we've noted before as a board that they're so significant, and we considered that we would ask those specifically to be addressed. And we looked at minorities and then settled on free and reduced lunch status or socioeconomic disadvantage. They're also severe. So how are we targeting that? To me, it's not clear in here.
Yeah. That was my mistake in being a little tired right now. I meant to highlight that specifically in this presentation. Part of that, if you remember, like one of the action steps was that we do the cascading work with each of our teams. And then if you remember, this was also a change from last year, just like hot off the press. But last year we had like 2 bullet points on work with special populations. And so meeting with the academics leadership team and with those special populations, CLDE, special ed, gifted, there's a lot of cross, correlation also with Ray Ruby's lunch, but with our title group as well, our title director. What we decided to do was take the overall action steps, have them meet, and thus come back and look at what makes the most sense. So this is an adjustment that we will need to make to the overall document along with any other feedback tonight. But if you look on slide 13 here, this was posted to the board docs. So we didn't change this, what was posted, but we right there. So the note down at the bottom that special populations is now embedded throughout the action steps. And so we noted it in blue here and what we meant by it. And then when you actually go down into the action steps, and again, apologize for not calling it out, but for instance, in cascading professional learning, we've got highlighted that we are working and those teams are specifically having special populations facilitators help with that content professional learning. An example of what that is, what that'll look like over the course of the year is when they're actually planning the sessions in mathematics and literacy, that those facilitators are helping to develop that content for the very specific needs of those populations within it. So that's one example. And then you can see on the right here, the school actions, what that would look like is not only, we're having our schools hold tight and be supported by using the mathematics scope and sequence, but also our resource staff within our special educators, our CLDE teachers would be aligning and utilizing that same scope and trajectory of learning or scope and sequence document to plan and support lessons within the classroom. Going to the next one, you can see another example there with our one plan check-ins that we that at each school that we would be including demographic and special populations data. So again, I was talking about recently that we just had it, but that data would be disaggregated so that they could make goals and targets for the next one that is aligned that way. The next one where you see in the area support model, we very specifically realigned our facilitators and special populations connected with areas. Again, you can see on the right side with our district benchmarks that we are disaggregating data accordingly. I think also it's a next step we could take with our data dashboard that we're just newly getting out that'll have more interim type data with end of module assessments right now, and then we'll be adding more real-time literacy assessment data. We can also do it there as well.
And from the highest level, you can, actually that's a great pause right there. The board authorized, I think it was 20 CLDE positions last year to the budget. We've hired 18 of those 20. I met with Nicole yesterday to talk about Nicole Girardi, not Nicole Lottmer. And the special education team has, one, met the regional alignment of how they are managing their folks. There were a couple of school adjustments to match the assignments. They did that last year. We've developed the inclusion support programs, which we think will allow us to get closer, more specific resources to the needs of our schools. Director Nelson already asked the question about dyslexia. The rollout of the clinics and the target sites is another example of the structural changes that we've made that we believe this year will show that return on investment. So Tamara really covered how we'll go after it after professional development, but we've made very specific targeted changes to the staffing model and then the distribution of that resource closest to the school.
And I did actually bring up the area model in there too, so it's not just the professional learning, so yes, yeah.
I appreciate you pointing out the special populations, I noted, but that isn't addressing the specific concerns that I was expressing. I mean, your special education, gifted education, multilingual learners are gonna be some of those that do need the support, well, all of them need support, but they're not necessarily the free and reduced lunch, the black, the brown, and the, you know, Native American kids, et cetera. So I see where you're calling it out as populations, subpopulations, rather than special populations, but it's not the emphasis. So if we can address that at all as a way of saying.
Well, I think in David's slide of going after the head, the middle, and the tail is how we're looking at the data. And so in the data review that the area superintendents have done with their principals, the focus has been to also address how our underperforming populations are being met in the classroom. I'll be frank, last year the model was get the school to a functional space and let's move schools up. Even in the way that we've now gone from just leading leaders to getting direct to teacher PD, a two-pronged strategy is designed to be able to get to that subset problem. Otherwise, we'll continue to move schools up while not serving the kids that need the most. The diversity spectrum of our city will unfortunately allow for that. We would have the ability, if I think about it, to get nearly every one of our schools to performance and still have the achievement gap get wider. That can't be the goal. So we did, and we seek to be held accountable, we did build in our district goals to have the 5% growth and then the higher specific growth in the normally lower served minority groups of the system. I would love to be able to say that we have an initiative to hire more people of color. I would love to be able to say that we have partnerships with affinity groups who are gonna help our kids identify. We're gonna try and get there through some of those places. It's just not here yet because we're not there yet. I'm still 100 teachers short, so you show up and you're certified, and when you pass the interview, you're hired. I'm not quite in the, what's the number of people of color in a building representing students' distribution in that building. Right now, I need a certified teacher. And it's been a challenge. And again, Detroit, Oakland, and DC, I have yet to see somebody actually close the achievement gap. I have seen people talk about closing the achievement gap. I have seen parts of children that are underserved improve, but I have yet to see the space where you can't tell performance by socioeconomical or other subgroup population definition. It is unfortunately a gap within our country. I think Director Daniels speaks to it nearly every board meeting, that we seek to be the district that's able to do that. We're doing it in the ways that we're doing it here. I don't have more to add on that for this year.
Okay.
I might add a little bit. To your point, and I completely see what you're saying, especially how I identified just now special populations, and I think and all of that's true. So all the action steps I read it's adequate. I think it makes sense. I think where we are, so we are looking at that in data during one plan continuous improvement cycles, and in fact, like when we had our one plan symposium where we were building strategic plans, we did very much look at our minority data along with special education data and gifted data, and made targets and growth based on schools and the need, right? In some schools, the populations weren't like, you would focus on all because there wasn't much difference, overall, like, in the population, but others really did make, more focused goals that way. So I think it would come in the one plan continuous improvement cycle, and maybe we have to get the language right, is demographic data. It's probably better, so special populations and demographic data. So that would be, and so when we're disaggregating data and then making targets and plans in those one cycles, that's where we'd be addressing it. And then
If you want to quickly wrap it up, we got to wrap it up. We are coming at the 11 o'clock hour. We still have a special meeting to go out there
Yes,
to
I
call that,
apologize.
so.
Yeah, and then
So
the
we
other.
just need to wrap it, so.
And just so you know, like the overall literacy, like when we were having the professional learning, that focus on grade level and beyond content for all kids is ensuring that we're doing that for our Black, Brown students or minority students and others. That's the work there.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Oh, that was it. One
Okay,
big question.
great. With that, thank you. It's been a long evening. We are officially adjourned at 10:41, but hang in there, guys. So we will wrap this up in the next 10 minutes.